Section 23 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 38. Louis XIII, Cardinal Richelieu and the Court, 1622 to 1642, Part 4. Richelieu had never forgotten Mlle. d'Hautefort's airs. He feared her, and accused her to the king of being concerned in Monsieur's continual intrigues. Louis XIII.'s growing affection for young Cinq Mars, son of Marshal d'Effiat, was beginning to occupy the gloomy monarch, and he the more easily sacrificed Mlle. d'Hautefort. The cardinal merely asked him to send her away for a fortnight. She insisted upon hearing the order from the king's own mouth. "The fortnight will last all the rest of my life," she said, "and so I take leave of your Majesty forever." She went, accompanied by the regrets and tears of Anne of Austria, and leaving the field open to the new favorite, the king's "rattle," as the cardinal called him. M. de Cinq Mars was only 19 when he was made master of the wardrobe and grand equerry of France. Brilliant and witty, he amused the king and occupied the leisure which peace gave him. The passion Louis XIII. Felt for his favorite was jealous and capricious. He upbraided the young man for his flights to Paris to see his friends and the elegant society of the Marais, and sometimes also Mary de Gonzaga, daughter of the Duke of Mantua, wooed but lately by the Duke of Orleans, and not indifferent, it was said, to the vows of M. le Grand, as Cinq Mars was called. The complaints were detailed to Richelieu by the king himself in a strange correspondence, which reminds one of the "reports" of his quarrels with Mlle. d'Hautefort. "I am very sorry," wrote Louis XIII. On the 4th of January, 1641, "to trouble you about the ill tempers of M. le Grand. I upbraided him with his heedlessness. He answered that for that matter he could not change, and that he should do no better than he had done. I said that, considering his obligations to me, he ought not to address me in that manner. He answered in his usual way, that he didn't want my kindness, that he could do very well without it, and that he would be quite as well content to be Cinq Mars as M. le Grand, but as for changing his ways and his life, he couldn't do it. And so, he continually nagging at me and I at him, we came as far as the courtyard, when I said to him that, being in the temper he was in, he would do me the pleasure of not coming to see me. I have not seen him since. Signed, Louis." This time the cardinal reconciled the king and the favorite, whom he had himself placed near him, but whose constant attendance upon the king his master he was beginning to find sometimes very troublesome. "One day he sent word to him not to be for the future so continually at his heels, and treated him, even to his face, with so much tartness and imperiousness, as if he had been the lowest of his valets." Cinq Mars began to lend an ear to those who were egging him on against the cardinal. Then began a series of negotiations and intrigues. The Duke of Orleans had come back to Paris; the king was ill, and the cardinal more so than he. Thence arose conjectures and insensate hopes. The Duke of Bouillon, being sent for by the king, who confided to him the command of the army of Italy, was at the same time drawn into the plot which was beginning to be woven against the minister. The Duke of Orleans and the queen were in it, and the town of Sedan, of which Bouillon was prince sovereign, was wanted to serve the authors of the conspiracy as an asylum in case of reverse. Sedan alone was not sufficient; there was need of an army. Whence was it to come? Thoughts naturally turned towards Spain. For so perilous a treaty a negotiator was required, and the grand equerry proposed his friend, Viscount de Fontrailles, a man of wit, who detested the cardinal, and who would have considered it a simpler plan to assassinate him. He consented, however, to take charge of the negotiation, and he set out for Madrid, where his treaty was soon concluded in the name of the Duke of Orleans. The Spaniards were to furnish 12,000 foot and 5,000 horse, 400,000 crowns down, 12,000 crowns pay a month, and 300,000 livres to fortify the frontier town which was promised by the duke. Sedan, Cinq Mars, and the Duke of Bouillon were only mentioned in a separate instrument. The king was then at Narbonne, on his way to his army, which was besieging Perpignan. The grand equerry was with him. Fontrailles went to call upon him. "I do not intend to be seen by anybody," said he, "but to make speedily for England, as I do not think I am strong enough to undergo the torture the cardinal might put me to in his own room on the least suspicion." On the 21st of April, the cardinal was dangerously ill, and the king left him at Narbonne, a prey to violent fever, with an abscess on the arm which prevented him from writing, whilst Cinq Mars, ever present and ever at work, was doing his best to insinuate into his master's mind suspicion of the minister, and the hopes founded upon his disgrace or death. The king listened, as he subsequently avowed, in order to discover his favorite's wicked thoughts, and make him tell all he had in his heart. "The king was tacitly the head of this conspiracy," says Madame de Motteville; "the grand equerry was the soul of it. The name made use of was that of the Duke of Orleans, the king's only brother, and their counsel was the Duke of Bouillon, who joined with them because, having belonged to the party of M. de Soissons, he was in very ill odor at court. They all formed fine projects touching the change that was to take place to the advantage of their aggrandizement and fortunes, persuading themselves that the cardinal could not live above a few days, during which he would not be able to set himself right with the king." Such were their projects and their hopes when the Gazette de France, on the 21st of June, 1642, gave these two pieces of news both together. "The cardinal duke, after remaining 2 days at Arles, embarked on the 11th of this month for Tarascon, his health becoming better and better. The king has ordered under arrest Marquis de Cinq Mars, grand equerry of France." Great was the surprise, and still greater was the dismay, amongst the friends of Cinq Mars. "Your grand designs are as well known at Paris as that the Seine flows under the Pont Neuf," wrote Mary di Gonzaga to him a few days previously. Those grand designs so imprudently divulged caused a presentiment of great peril. When left alone with his young favorite, and suddenly overwhelmed, amidst his army, with cares and business of which his minister usually relieved him, the king had too much wit not to perceive the frivolous insignificance of Cinq Mars compared with the mighty capability of the cardinal. "I love you more than ever," he wrote to Richelieu; "we have been too long together to be ever separated, as I wish everybody to understand." In reply, the cardinal had sent him a copy of the treaty between Cinq Mars and Spain. The king could not believe his eyes, and his wrath equalled his astonishment. Together with that of the grand equerry, he ordered the immediate arrest of M. de Thou, his intimate friend, and the order went out to secure the Duke of Bouillon, then at the head of the army of Italy. He, caught, like Marshal Marillac, in the midst of his troops, had vainly attempted to conceal himself; but he was taken and conducted to the castle of Pignerol. Fontrailles had seen the blow coming. He went to visit the grand equerry, and, "Sir," said he, "you are a fine figure; if you were shorter by the whole head, you would not cease to be very tall. As for me, who am already very short, nothing could be taken off me without inconveniencing me, and making me cut the poorest figure in the world. You will be good enough, if you please, to let me get out of the way of edged tools." And he set out for Spain, whence he had hardly returned. What had become of the most guilty, if not the most dangerous of all the accomplices? Monsieur, "the king's only (unique) brother," as Madame de Motteville calls him, had come as far as Moulins, and had sent to ask the grand equerry to appoint a place of meeting, when he heard of his accomplice's arrest, and before long that of the Duke of Bouillon. Frightened to death as he was, he saw that treachery was safer than flight, and just as the king had joined the all but dying cardinal at Tarascon, there arrived an emissary from the Duke of Orleans, bringing letters from him. He assured the king of his fidelity. He entreated Chavigny, the minister's confidant, to give him "means of seeing his Eminence before he saw the king, in which case all would go well." He appealed to the cardinal's generosity, begging him to keep his letter as an eternal reproach, if he were not thenceforth the most faithful and devoted of his friends. Abbe de la Riviere, who was charged to implore pardon for his master, was worthy of such a commission. He confessed everything, he signed everything, though he "all but died of terror," and at the cardinal's demand he soon brought all those poltrooneries written out in the Duke of Orleans' own hand. The prince was all but obliged to appear at the trial and deliver up his accomplices in the face of the whole world. The respect, however, of Chancellor Seguier for his rank spared him this crowning disgrace. The king's orders to his brother, after being submitted to the cardinal, bore this note in the minister's hand: "Monsieur will have in his place of exile 12,000 crowns a month, the same sum that the King of Spain had promised to give him." Paralysis of the arm did not prevent the head from acting. The dying cardinal had dictated to the king, stretched on a couch at his side, in a chamber of his house at Montfrin, near Tarascon, those last commands which completed the dishonor of the Duke of Orleans and the ruin of the favorite. Louis XIII. Slowly took the road back to Fontainebleau in the cardinal's litter, which the latter had lent him. The prisoners were left in the minister's keeping, who ordered them before long to Lyons, whither he was himself removed. The grand equerry coming from Montpellier, M. de Thou from Tarascon, in a boat towed by that of the cardinal, and the Duke of Bouillon from Pignerol, were all three lodged in the castle of Pierre-en-Cise. Their examination was put off until the arrival of such magistrates "as should be capable of philosophizing and perpetually thinking of the means they must use for arriving at their ends." That was useless, inasmuch as the grand equerry "never ceased to say quite openly that he had done nothing to which the king had not consented." Louis XIII. Was no doubt affected by such language, for scarcely had he arrived at Fontainebleau, whither he had been preceded by news of the end of the queen his mother, who had died at Cologne in exile and poverty, when he wrote to all the parliaments of his kingdom, to the governors of the provinces, and to the ambassadors at foreign courts, to give his own account of the arrest of the guilty and the part he himself had played in the matter. "The notable and visible change which for the last year appeared in the conduct of Sieur de Cinq Mars, our grand equerry, made us resolve, as soon as we perceived it, to carefully keep watch on his actions and his words, in order to fathom them and discover what could be the cause. To this end we resolved to let him act and speak with us more freely than heretofore." And in a letter written straight to the chancellor, the king exclaims in wrath, "It is true that, having seen me sometimes dissatisfied with the cardinal, whether from the apprehension I felt lest he should hinder me from going to the siege of Perpignan, or to induce me to leave it, for fear lest my health might suffer, or from any other like reason, the said Sieur de Cinq Mars left nothing undone to chafe me against my said cousin, which I put up with, so long as his evil offices were confined within the bounds of moderation. But when he went so far as to suggest to me that the cardinal must be got rid of, and offered to carry it out himself, I conceived a horror of his evil thoughts, and held them in detestation. Although I have only to say so for you to believe it, there is nobody who can deem but that it must have been so, for otherwise what motive would he have had for joining himself to Spain against me, if I had approved of what he desired?" The trial was a foregone conclusion. The king and his brother made common cause in order to overwhelm the accused, "an earnest of a peace which was not such as God announced with good will to man on Christmas Day," writes Madame de Motteville, "but such as may exist at court and amongst brothers of royal blood." The cardinal did not think it necessary to wait for the sentence. He had arrived at his house at Lyons, in a sort of square chamber, covered with red damask, and borne on the shoulders of 18 guards. There, stretched upon his couch, a table covered with papers beside him, he worked, and chatted with whomsoever of his servants he had been pleased to have as his companion on the road. It was in the same equipage that he left Lyons to gain the Loire and return to Paris. On his passage, it was necessary to pull down lumps of wall and throw bridges over the fosses to make way for this vast litter and the indomitable man that lay dying within it. It was on the 12th of September, 1642, that the accused appeared before the commission. There were now but two of them. The Duke of Bouillon had made his private arrangement with the cardinal, confessing everything, and requesting "to have his life spared in order that he might employ it to preserve to the Catholic Church 5 little children whom his death would leave to persons of the opposite religion." In consideration of this pardon, a demand was made upon him to give up Sedan to the king, "though it were easy to gain possession of it by investment." The duke consented to all, and he awaited in his dungeon at Pierre-en-Cise the execution of his accomplices, who had no town to surrender. Their death was to be the signal of his liberation. The two accused denied nothing. M. de Thou merely maintained that he had not been in any way mixed up with the conspiracy, proving that he had blamed the treaty with Spain, and that his only crime was not having revealed it. "He believed me to be his friend, his one faithful friend," said he, speaking of Cinq Mars, "and I had no mind to betray him." The grand equerry told in detail the story of the plot, his connection with the Duke of Orleans, who had missed no opportunity of paying court to him, the resolutions taken in concert with the Duke of Bouillon, and the treaty concluded with Spain, "confessing that he had erred, and had no hope but in the clemency of the king, and of the cardinal, whose generosity would be so much the more shown in asking pardon for him as he was the less bound to do so." There was not long to wait for the decree. The votes were unanimous against the grand equerry, a single one of the judges pronouncing in favor of M. de Thou. The latter turned towards Cinq Mars and said, "Ah! Well, sir, humanly speaking, I might complain of you. You have placed me in the dock, and you are the cause of my death. But God knows how I love you. Let us die, sir. Let us die courageously and win paradise." The decree against Cinq-Mars sentenced him to undergo the question in order to get a more complete revelation of his accomplices. "It had been resolved not to put him to it," says Tallemant d'Hérault, "but it was exhibited to him nevertheless. It gave him a turn, but it did not make him do anything to belie himself, and he was just taking off his doublet when he was told to raise his hand in sign of telling the truth." The execution was not destined to be long deferred. The very day on which the sentence was delivered saw the execution of it. "The grand equerry showed a never changing and very resolute firmness to the death, together with admirable calmness and the constancy and devoutness of a Christian," wrote M. du Marca, councillor of state, to the secretary of state Brionne, and Tallemant d'Hérault adds, "He died with astoundingly great courage, and did not waste time in speechifying. He would not have his eyes bandaged, and kept them open when the blow was struck." M. de Thou said not a word save to God, repeating the Credo even to the very scaffold, with a fervor of devotion that touched all present. "We have seen," says a report of the time, "the favorite of the greatest and most just of kings lose his head upon the scaffold at the age of 22, but with a firmness which has scarcely its parallel in our histories. We have seen a councillor of state die like a saint after a crime which men cannot justly pardon. There is nobody in the world who, knowing of their conspiracy against the state, does not think them worthy of death, and there will be few who, having knowledge of their rank and their fine natural qualities, will not mourn their sad fate." "Now that I make not a single step which does not lead me to death, I am more capable than anybody else of estimating the value of the things of the world," wrote Cinq-Mars to his mother, the wife of Marshal de Fiat. "Enough of this world, away to paradise," said M. de Thou, as he marched to the scaffold. Chalais and Montmorency had used the same language. At the last hour, and at the bottom of their hearts, the frivolous courtier and the hair-brained conspirator, as well as the great soldier and the grave magistrate, had recovered their faith in God. End of Section 23. End of Chapter 38. Section 24 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 39. Louis XIII, Cardinal Richelieu and the Provinces, Part 1. The story has been told of the conspiracies at court and the repeated checks suffered by the great lords in their attempts against Cardinal Richelieu. With the exception of Languedoc, under the influence of its governor, the Duke of Montmorency, the provinces took no part in these enterprises. Their opposition was of another sort, and it is amongst the Parliament chiefly that we must look for it. "The king's cabinet and his bedtime business (petit coucher) cause me more embarrassment than the whole of Europe causes me," said the cardinal in the days of the great storms at court. He would often have had less trouble in managing the Parliaments, and the Parliament of Paris in particular, if the latter had not felt itself supported by a party at court. For a long time past, a pretension had been put forward by that great body to give the king advice, and to replace towards him the vanished States General. "We hold the place in council of the princes and barons, who from time immemorial were near the person of the kings," was the language used in 1615 in the representations of the Parliament, which had dared, without royal order, to summon the princes, dukes, peers, and officers of the crown to deliberate upon what was to be done for the service of the king, the good of the state, and the relief of the people. This pretension on the part of the Parliaments was what Cardinal Richelieu was continually fighting against. He would not allow the intervention of the magistrates in the government of the state. When he took the power into his hands, 9 parliaments sat in France: Paris, Toulouse, Grenoble, Bordeaux, Dijon, Rouen, Aix, Rennes, and Pau. He created but one, that of Metz, in 1633, to sever in a definitive manner the bonds which still attached the 3 bishoprics to the Germanic Empire. Trials at that time were carried in the last resort to Spire. Throughout the history of France we find the Parliament of Paris bolder and more enterprising than all the rest, and it did not belie its character in the very teeth of Richelieu. When, after Dupes' day was over, Louis XIII. Declared all the companions of his brother's escape guilty of high treason, the Parliament of Dijon, to which the decree was presented by the king himself, enregistered it without making any difficulty. All the other parliaments followed the example; that of Paris alone resisted, and its decision on the 25th of April contained a bitter censure upon the cardinal's administration. On the 12th of May, the decision of that Parliament was quashed by a decree of the royal council, and all its members were summoned to the Louvre. On their knees they had to hear the severe reprimand delivered by Chateauneuf, keeper of the seals; and one president and 3 councillors were at the same time dismissed. When the Parliament, still indomitable, would have had those magistrates sit in defiance of the royal order, they were not to be found in their houses; the soldiery had carried them off. The trial of Marshal Marillac, before a commission, twice modified during the course of proceedings, of the Parliament of Dijon, was the occasion of a fresh reclamation on the part of the Parliament of Paris; and the king's ill humor against the magistrates burst forth on the occasion of a commission constituted at the Arsenal to take cognizance of the crime of coining. The Parliament made some formal objections. The king, who was at that time at Metz with his troops, summoned President Seguier and several councillors. He quashed the decree of the Parliament. "You are only constituted," said he, "to judge between Master Peter and Master John, or between John Doe and Richard Roe. If you go on as at present, I will pare your nails so close that you'll be sorry for it." 5 councillors were interdicted, and had great trouble in obtaining authority to sit again. So many and such frequent squabbles, whether about points of jurisdiction or about the registration of edicts respecting finances, which the Parliament claimed to have the right of looking into, caused between the king, inspired by his minister, and the Parliament of Paris an irritation which reached its height during the trial of the Duke of La Valette, 3rd son of the Duke of Epernon, accused, not without grounds, of having caused the failure of the siege of Fontarabia from jealousy towards the Prince of Conde. The affair was called on before a commission composed of dukes and peers, some councillors of state, and some members of the Parliament, which demanded that the duke should be removed to its jurisdiction. "I will not have it," answered the king. "You are always making difficulties. It seems as if you wanted to keep me in leading strings; but I am master, and shall know how to make myself obeyed. It is a gross error to suppose that I have not a right to bring to judgment whom I think proper and where I please." The king himself asked the judges for their opinion. Isambert, Recueil des anciennes lois françaises. "Sir," replied Councillor Pinon, dean of the Grand Chamber, "for 50 years I have been in the Parliament, and I never saw anything of this sort. Monsieur de La Valette had the honor of wedding a natural sister of your Majesty, and he is, besides, a peer of France. I implore you to remove him to the jurisdiction of the Parliament." "Your opinion," said the king curtly. "I am of opinion that the Duke of La Valette be removed to be tried before the Parliament." "I will not have that; it is no opinion." "Sir, removal is a legitimate opinion." "Your opinion on the case," rejoined the king, who was beginning to be angry. "If not, I know what I must do." President Bellievre was even bolder. "It is a strange thing," said he to Louis XIII.'s face, "to see a king giving his vote at the criminal trial of one of his subjects. Hitherto, kings have reserved to themselves the rights of grace, and have removed to their officers' province the sentencing of culprits. Could your Majesty bear to see in the dock a nobleman who might leave your presence only for the scaffold? It is incompatible with kingly majesty." "Your opinion on the case," bade the king. "Sir, I have no other opinion." The Duke of La Valette had taken refuge in England; he was condemned and executed in effigy. The attorney general, Matthew Mold, "did not consider it his business to carry out an execution of that sort," and recourse was obliged to be had to the lieutenant governor of convicts at the Chatelet of Paris. The cup had overflowed, and the cardinal resolved to put an end to an opposition which was the more irritating inasmuch as it was sometimes legitimate. A notification of the king's, published in 1641, prohibited the Parliament from any interference in affairs of state and administration. The whole of Richelieu's home policy is summed up in the preamble to that instrument, a formal declaration of absolute power concentrated in the hands of the king. "It seemeth that the institution of monarchies having its foundation in the government of a single one, that rank is, as it were, the soul which animates them and inspires them with as much force and vigor as they can have short of perfection. But as this absolute authority raises states to the highest pinnacle of their glory, so, when it happens to be enfeebled, they are observed in a short time to fall from their high estate. There is no need to go out of France to find instances of truth. The fatal disorders and divisions of the League, which ought to be buried in eternal oblivion, owed their origin and growth to disregard of kingly authority Henry the Great, in whom God had put the most excellent virtues of a great prince, on succeeding to the crown of Henry III, restored by his valor the kingly authority which had been, as it were, cast down and trampled under foot. France recovered her pristine vigor, and let all Europe see that power concentrated in the person of the sovereign is the source of the glory and greatness of monarchies, and the foundation upon which their preservation rests. We, then, have thought it necessary to regulate the administration of justice, and to make known to our Parliaments what is the legitimate usage of the authority which the kings, our predecessors, and we have deposited with them, in order that a thing which was established for the good of the people may not produce contrary effects, as would happen if the officers, instead of contenting themselves with that power which makes them judges in matters of life and death and touching the fortunes of our subjects, would fain meddle in the government of the state which appertains to the prince only." The cardinal had gained the victory. Parliament bowed the head; its attempts at independence during the Fronde were but a flash, and the yoke of Louis XIV. Became the more heavy for it. The pretensions of the magistrates were often foundationless. The restless and meddlesome character of their assemblies did harm to their remonstrances; but for a long while they maintained, in the teeth of more and more absolute kingly power, the country's rights in the government, and they had perceived the dangers of that sovereign monarchy which certainly sometimes raises states to the highest pinnacle of their glory, but only to let them sink before long to a condition of the most grievous abasement. Though always first in the breach, the Parliament of Paris was not alone in its opposition to the cardinal. The Parliament of Dijon protested against the sentence of Marshal Marillac, and refused, to its shame, to bear its share of the expenses for the defence of Burgundy against the Duke of Lorraine, in 1636, a refusal which cost it the suspension of its premier president. The Parliament of Brittany, in defence of its jurisdictional privileges, refused to enregister the decree which had for object the foundation of a company trading with the Indies, "for the general trade between the West and the East," a grand idea of Richelieu's, the seat of which was to be in the roads of Morbihan. The company, already formed, was disheartened, thanks to the delays caused by the Parliament, and the enterprise failed. The Parliament of Grenoble, fearing a dearth of corn in Dauphiny, quashed the treaties of supply for the army of Italy at the time of the second expedition to Mantua. It went so far as to have the dealers' granaries thrown open, and the superintendent of finance, Demery, was obliged to come to terms with the deputies of Dauphiny, "in order that they of the Parliament of Grenoble, who said they had no interests but those of the province, might have no reason to prevent for the future the transport of corn," says Richelieu himself in his Memoires. The Parliament of Rouen had always passed for one of the most recalcitrant. The province of Normandy was rich, and consequently overwhelmed with imposts, and several times the Parliament refused to enregister financial edicts which still further aggravated the distress of the people. In 1637 the king threatened to go in person to Rouen and bring the Parliament to submission, whereat it took fright and enregistered decrees for 22 millions. It was, no doubt, this augmentation of imposts that brought about the revolt of the nu-pieds, or barefoots, in 1639. Before now, in 1624 and in 1637, in Périgord and Rouergue, two popular risings of the same sort, under the name of croquants, or paupers, had disquieted the authorities, and the governor of the province had found some trouble in putting them down. The nu-pieds were more numerous and more violent still. From Rouen to Avranches all the country was ablaze. At Coutances and at Vire, several monopoliers and gabeleurs, as the fiscal officers were called, were massacred. A great number of houses were burned, and most of the receiving offices were pulled down or pillaged. Everywhere the army of suffering, or armée de souffrance, the name given by the revolters to themselves, made appeal to violent passions. Popular rhymes were circulated from hand to hand in the name of General Nu-Pieds, or Barefoot, an imaginary personage whom nobody ever saw. Some of these verses are fair enough. "Dear land of mine, thou canst no more. What boots it to have served so well? For see, thy faithful service bore this bitter fruit, the cursed gabelle. Is that the guerdon earned by those who succoured France against her foes, who saved her kings, upheld her crown, and raised the lilies trodden down, in spite of all the foe could do, in spite of Spain and England too? Recall thy generous blood, and show, that all posterity may know, Duke William's breed still lives at need. Show that thou hast a heavier hand than erst came forth from northern land. A hand so strong, a heart so high, these tyrants all shall beaten cry, From Normans and the Norman race, deliver us, O God of grace." The tumult was more violent at Rouen than anywhere else, and the Parliament energetically resisted the mob. It had sent 2 councillors as a deputation to Paris to inform the king about the state of affairs. "You may signify to the gentlemen of the Parliament of Rouen," said Chancellor Siguier, in answer to the delegates, "that I thank them for the trouble they have taken on this occasion. I will let the king know how they have behaved in this affair. I beg them to go on as they have begun. I know that the Parliament did very good service there." In fact, several councillors, on foot in the street and in the very midst of the revolters, had, at the peril of their lives, defended Le Tellier de Tourneville, receiver general of Gables, and his officers, whilst the whole Parliament, in their robes, with the premier president at their head, perambulated Rouen amidst the angry mob, repairing at once to the points most threatened, insomuch that the presidents and councillors were "in great danger and fear for their skins." Histoire du Parlement de Normandie, by M. Floquet. It was this terror, born of tumults and the sight of an infuriated populace, which, at a later period, retarded the Parliament in dealing out justice, and brought down upon it the wrath of the king and of the cardinal. Meanwhile the insurrection was gaining ground, and the local authorities were powerless to repress it. There was hesitation at the king's council in choosing between Marshal Rantzau and M. de Gassion to command the forces ordered to march into Normandy. "That country yields no wine," said the king; "that will not do for Rantzau, or be good quarters for him." And they sent Colonel Gassion, not so heavy a drinker as Rantzau, a good soldier and an inflexible character. First at Caen, then at Avranches, where there was fighting to be done, at Coutances and at Elbeuf, Gassion's soldiery everywhere left the country behind them in subjection, in ruin, and in despair. They entered Rouen on the 31st of December, 1639, and on the 2nd of January, 1640, the chancellor himself arrived to do justice on the rebels heaped up in the prisons, whom the Parliament dared not bring up for judgment. "I come to Rouen," he said, on entering the town, "not to deliberate, but to declare and execute the matters on which my mind is made up." And he forbade all intervention on the part of the archbishop, Francis de Harlay, who was disposed, in accordance with his office of love as well as the parliamentary name he bore, to implore pity for the culprits, and to excuse the backward judges. The chancellor did not give himself the trouble to draw up sentences. "The decree is at the tip of my staff," replied Picot, captain of his guards, when he was asked to show his orders. The executions were numerous in Higher and Lower Normandy, and the Parliament received the wages of its tardiness. All the members of the body, even the most aged and infirm, were obliged to leave Rouen. A commission of 15 councillors of the Parliament of Paris came to replace provisionally the interdicted Parliament of Normandy; and when the magistrates were empowered at last to resume their sitting, it was only a 6 months' term. That is, the Parliament henceforth found itself divided into 2 fragments, perfect strangers one to the other, which were to sit alternately for 6 months. "A veritable thunderbolt for that sovereign court, for by the 6 months' term," says M. Floquet, "there was no longer any Parliament, properly speaking, but 2 phantoms of parliaments, making war on each other, whilst the government had the field open to carve and cut without control." "All obedience is now from fear," wrote Grotius to Oxenstiern, chancellor of Sweden. "The idea is to exorcise and annihilate hatred by means of terror." "This year," wrote an inhabitant of Rouen, "there have been no New Year's presents (étrennes), no singing of the king's drinking song (le roi boite) in any house. Little children will be able to tell tales of it when they have attained to man's estate; for never, these 50 years past, so far as I can learn, has it been so." Journal de l'Abbé de la Rue. The heaviest imposts weighed upon the whole province, which thus expiated the crime of an insignificant portion of its inhabitants. "The king shall not lose the value of this handkerchief that I hold," said the superintendent Bouillon on arriving at Rouen; and he kept his word. Rouen alone had to pay more than 3 millions. The province and its parliaments were henceforth reduced to submission. Section 25 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 39. Louis XIII., Cardinal Richelieu, and the Provinces, Part 2. It was not only the Parliaments that resisted the efforts of Cardinal Richelieu to concentrate all the power of the government in the hands of the king. From the time that the sovereigns had given up convoking the States General, the States Provincial had alone preserved the right of bringing to the foot of the throne the plaints and petitions of subjects. Unhappily, few provinces enjoyed this privilege. Languedoc, Brittany, Burgundy, Provence, Dauphiny, and the countship of Pau alone were states districts, that is to say, allowed to tax themselves independently and govern themselves to a certain extent. Normandy, though an elections district, and as such subject to the royal agents in respect of finance, had states which continued to meet even in 1666. The States Provincial were always convoked by the king, who fixed the place and duration of assembly. The composition of the States Provincial varied a great deal, according to the districts. In Brittany, all noblemen settled in the province had the right of sitting, whilst the third estate were represented by only 40 deputies. In Languedoc, on the contrary, the nobility had but 23 representatives, and the class of the third estate numbered 68 deputies. Hence, no doubt, the divergences of conduct to be remarked in those two provinces between the Parliament and the States Provincial. In Languedoc, even during Montmorency's insurrection, the Parliament remained faithful to the king and submissive to the cardinal, whilst the states declared in favour of the revolt. In Brittany, the Parliament thwarted Richelieu's efforts in favour of trade, which had been enthusiastically welcomed by the states. In Languedoc, as well as in Dauphiny, the cardinal's energy was constantly directed towards reducing the privileges which put the imposts, and consequently the royal revenues, at the discretion of the states. Montmorency's insurrection cost Languedoc a great portion of its liberties, which had already been jeopardied in 1629 on the occasion of the Huguenots' rising, and those of Dauphiny were completely lost. The states were suppressed in 1628. The states of Burgundy ordinarily assembled every 3 years, but they were accustomed, on separating, to appoint "a chamber of States General," whereat the nobility, clergy, and third estate were represented, and which was charged to watch over the interests of the province in the interval between the sessions. When, in 1629, Richelieu proposed to create, as in Languedoc, a body of "elect" to arrange with the fiscal agents for the rating of imposts without the concurrence of the states, the Assembly proclaimed that "it was all over with the liberties of the province if the edict passed," and in the chamber of the nobility 2 gentlemen were observed to draw their swords. But, spite of the disturbance which took place at Dijon in 1630 on occasion of an impost on wines, and which was called, from the title of a popular ditty, La Sédition de l'Enturlu, the province preserved its liberties, and remained a states district. It was the same subject that excited in Provence the revolt of the Cascavieux, or bell bearers. Whenever there was any question of elections or "elect," the conspirators sounded their bells as a rallying signal, and so numerous was the body of adherents that the bells were heard tinkling everywhere. The Prince of Conde was obliged to march against the revolters, and the states assembled at Tarascon found themselves forced to vote a subsidy of 1,500,000 livres. At this cost the privileges of Provence were respected. The states of Brittany, on the contrary, lent the cardinal faithful support, when he repaired thither with the king, in 1626, at the time of the conspiracy of Chalais. The Duke of Vendome, governor of Brittany, had just been arrested. The states requested the king "never to give them a governor issue of the old dukes, and to destroy the fortifications of the towns and castles which are of no use for the defence of the country." The petty noblemen, a majority in the states, thus delivered over the province to the kingly power, from jealousy of the great lords. The ordinance, dated from Nantes on the 31st of July, 1626, rendered the measure general throughout France. The battlements of the castles fell beneath the axe of the demolishers, and the masses of the district welcomed enthusiastically the downfall of those old reminiscences of feudal oppression. As a sequel to the systematic humiliation of the great lords, even when provincial governors, and to the gradual enfeeblement of provincial institutions, Richelieu had to create in all parts of France, still so diverse in organization as well as in manners, representatives of the kingly power, of too modest and feeble a type to do without him, but capable of applying his measures and making his wishes respected. Before now, the kings of France had several times over perceived the necessity of keeping up a supervision over the conduct of their officers in the provinces. The inquisitors, or enquesteurs, of St. Louis, the ridings of the revising masters, or chevauchés des maîtres de requête, the departmental commissioners, or commissaires des partis, were so many temporary and travelling inspectors, whose duty it was to inform the king of the state of affairs throughout the kingdom. Richelieu substituted for these shifting commissions a fixed and regular institution, and in 1637 he established in all the provinces overseers of justice, police, and finance, who were chosen for the most part from amongst the burgesses, and who before long concentrated in their hands the whole administration, and maintained the struggle of the kingly power against the governors, the sovereign courts, and the states provincial. At the time when the overseers of provinces were instituted, the battle of pure monarchy was gained. Richelieu had no further need of allies, he wanted mere subjects. But at the beginning of his ministry he had felt the need of throwing himself sometimes for support on the nation, and this great foe of the States General had twice convoked the Assembly of Notables. The first took place at Fontainebleau in 1625-26. The cardinal was at that time at loggerheads with the court of Rome. "If the most Christian king," said he, "is bound to watch over the interests of the Catholic Church, he has first of all to maintain his own reputation in the world. What use would it be for a state to have power, riches, and popular government, if it had not character enough to bring other people to form alliance with it?" These few words summed up the great minister's foreign policy: to protect the Catholic Church whilst keeping up Protestant alliances. The Notables understood the wisdom of this conduct, and Richelieu received their adhesion. It was just the same the following year, the day after the conspiracy of Chalais. The cardinal convoked the Assembly of Notables. "We do protest before the living God," said the letters of convocation, "that we have no other aim and intention but his honor and the welfare of our subjects. That is why we do conjure in his name those whom we convoke, and do most expressly command them, without fear or desire of displeasing or pleasing any, to give us, in all frankness and sincerity, the counsels they shall judge on their consciences to be the most salutary and convenient for the welfare of the Commonwealth." The Assembly so solemnly convoked opened its sittings at the palace of the Tuileries on the 2d of December, 1626. The state of the finances was what chiefly occupied those present, and the cardinal himself pointed out the general principles of the reform he calculated upon establishing. "It is impossible," said he, "to meddle with the expenses necessary for the preservation of the state. It were a crime to think of such a thing. The retrenchment, therefore, must be in the case of useless expenses. The most stringent rules are and appear to be, even to the most ill-regulated minds, comparatively mild, when they have, indeed, as well as in appearance, no object but the public good and the safety of the state. To restore the state to its pristine splendor, we need not many ordinances, but a great deal of practical performance." The performance appertained to Richelieu, and he readily dispensed with many ordinances. The Assembly was favourable to his measures, but amongst those that it rejected was the proposal to substitute loss of offices and confiscation for the penalty of death in matters of rebellion and conspiracy. "Better a moderate but certain penalty," said the cardinal, "than a punishment too severe to be always inflicted." It was the Notables who preserved in the hands of the inflexible minister the terrible weapon of which he availed himself so often. The Assembly separated on the 24th of February, 1627, the last that was convoked before the Revolution of 1789. It was in answer to its demands, as well as to those of the states of 1614, that the keeper of the seals, Michael Marillac, drew up in 1629 the important administrative ordinance that has preserved from its author's name the title of Code Michau. The cardinal had propounded to the Notables a question which he had greatly at heart: the foundation of a navy. Already, when disposing, some weeks previously, of the government of Brittany, which had been taken away from the Duke of Vendome, he had separated from the office that of Admiral of Brittany. Already he was in a position to purchase from M. de Montmorency his office of Grand Admiral of France, so as to suppress it and substitute for it that of Grand Master of Navigation, which was personally conferred upon Richelieu by an edict enregistered on the 18th of March, 1627. "Of the power which it has seemed agreeable to his Majesty that I should hold," he wrote on the 20th of January, 1627, "I can say with truth that it is so moderate that it could not be more so to be an appreciable service, seeing that I have desired no wage or salary so as not to be a charge to the state, and I can add without vanity that the proposal to take no wage came from me, and that his Majesty made a difficulty about letting it be so." The notables had thanked the king for the intention he had "of being pleased to give the kingdom the treasures of the sea which nature had so liberally proffered it, for without keeping the sea one cannot profit by the sea nor maintain war." Harbors repaired and fortified, arsenals established at various points on the coast, organization of marine regiments, foundation of pilot schools, in fact, the creation of a powerful marine, which in 1642 numbered 63 vessels and 22 galleys, that left the roads of Barcelona after the rejoicings for the capture of Perpignan and arrived the same evening at Toulon. Such were the fruits of Richelieu's administration of naval affairs. "Instead," said the bailiff of Forbin, "of having a handful of rebels forcing us, as of late, to compose our naval forces of foreigners and implore succor from Spain, England, Malta, and Holland, we are at present in a condition to do as much for them, if they continue in alliance with us, or to beat them when they fall off from us." So much progress on every point, so many efforts in all directions, 85 vessels afloat, 100 regiments of infantry, and 300 troops of cavalry, almost constantly on a war footing, naturally entailed enormous expenses and terrible burdens on the people. It was Richelieu's great fault to be more concerned about his object than scrupulous as to the means he employed for arriving at it. His principles were as harsh as his conduct. "Reason does not admit of exempting the people from all burdens," said he, "because in such cases, on losing the mark of their subjection, they would also lose remembrance of their condition, and if they were free from tribute, would think that they were from obedience also." Cruel words those, and singularly destitute of regard for Christian charity and human dignity, beside which, however, must be placed these: "If the subsidies imposed on the people were not to be kept within moderate bounds, even when they were needed for the service of the country, they would not cease to be unjust." The strong common sense of this great mind did not allow him to depart for long from a certain hard equity. Posterity has preserved the memory of his equity less than of his hardness. Men want sympathy more than justice. Chapter 39. Section 25. Section 26 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 40. Louis XIII, Cardinal Richelieu, the Catholics and the Protestants, Part I. Cardinal Richelieu has often been accused of indifference towards the Catholic Church. The Ultramontanes called him the Huguenots' cardinal. In so speaking there was either a mistake or a desire to mislead. Richelieu was all his life profoundly and sincerely Catholic. Not only did no doubt as to the fundamental doctrines of his Church trouble his mind, but he also gave his mind to her security and her aggrandizement. He was a believer on conviction, without religious emotions and without the mystic's zeal. He labored for Catholicism whilst securing for himself Protestant alliances, and if the independence of his mind caused him to feel the necessity for a reformation, it was still in the Church and by the Church that he would have had it accomplished. Spirits more fervent and minds more pious than Richelieu's felt the same need. On emerging from the violent struggles of the religious wars, the Catholic Church had not lost her faith, but she had neglected sweetness and light. King Henry IV.'s conversion had secured to her the victory in France, but she was threatened with letting it escape from her hands by her own fault. God raised up for her some great servants who preserved her from this danger. The oratorical and political brilliancy of the Catholic Church in the reign of Louis XIV. Has caused men to forget the great religious movement in the reign of Louis XIII. Learned and mystic in the hands of Cardinal Berulle, humane and charitable with Saint Vincent de Paul, bold and saintly with M. de Saint Cyran, the Church underwent from all quarters quickening influences which roused her from her dangerous lethargy. The effort was attempted at all points at once. The priests had sunk into an ignorance as perilous as their lukewarmness. Mid all the diplomatic negotiations which he undertook in Richelieu's name, and the intrigues he, with the queen mother, often hatched against him, Cardinal Berulle founded the Congregation of the Oratory, designed to train up well informed and pious young priests with a capacity for devoting themselves to the education of children as well as the edification of the people. "It is a body," said Bossizet, "in which everybody obeys and nobody commands." No vow fettered the members of this celebrated congregation, which gave to the world Malebranche and Massillon. It was, again, under the inspiration of Cardinal Berulle, renowned for the pious direction of souls, that the order of Carmelites, hitherto confined to Spain, was founded in France. The convent in Rue St. Jacques soon numbered amongst its penitents women of the highest rank. The labors of Monseigneur de Berulle tended especially to the salvation of individual souls; those of St. Vincent de Paul embraced a vaster field, and one offering more scope to Christian humanity. Some time before, in 1610, St. Francis de Sales had founded, under the direction of Madame de Chantal, the order of Visitation, whose duty was the care of the sick and poor. He had left the direction of his new institution to M. Vincent, as was at that time the appellation of the poor priest without birth and without fortune, who was one day to be celebrated throughout the world under the name of St. Vincent de Paul. This direction was not enough to satisfy his zeal for charity. Children and sick, the ignorant and the convict, all those who suffered in body or spirit, seemed to summon M. Vincent to their aid. He founded, in 1617, in a small parish of Bresse, the Charitable Society of Servants of the Poor, which became in 1633, at Paris, under the direction of Madame Legras, niece of the keeper of the seals Marillac, the Sisterhood of Servants of the Sick Poor, and the cradle of the Sisters of Charity. "They shall not have, as a regular rule," said St. Vincent, "any monastery but the houses of the sick, any chapel but their parish church, any cloister but the streets of the town and the rooms of the hospitals, any enclosure but obedience, any grating but the fear of God, or any veil but the holiest and most perfect modesty." 18,000 daughters of St. Vincent de Paul, of whom 14,000 are French, still testify at this day to the far sighted wisdom of their founder. His regulations have endured like his work and the necessities of the poor. It was to the Daughters of Charity that M. Vincent confided the work in connection with foundlings, when his charitable impulses led him, in 1638, to take up the cause of the poor little abandoned things who were perishing by heaps at that time in Paris. Appealing for help, on their account, to the women of the world, one evening when he was in want of money, he exclaimed at the house of the Duchess of Aiguillon, Cardinal Richelieu's niece, "Come now, ladies, compassion and charity have made you adopt these little creatures as your own children; you have been their mothers according to grace, since their mothers according to nature have abandoned them. Consider, then, whether you too will abandon them; their life and their death are in your hands. It is time to pronounce their sentence, and know whether you will any longer have pity upon them. They will live if you continue to take a charitable care of them; they will die and perish infallibly if you abandon them." St. Vincent de Paul had confidence in human nature, and everywhere on his path sprang up good works in response to his appeals. The foundation of mission priests, or Lazarists, designed originally to spread about in the rural districts the knowledge of God, still testifies in the East, whither they carry at one and the same time the gospel and the name of France, to that great awakening of Christian charity which signalized the reign of Louis XIII. The same inspiration created the seminary of St. Sulpice, by means of M. Ollier's solicitude, the Brethren of Christian Doctrine and the Ursulines, devoted to the education of childhood, and so many other charitable or pious establishments, noble fruits of devoutness and Christian sacrifice. Nowhere was this fluctuating idea of the sacrifice, the immolation of man for God, and of the present in prospect of eternity, more rigorously understood and practised than amongst the disciples of John du Vergier de Hauranne, abbot of St. Cyran. More bold in his conceptions than Cardinal Berulle and St. Vincent de Paul, of a nature more austere and at the same time more ardent, he had early devoted himself to the study of theology. Connected in his youth with a Fleming, Jansen, known under the name of Jansenius, and afterwards created Bishop of Ypres, he adopted with fervor the doctrines as to the grace of God which his friend had imbibed in the school of St. Augustin, and employing in the direction of souls that zealous ardor which makes conquerors, he set himself to work to regenerate the church by penance, sanctity, and sacrifice. God supreme, reigning over hearts subdued, that was his ultimate object, and he marched towards it without troubling himself about revolts and sufferings, certain that he would be triumphant with God and for him. Victories gained over souls are from their very nature of a silent sort. But M. de St. Cyran was not content with them. He wrote also, and his book Petrus Aurelius, published under the veil of the anonymous, excited a great stir by its defence of the rights of the bishops against the monks, and even against the pope. The Gallican bishops welcomed at that time with lively satisfaction its eloquent pleadings in favor of their cause. But at a later period the French clergy discovered in St. Cyran's book free thinking concealed under dogmatic forms. "In case of heresy any Christian may become judge," said Petrus Aurelius. Who then should be commissioned to define heresy? So M. de St. Cyran was condemned. He had been already by an enemy more formidable than the assemblies of the clergy of France. Cardinal Richelieu, naturally attracted towards greatness as he was at a later period towards the infant prodigy of the Pascals, had been desirous of attaching St. Cyran to himself. "Gentlemen," said he one day, as he led back the simple priest into the midst of a throng of his courtiers, "here you see the most learned man in Europe." But the abbot of St. Cyran would accept no yoke but God's. He remained independent, and perhaps hostile, pursuing, without troubling himself about the cardinal, the great task he had undertaken. Having had, for 2 years past, the spiritual direction of the convent of Port Royal, he had found in Mother Angelica Arnauld, the superior and reformer of the monastery, in her sister, Mother Agnes, and in the nuns of their order, souls worthy of him and capable of tolerating his austere instructions. Before long he had seen forming, beside Port Royal and in the solitude of the fields, a nucleus of penitents, emulous of the hermits of the desert. M. le Maître, Mother Angelica's nephew, a celebrated advocate in the Parliament of Paris, had quitted all "to have no speech but with God." A howling (rugissant) penitent, he had drawn after him his brothers, MM. de Sacy and de Sericourt, and ere long young Lancelot, the learned author of Greek roots, all steeped in the rigors of penitential life, all blindly submissive to M. de St. Cyran and his saintly requirements. The director's power over so many eminent minds became too great. Richelieu had comprehended better than the bishops the tendency of M. de St. Cyran's ideas and writings. "He continued to publish many opinions, new and leading to dangerous conclusions," says Father Joseph in his Memoires, "in such sort that the king, being advertised, commanded him to be kept a prisoner in the Bois de Vincennes." "That man is worse than 6 armies," said Cardinal Richelieu. "If Luther and Calvin had been shut up when they began to dogmatize, states would have been spared a great deal of trouble." The consciences of men and the ardor of their souls are not so easily stifled by prison or exile. The abbot of St. Cyran, in spite of the entreaties of his powerful friends, remained at Vincennes up to the death of Cardinal Richelieu. The seclusionists of Port Royal were driven from their retreat and obliged to disperse; but neither the severities of Richelieu nor, at a later period, those of Louis XIV. Were the true cause of the ultimate powerlessness of Jansenism to bring about that profound reformation of the church which had been the dream of the abbot of St. Cyran. He had wished to immolate sinful man to God, and he regarded sanctity as the complete sacrifice of human nature corrupt to its innermost core. Human conscience could not accept this cruel yoke. Its liberty revolted against so narrow a prison; and the Protestant Reformation, with a doctrine as austere as that of M. de St. Cyran, but more true and more simple in its practical application, offered strong minds the satisfaction of direct and personal relations between God and man. It saw the way to satisfy them without crushing them; and that is why the kingly power in France succeeded in stifling Jansenism without having ever been able to destroy the Protestant faith. Cardinal Richelieu dreaded the doctrines of M. de St. Cyran, and still more those of the Reformation, which went directly to the emancipation of souls. But he had the wit to resist ecclesiastical encroachments, and for all his being a cardinal, never did minister maintain more openly the independence of the civil power. "The king, in things temporal, recognizes no sovereign save God." That had always been the theory of the Gallican church. "The church of France is in the kingdom, and not the kingdom in the church," said the jurisconsult Loiseau, thus subjecting ecclesiastics to the common law of all citizens. The French clergy did not understand it so; they had recourse to the liberties of the Gallican church in order to keep up a certain measure of independence as regarded Rome, but they would not give up their ancient privileges, and especially the right of taking an independent share in the public necessities without being taxed as a matter of law and obligation. Here it was that Cardinal Richelieu withstood them. He maintained that, the ecclesiastics and the brotherhoods not having the right to hold property in France by mortmain, the king tolerated their possession of his grace, but he exacted the payment of seigneurial dues. The clergy at that time possessed more than a quarter of the property in France. The tax to be paid amounted, it is said, to 80 millions. The subsidies further demanded reached a total of 8,600,000 livres. The clergy, in dismay, wished to convoke an assembly to determine their conduct, and, after a great deal of difficulty, it was authorized by the cardinal. Before long he intimated to the 5 prelates who were most hostile to him that they must quit the assembly and retire to their dioceses. "There are," said the Bishop of Autun, who was entirely devoted to Richelieu, "some who show great delicacy about agreeing to all that the king demands, as if they had a doubt whether all the property of the church belonged to him or not, and whether his Majesty, leaving the ecclesiastics wherewithal to provide for their subsistence and a moderate establishment, could not take all the surplus." That sort of doctrine would never do for the clergy. Still they consented to pay 5 millions and a half, the sum to which the minister lowered his pretensions. "The wants of the state," said Richelieu, "are real; those of the church are fanciful and arbitrary. If the king's armies had not repulsed the enemy, the clergy would have suffered far more." Whilst the cardinal imposed upon the French clergy the obligations common to all subjects, he defended the kingly power and majesty against the ultramontanes, and especially against the Jesuits. Several of their pamphlets had already been censured by his order when Father Sanctarel published a treatise on heresy and schism, clothed with the pope's approbation, and containing, amongst other dangerous propositions, the following: "The pope can depose emperor and kings for their iniquities or for personal incompetence, seeing that he has a sovereign, supreme, and absolute power." The work was referred to the Parliament, who ordered it to be burned in Place de Greve. There was talk of nothing less than the banishment of the entire order. Father Coton, superior of the French Jesuits, was summoned to appear before the council. He gave up Father Sanctarel unreservedly, making what excuse he best could for the approbation of the pope and of the general of the Jesuits. The condemnation of the work was demanded, and it was signed by 16 French fathers. The Parliament was disposed to push the matter farther, when Richelieu, always as prudent as he was firm in his relations with this celebrated order, represented to the king that there are "certain abuses which are more easily put down by passing them over than by resolving to destroy them openly, and that it was time to take care lest proceedings should be carried to a point which might be as prejudicial to his service as past action had been serviceable to it." The Jesuits remained in France, and their college at Clermont was not closed, but they published no more pamphlets against the cardinal; they even defended him at need. Richelieu's grand quarrel with the clergy was nearing its end when the climax was reached of a disagreement with the court of Rome dating from some time back. The pope had never forgiven the cardinal for not having accepted his mediation in the affair with Spain on the subject of the Valteline. He would not accede to the desire which Richelieu manifested to become legate of the Holy See in France, as Cardinal d'Amboise had been; and when Marshal d'Estrees arrived as ambassador at Rome, his resolute behavior brought the misunderstanding to a head. The pope refused the customary funeral honors to Cardinal La Valette, who had died in battle, without dispensation, at the head of the king's army in Piedmont. Richelieu preserved appearances no longer; the king refused to receive the pope's nuncio, and prohibited the bishops from any communication with him. The quarrel was envenomed by a pamphlet called Optatus Gallus. The cardinal's enemies represented him as a new Luther, ready to excite a schism and found a patriarchate in France. Father Rabardeau, of the Jesuits' order, maintained, in reply, that the act would not be schismatical, and that the consent of Rome would be no more necessary to create a patriarchate in France than it had been to establish those of Constantinople and Jerusalem. Urban VIII. Took fright; he sent to France Julius Mazarin, at that time vice legate, and already frequently employed in the negotiations between the court of Rome and Cardinal Richelieu, who had taken a great fancy to him. The French clergy had just obtained authority to vote the subsidy in an assembly, and the pope contented himself with this feeble concession. Mazarin put the finishing touch to the reconciliation, and received as recompense the cardinal's hat. In fact, the victory of the civil power was complete, and the independence of the crown clearly established. "His Holiness," said the cardinal, "ought to commend the zeal shown by his Majesty for the welfare of the church, and to remain satisfied with the respect shown him by an appeal to his authority, which his Majesty might have dispensed with in this matter, having his Parliaments to fall back upon for the chastisement of those who lived evilly in his kingdom." In principle, the supreme question between the court of Rome and the kingly power remained undecided, and it showed wisdom on the part of Urban VIII., as well as of Cardinal Richelieu, never to fix fundamentally and within their exact limits the rights and pretensions of the church or the crown. Cardinal Richelieu had another battle to deliver, and another victory, which was to be more decisive, to gain. During his exile at Avignon, he had written against the Reformers, violently attacking their doctrines and their precepts. He was, therefore, personally engaged in the theological strife, and more hotly than has been made out. But he was above everything a great politician, and the rebellion of the Reformers, their irregular political assemblies, their alliances with the foreigner, occupied him far more than their ministers' preaching. It was state within state that the Reformers were seeking to found, and that the cardinal wished to upset. Seconded by the Prince of Conde, the king had put an end to the war which cost the life of the Constable de Luynes; but the peace concluded at Montpellier on the 19th of November, 1622, had already received many a blow. Pacific councils amongst the Reformers were little by little dying out together with the old servants of Henry IV. Du Plessis Mornay had lately died, on November 11th, 1623, at his castle of Forêt sur Sèvre, and the direction of the party fell entirely into the hands of the Duke of Rohan, a fiery temper and soured by misfortunes as well as by continual efforts made on the part of his brother, the Duke of Soubise, more restless and less earnest than he. Hostilities broke out afresh at the beginning of the year 1625. The Reformers complained that, instead of demolishing Fort Louis, which commanded La Rochelle, all haste was being made to complete the ramparts they had hoped to see razed to the ground. A small royal fleet mustered quietly at Le Blavet, and threatened to close the sea against the Rochellese. The peace of Montpellier had left the Protestants only two surety places, Montauban and La Rochelle, and they clung to them with desperation. On the 6th of January, 1625, Soubise suddenly entered the harbor of Le Blavet with 12 vessels, and seizing without a blow the royal ships, towed them off in triumph to La Rochelle, a fatal success which was to cost that town dear. Section 27 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 40. Louis XIII., Richelieu, Catholics and Protestants, Part II. The Royal Marine had hardly an existence. After the capture made by Soubise, help had to be requested from England and Holland. The marriage of Henrietta of France, daughter of Henry IV., with the Prince of Wales, who was soon to become Charles I., was concluded. The English promised 8 ships. The treaties with the United Provinces obliged the Hollanders to supply 20, which they would gladly have refused to send against their brethren, if they could. The cardinal even required that the ships should be commanded by French captains. "One lubber may ruin a whole fleet," said he, "and a captain of a ship, if assured by the enemy of payment for his vessel, may undertake to burn the whole armament, and that the more easily, inasmuch as he would think he was making a grand sacrifice to God for the sake of his religion." Meanwhile Soubise had broken through the feeble obstacles opposed to him by the Duke of Vendome, and, making himself master of all the trading vessels he encountered, soon took possession of the islands of Re and Oleron, and effected descents even into Medoc, whilst the Duke of Rohan, leaving the duchess his wife, Sully's daughter, at Castres, where he had established the seat of his government, was scouring Lower Languedoc and the Cevennes to rally his partisans. The insurrection was very undecided, and the movement very irregular. Nimes, Uzes, and Alais closed their gates; even Montauban hesitated a long while before declaring itself. The Duke of Epernon ravaged the outskirts of that place. "At night," writes his secretary, "might be seen 1,000 fires. Wheat, fruit trees, vines, and houses were the food that fed the flames." Marshal Themines did the same all round Castres, defended by the Duchess of Rohan. There were negotiations, nevertheless, already. Rohan and Soubise demanded to be employed against Spain in the Valteline, claiming the destruction of Fort Louis. Parleys mitigated hostilities. The Duke of Soubise obtained a suspension of arms from the Dutch Admiral Haustein, and then, profiting by a favorable gust of wind, approached the fleet, set fire to the admiral's ship, and captured 5 vessels, which he towed off to the island of Ré. But he paid dear for his treachery. The Hollanders, in their fury, seconded with more zeal the efforts of the Duke of Montmorency, who had just taken the command of the squadron. The island of Ré was retaken, and Soubise obliged to retreat in a shallop to Oléron, leaving for "pledge his sword and his hat, which dropped off in his flight." Nor was the naval fight more advantageous for Soubise. "The battle was fierce, but the enemy had the worst," says Richelieu in his Memoires. Night coming on was favorable to their designs; nevertheless, they were so hotly pursued that on the morrow at daybreak 8 of their vessels were taken." Soubise sailed away to England with the rest of his fleet, and the island of Oléron surrendered. The moment seemed to have come for crushing La Rochelle, deprived of the naval forces that protected it; but the cardinal, still at grips with Spain in the Valteline, was not sure of his allies before La Rochelle. In Holland all the churches echoed with reproaches hurled by the preachers against states that gave help against their own brethren to Catholics. At Amsterdam the mob had besieged the house of Admiral Haustein, and the Dutch fleet had to be recalled. The English Protestants were not less zealous. The Duke of Soubise had been welcomed with enthusiasm, and though Charles I., now King of England and married, had refused to admit the fugitive to his presence, he would not restore to Louis XIII. The vessels captured from that king and his subjects, which Soubise had brought over to Portsmouth. The game was not yet safe, and Richelieu did not allow himself to be led astray by the anger of fanatics who dubbed him State Cardinal. "The cardinal alone, to whom God gave the blessedness of serving the king and restoring to his kingdom its ancient lustre, and to his person the power and authority meet for royal majesty which is the next majesty after the divine, saw in his mind the means of undoing all those tangles, clearing away all those mists, and emerging to the honor of his master from all those confusions." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 2. Marshal Bassompierre was returning from his embassy to Switzerland, having secured the alliance of the 13 cantons in the affair of the Valteline, when it was noised abroad that peace with Spain was signed. Count du Fargis, it was said, had in an excess of zeal taken upon himself to conclude without waiting for orders from Paris. Bassompierre was preparing a grand speech against this unexpected peace; but during the night he reflected that the cardinal had perhaps been not so much astonished as he would have made out. "I gave up my speech," says he, "and betook myself to my jubilee." The Huguenots, on their side, yielded at the entreaties of the ambassadors who had been sent by the English to France, "with orders to beg the Rochellese to accept the peace which the king had offered them," and who omitted neither arguments nor threats in order to arrive at that conclusion. Whence it came to pass that, by a course of conduct full of unwonted dexterity, the Huguenots were brought to consent to peace for fear of that with Spain, and the Spaniards to make peace for fear of that with the Huguenots. The greatest difficulty the cardinal had to surmount was in the king's council. He was not ignorant that by getting peace made with the Huguenots, and showing him that he was somewhat inclined to favor their cause with the king, he might expose himself to the chance of getting into bad odor at Rome. But in no other way could he arrive at his Majesty's ends. His cloth made him suspected by the Huguenots. It was necessary, therefore, to behave so that they should think him favorable to them, for by so doing he found means of waiting more conveniently for an opportunity of reducing them to the terms to which all subjects ought to be reduced in a state, that is to say, inability to form any separate body, and liability to accept their sovereign's wishes. "It was a grievous thing for him to bear, to see himself so unjustly suspected at the court of Rome, and by those who affected the name of zealous Catholics; but he resolved to take patiently the rumors that were current about him, apprehending that if he had determined to clear himself of them effectually, he might not find that course of advantage to his master or the public. The cardinal, in fact, took it patiently, revising and then confirming the treaty with Spain, and imposing on the Huguenots a peace so hard that they would never have accepted it but for the hope of obtaining at a later period some assuagements, with the help of England, which refused formally to help them to carry on the war. At the first parleys the king had said, "I am disposed enough towards peace; I am willing to grant it to Languedoc and the other provinces; as for La Rochelle, that is another thing." Memoires de Richelieu. It was ultimately La Rochelle that paid the expenses of the war, biding the time when the proud city, which had resisted 8 kings in succession, would have to succumb before Louis XIII. And his all powerful minister. Already her independence was threatened on all sides. The bastions and new fortifications had to be demolished. No armed vessel of war might be stationed in her harbor. "The way was at last open," said the cardinal, "to the extermination of the Huguenot party, which, for 100 years past, had divided the kingdom." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 17. The peace of 1626, then, was but a preliminary to war. Richelieu was preparing for it by land and sea. Vessels of war were being built, troops were being levied, and the temper of England furnished a pretext for commencing the struggle. King Charles I., at the instigation of his favorite, the Duke of Buckingham, had suddenly and unfeelingly dismissed the French servants of the queen his wife, without giving her even time to say good by to them, insomuch that "the poor princess, hearing their voices in the court yard, dashed to the window, and, breaking the glass with her head, clung with her hands to the bars to show herself to her women and take the last look at them. The king indignantly dragged her back with so great an effort that he tore her hands right away." Louis XIII. Had sent Marshal Bassompierre to England to complain of the insult done to his sister. The Duke of Buckingham wished to go in person to France to arrange the difference, but the cardinal refused. "Has Buckingham ever undertaken any foreign commission without going away dissatisfied and offended with the princes to whom he was sent?" said Cardinal Richelieu to the king. So the favorite of Charles I. resolved to go to France, "in other style and with other attendants than he had as yet done. Having determined to win back the good graces of the Parliament and the people of England by the succor he was about to carry to the oppressed Protestant churches," he pledged his property; he sold the trading vessels captured on the coasts of France, and on the 17th of July, 1627, he set sail with 120 vessels, heading for La Rochelle. Soubise was on board this ship, and the Duke of Rohan, notified of the enterprise, had promised to declare himself the moment the English set foot in France. Already he was preparing his manifesto to the churches, avowing that he had summoned the English to his legitimate defence, and that, since the king had but lately been justified in employing the arms of the Hollanders to defeat them, much more reasonably might he appeal to those of the English their brethren for protection against him. This time the cardinal was ready. He had concluded an alliance with Spain against England, "declaring merely to the King of Spain that he was already at open war with England, and that he would put in practice with all the power of his forces against his own states all sorts of hostilities permissible in honorable warfare, which his Majesty also promised to do by the month of June, 1628, at the latest." The king set out to go and take in person the command of the army intended to give the English their reception. He had gone out ill from the Parliament, where he had been to have some edicts enregistered. "I did nothing but tremble all the time I was holding my bed of justice," he said to Bassompierre. "It is there, however, that you make others tremble," replied the marshal. Louis XIII. Was obliged to halt at Villeroi, where the cardinal remained with him, "being all day at his side, and most frequently not leaving him at night. He, nevertheless, had his mind constantly occupied with giving orders, taking care above everything to let it appear before the king that he had no fear. He preferred to put himself in peril of being blamed or ruined in well doing, rather than, in order to secure himself, to do anything which might be a cause of illness to his Majesty." In point of fact, Richelieu was not without anxiety, for Sieur de Toiras, a young favorite of the king's, to whom he had entrusted the command in the island of Re, had not provided for the defence of that place so well as had been expected. Buckingham had succeeded in effecting his descent. The French were shut up in the fort of St. Martin, scarcely finished as it was and ill provisioned. The cardinal "saw to it directly, sending of his own money, because that of the king was not to be so quickly got at, and because he had at that time none to spare. He dispatched Abbe Marcillac, who was in his confidence, to see that everything was done punctually and no opportunity lost. He did not trouble himself to make reports of all the dispatches that passed, and all the orders that were within less than a fortnight given on the subject of this business during the king's illness, in order to provide for everything that was necessary, and to prepare all things in such wise that the king and France might reap from them the fruit which was shortly afterwards gathered in." Meanwhile La Rochelle had closed her gates to the English, and the old Duchess of Rohan had been obliged to leave the town in order to bring Soubise in with her. "Before taking any resolution," replied the Rochellese authorities to the entreaties of the duke, who was pressing them to lend assistance to the English, "we must consult the whole body of the religion, of which La Rochelle is only one member." An assembly was already convoked to that end at Uzes, and when it met, on the 11th of September, the Duke of Rohan communicated to the deputies from the churches the letter of the inhabitants of La Rochelle, "not such a one," he said, "as he could have desired, but such as he must make the best of." The King of England had granted his aid and promised not to relax until the Reformers had firm repose and solid contentment, provided that they seconded his efforts. "I bid you thereto in God's name," he added, "and for my part, were I alone, abandoned of all, I am determined to prosecute this sacred cause even to the last drop of my blood and to the last gasp of my life." The assembly fully approved of their chief's behavior, accepting "with gratitude the King of England's powerful intervention, without, however, loosing themselves from the humble and inviolable submission which they owed to their king." The consuls of the town of Milhaud were bolder in their reservations. "We have at divers time experienced," they wrote to the Duke of Rohan, whilst refusing to join the movement, "that violence is no certain means of obtaining observation of our edicts, for force extorts many promises, but the hatred it engenders prevents them from taking effect." The duke was obliged to force an entrance into this small place. La Rochelle had just renounced her neutrality and taken sides with the English, "flattering ourselves," they said in their proclamation, "that having good men for our witnesses and God for our judge, we shall experience the same assistance from his goodness as our fathers had aforetime." M. de la Milliere, the agent of the Rochellese, wrote to one of his friends at the Duke of Rohan's quarters, "Sir, I am arrived from Villeroy, where the English are not held as they are at Paris to be a mere chimera. Only I am very apprehensive of the September tides, and lest the new grape should kill us off more English than the enemy will. I am much vexed to hear nothing from your quarter to second the exploits of the English, being unable to see without shame foreigners showing more care for our welfare than we ourselves show. I know that it will not be M. de Rohan's fault nor yours that nothing good is done. I forgot to tell you that the cardinal is very glad that he is no longer a bishop, for he has put so many rings in pawn to sell munitions to the islands, that he has nothing remaining wherewith to give the episcopal benediction. The most zealous amongst us pray God that the sea may swallow up his person as it has swallowed his goods. As for me, I am not of that number, for I belong to those who offer incense to the powers that be." It was as yet a time when the religious fatherland was dearer than the political. The French Huguenots naturally appealed for aid to all Protestant nations. It was even now an advance in national ideas to call the English who had come to the aid of La Rochelle foreigners. Toiras, meanwhile, still held out in the fort of St. Martin, and Buckingham was beginning to "abate somewhat of the absolute confidence he had felt about making himself master of it, having been so ill advised as to write to the king his master that he would answer for it." The proof of this was that the burgess of La Rochelle, named Lalleux, went to see the king with authority from the Duke of Angoulême, who commanded the army in his Majesty's absence, and that he proposed that the English should retire, provided that the king would have Fort Louis dismantled. The Duke of Angoulême was inclined to accept this proposal, but the cardinal forcibly represented all the reasons against it. "It will be said, perhaps, that if the Island of Re be lost, it will be very difficult to recover it." This he allowed, but he put forward to counterbalance this consideration another, that if honor were lost, it would never be recovered, and that if the Island of Re were lost, he considered that his Majesty was bound to stick to the blockade of Rochelle, and that he might do so with success. Upon this, his Majesty resolved to push the siege of Rochelle vigorously, and to give the command to Milord his brother, "but Monsieur was tardy as usual, not wanting to serve under the king when the health of his Majesty might permit him to return to his army, so that the cardinal wrote to President Le Coigneux, one of the favorite councillors of the Duke of Orleans, to say that if imaginary hydras of that sort were often taking shape in the mind of Monsieur, he had nothing more to say than that there would be neither pleasure nor profit in being mixed up with his affairs. As for himself, he would always do his duty." Monsieur at last made up his mind to join the army, and it was resolved to give aid to the forts in the Island of Re. It was a bold enterprise that was about to be attempted to hold La Rochelle invested and not quit it, and nevertheless to send the flower of the force to succour a citadel considered to be half lost; to make a descent upon an island blockaded by a large naval armament, "to expose the best part of the army to the mercy of the winds and the waves of the sea, and of the English cannons and vessels, in a place where there was no landing in order, and under arms." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 361. But but it had to be resolved upon, or the island of Re lost. Toiras had already sent to ask the Duke of Buckingham if he would receive him to terms. On the 8th of October, at 8 A.M., the Duke of Buckingham was preparing to send a reply to the fort, and he was already rejoicing "to see his felicity and the crowning of his labors," when, on nearing the citadel, "there were exhibited to him at the ends of pikes lots of bottles of wine, capons, turkeys, hams, ox tongues, and other provisions, and his vessels were saluted with lots of cannonades, they having come too near in the belief that those inside had no more powder." During the night, the fleet which was assembled at Oleron, and had been at sea for 2 days past, had succeeded in landing close to the fort, bringing up re enforcements of troops, provisions, and munitions. At the same time, the king and the cardinal had just arrived at the camp before La Rochelle. Section 28 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 40. Louis XIII., Richelieu, Catholics and Protestants, Part 3. Before long, the English could not harbor a doubt but that the king's army had recovered its real heads. A grand expedition was preparing to attack them in the island of Re, and the cardinal had gone in person to Oleron and to Le Brouage in order to see to the embarkation of the troops. "The nobility of the court came up in crowds to take leave of his Majesty, and their looks were so gay that it must be allowed that to no nation but the French is it given to march so freely to death for the service of their king or for their own honor as to make it impossible to remark any difference between him that inflicts it and him that receives." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 398. Marshal Schomberg took the road to Marennes, whence he sent to the cardinal for boats to carry over all his troops. "This took him greatly by surprise, and as his judgments are always followed by the effect he intended, he thought that this great following of nobility might hinder the said Sir Marshal from executing his design so promptly. However, by showing admirable diligence, doubling both his vessels and his provisions, he found sufficient to embark the whole." Siège de La Rochelle, Archives curieuses de l'Histoire de France, p. 76. By this time the king's troops, in considerable numbers, had arrived in the island without the English being able to prevent their disembarkation. The enemy, therefore, took the resolution of setting sail, in spite of the entreaties which the Duke of Soubise sent them on the part of the Rochellese, those latter promising great assistance in men and provisions, more than they could afford. To satisfy them, the Duke of Buckingham determined to deliver a general assault before he departed. The assault was delivered on the 5th and 6th of November, and everywhere repulsed, exhausted as the besieged were. "Those who were sick and laid up in their huts appeared on the bastions. There were some of them so weak that, unable to fight, they loaded their comrades' muskets, and others, having fought beyond their strength, being able to do no more, said to their comrades, 'Friend, here are my arms for thee; prithee make my grave,' and thither retiring, there they died." The Duke of Buckingham wrote to M. de Fiesque, who was holding Fort la Prée, that he was going to embark, without waiting for any more men to make their descent upon the island; but the king, who trusted not his enemies, and least of all the English, from whom, even when friends, he had received so many proofs of faithlessness and falsehood, besides that he knew Buckingham for a man who, from not having the force of character to decide on such an occasion, did not know whether to fight or to fly, continued, in his first determination, to transport promptly all those who remained, in order to encounter the enemy on land, fight them, and make them for the future quake with fear if it were proposed to them to try another descent upon his dominions. Marshal Schomberg, thwarted by bad weather, had just rallied his troops which had been cast by the winds on different parts of the coast, when it was perceived that the enemy had sheered off. M. de Toiras, issuing from his fortress to meet the marshal, would have pursued them at once to give them battle; but Schomberg refused, saying, "I ought to make them a bridge of gold rather than a barrier of iron," and he contented himself with following the English, who retreated to a narrow causeway which led to the little island of Oie. There a furious charge of French cavalry broke the ranks of the enemy, disorder spread amongst them, and when night came to put an end to the combat, 40 flags remained in the hands of the king's troops, and he sent them at once to Notre Dame by Claude de St. Simon, together with a quantity of prisoners, of whom the king made a present to his sister, the Queen of England. "Such," says the Duke of Rohan in his Memoires, "was the success of the Duke of Buckingham's expedition, wherein he ruined the reputation of his nation and his own, consumed a portion of the provisions of the Rochellese, and reduced to despair the party for whose sake he had come to France. The Duke of Rohan first learned this bad news by the bonfires which all the Roman Catholics lighted for it all through the Countship of Foix, and later on by a despatch from the Duke of Soubise, who exhorted him not to lose courage, saying that he hoped to come back next spring in condition to efface the affront received." This latter prince had not covered himself with glory in the expedition. "As recompense and consolation for all their losses," says the cardinal, "they carried off Soubise to England. He has not been mentioned all through this siege, because, whenever there was any question of negotiation, no one would apply to him, but only to Buckingham. When there was nothing for it but to fight, he would not hear of it. On the day the English made their descent, he was at La Rochelle. Nobody knows where he was at the time of the assault, but he was one of the first and most forward in the rout." Soubise had already been pronounced guilty of high treason by decree of the Parliament of Toulouse; but the Duke of Rohan had been degraded from his dignities, and "a title offered to those who would assassinate him, which created an inclination in 3 or 4 wretches to undertake it, who had but a rope or the wheel for recompense, it not being in any human power to prolong or shorten any man's life without the permission of God." The Prince of Conde had been commissioned to fight the valiant chief of the Huguenots, "for that he was their sworn enemy," says the cardinal. In the eyes of fervent Catholics the name of Conde had many wrongs for which to obtain pardon. The English were ignominiously defeated. The king was now confronted by none but his revolted subjects. He resolved to blockade the place at all points, so that it could not be entered by land or sea; and to this end he claimed from Spain the fleet which had been promised him, and which did not arrive. "The whole difficulty of this enterprise," said the cardinal to the king, "lies in this, that the majority will only labor therein in a perfunctory manner." His ordinary penetration did not deceive him. The great lords entrusted with commands saw with anxiety the increasing power of Richelieu. "You will see," said Bassompierre, "that we shall be mad enough to take La Rochelle." His Majesty had just then many of his own kingdom and all his allies sworn together against him, and so much the more dangerously in that it was secretly. England at open war, and with all her maritime power but lately on our coasts; the King of Spain apparently united to his Majesty, yet, in fact, not only giving him empty words, but, under cover of the emperor's name, making a diversion against him in the direction of Germany. Nevertheless, the king held firm to his resolve, and then the siege of La Rochelle was undertaken with a will." The old Duchess of Rohan, Catherine de Parthenay l'Archevêque, had shut herself up in La Rochelle with her daughter, Anne de Rohan, as pious and as courageous as her mother, and of rare erudition into the bargain. She had hitherto refused to leave the town; but when the blockade commenced, she asked to leave to retire with 200 women. The town had already been refused permission to get rid of useless mouths. "All the Rochellese shall go out together," was the answer returned to Madame de Rohan. She determined to undergo with her brethren in the faith all the rigors of the siege. "Secure peace, complete victory, or honorable death," she wrote to her son the Duke of Rohan, the old device of Jeanne d'Albret, which had never been forgotten by the brave chief of the Huguenots. At the head of the burgesses of La Rochelle, as determined as the Duchess of Rohan to secure their liberties or perish, was the president of the Board of Marine, soon afterwards mayor of the town, John Guiton, a rich merchant whom the misfortunes of the time had wrenched away from his business to become a skilful admiral, an intrepid soldier, accustomed for years past to scour the seas as a corsair. "He had at his house," says a narrative of those days, "a great number of flags, which he used to show one after another, indicating the princes from whom he had taken them." When he was appointed mayor, he drew his poniard and threw it upon the council table. "I accept," he said, "the honor you have done me, but on condition that yonder poniard shall serve to pierce the heart of whoever dares to speak of surrender, mine first of all, if I were ever wretch enough to condescend to such cowardice." Of indomitable nature, of passionate and proud character, Guiton, in fact, rejected all proposals of peace. "My friend, tell the cardinal that I am his very humble servant," was his answer to insinuating speeches as well as to threats; and he prepared with tranquil coolness for defence to the uttermost. 2 municipal councillors, 2 burgesses, and a clergyman were commissioned to judge and to punish spies and traitors. Attention was concentrated upon getting provisions into the town. The country was already devastated, but reliance was placed upon promises of help from England, and religious exercises were everywhere multiplied. "We will hold out to the last day," reiterated the burgesses. It was the month of December. Bad weather interfered with the siege works. The king was having a line of circumvallation pushed forward to close the approaches to the city on the land side. The cardinal was having a mole of stonework, occupying the whole breadth of the roads, constructed. The king's little fleet, commanded by M. de Guise, had been ordered up to protect the labourers. Spain had sent 28 vessels in such bad condition that those which were rolled into the sea laden with stones were of more value. "They were employed Spanish fashion," says Richelieu, "that is, to make an appearance so as to astound the Rochellese by the union of the two crowns." A few days after their arrival, at the rumor of assistance coming from England, the Spanish admiral, who had secret orders to make no effort for France, demanded permission to withdraw his ships. "It was very shameful of them, but it was thought good to let them go without the king's consent, making believe that he had given them their dismissal, and desired them to go and set about preparing, one way or another, a large armament by the spring." The Rochellese were rejoicing over the treaty they had just concluded with the King of England, who promised "to aid them by land and sea, to the best of his kingly power, until he should have brought about a fair and secure peace." The mole was every moment being washed away by the sea; and, "whilst the cardinal was employing all the wits which God had given him to bring to a successful issue the siege of La Rochelle, to the glory of God and the welfare of the state, and was laboring to that end more than the bodily strength granted to him by God seemed to permit, one would have said that the sea and the winds, favoring the English and the islands, were up in opposition and thwarting his designs." The king was growing tired, and wished to go to Paris, but this was not the advice of the cardinal, and "the truths he uttered were so displeasing to the king that he fell somehow into disgrace. The dislike the king conceived for him was such that he found fault with him about everything." The king at last took his departure, and the cardinal, who had attended him, "without daring, out of respect, to take his sunshade to protect him against the heat of the sun, which was very great that day," was on his return taken ill with fever. "I am so downhearted that I cannot express the regret I feel at quitting the cardinal, fearing lest some accident may happen to him," the king said to one of his servants. "Tell him from me to take care of himself, to think what a state my affairs would be in if I were to lose him." When the king returned to La Rochelle on the 10th of April, he found his army strengthened, the line of circumvallation finished, and the mole well advanced into the sea. The assault was becoming possible, and the king summoned the place to surrender. Siège de La Rochelle, Archives curieuses de l'Histoire de France, p. 102. "We recognize no other sheriffs and governors than ourselves," answered the sergeant on guard to the improvised herald sent by the king. "Nobody will listen to you; away at once." It was at last announced that the re enforcements so impatiently expected were coming from England. "The cardinal, who knew that there was nothing so dangerous as to have no fear of one's enemy, had a long while before set everything in order, as if the English might arrive any day." Their fleet was signalled at sea. It numbered 30 vessels, and had a convoy of 20 barks laden with provisions and munitions, and it was commanded by the Earl of Denbigh, Buckingham's brother in law. The Rochellese, transported with joy, "had planted a host of flags on the prominent points of their town." The English came and cast anchor at the tip of the Island of Re. The cannon of La Rochelle gave them a royal salute. A little boat with an English captain on board found means of breaking the blockade, and "open a passage," said the envoy to the Rochellese, "as you sent notice to us in England, and we will deliver you." But the progress made in the works of the mole rendered the enterprise difficult. The besieged could not attempt anything. They waited and waited for Lord Denbigh to bring on an engagement. On the 19th of May, all the English ships got under sail and approached the roads. The besieged hurried to the ramparts. There was the thunder of one broadside, and one only; and then the vessels tacked and crowded sail for England, followed by the gaze "of the king's army, who returned to make good cheer without any fear of the enemy, and with great hopes of soon taking the town." Great was the despair in La Rochelle. "This shameful retreat of the English, and their aid which had only been received by faith, as they do in the Eucharist," wrote Cardinal Richelieu, astounded the Rochellais so mightily that they would readily have made up their minds to surrender if Madame de Rohan, the mother, whose hopes for her children were all centred in the preservation of this town, and the minister Salbert, a very seditious fellow, had not regaled them with imaginary succor which they made them hope for." The cardinal, when he wrote these words, knew nothing of the wicked proposals made to Guiton and to Salbert. "Couldn't the cardinal be got rid of by the deed of one determined man?" it was asked. But the mayor refused, and, "It is not in such a way that God willeth our deliverance," said Salbert; "it would be too offensive to his Holiness." And they suffered on. Meanwhile, on the 24th of May, the posterns were observed to open, and the women to issue forth one after another, with their children and the old men. They came gliding towards the king's encampment, but "he ordered them to be driven back by force; and further, knowing that they had sown beans near the counterscarps of their town, a detachment was sent out to cut them down as soon as they began to come up, and likewise a little corn that they had sown in some dry spots of their marshes." Louis the Just fought the Rochellais in other fashion than that in which Henry the Great had fought the Parisians. The misery in the place became frightful; the poor died of hunger, or were cut down by the soldiery when they ventured upon shore at low tide to look for cockles. The price of provisions was such that the richest alone could get a little meat to eat. A cow fetched 2,000 livres, and a bushel of wheat 800 livres. Madame de Rohan had been the first to have her horses killed, but this resource was exhausted, and her cook at last "left the town and allowed himself to be taken, saying that he would rather be hanged than return to die of hunger." A rising even took place amongst the inhabitants who were clamorous to surrender, but Guiton had the revolters hanged. "I am ready," said he, "to cast lots with anybody else which shall live, or be killed to feed his comrade with his flesh. As long as there is one left to keep the gates shut, it is enough." The mutineers were seized with terror, and men died without daring to speak. "We have been waiting 3 months for the effect of the excellent letters we received from the King of Great Britain," wrote Guiton on the 24th of August to the deputies from La Rochelle who were in London, "and meanwhile we cannot see by what disasters it happens that we remain here in misery without seeing any sign of succor. Our men can do no more. Our inhabitants are dying of hunger in the streets, and all our families are in a fearful state from mourning, want, and perplexity. Nevertheless, we will hold out to the last day, but in God's name delay no longer, for we perish." This letter never reached its destination. The watchmaker, Marc Biron, who had offered to convey it to England, was arrested whilst attempting to pass the royal lines, and was immediately hanged. La Rochelle, however, still held out. "Their rabid fury," says the cardinal, "gave them new strength, or rather the avenging wrath of God caused them to be supplied therewith in extraordinary measure by his evil spirit, in order to prolong their woes. They were already almost at the end thereof, and misery found upon them no more substance whereon it could feed and support itself. They were skeletons, empty shadows, breathing corpses rather than living men." At the bottom of his heart, and in spite of the ill temper their resistance caused in him, the heroism of the Rochellese excited the cardinal's admiration. Buckingham had just been assassinated. "The king could not have lost a more bitter or a more idiotic enemy. His unreasoning enterprises ended unluckily, but they, nevertheless, did not fail to put us in great peril and cause us much mischief," says Richelieu, "the idiotic madness of an enemy being more to be feared than his wisdom, inasmuch as the idiot does not act on any principle common to other men; he attempts everything and anything, violates his own interests, and is restrained by impossibility alone." It was this impossibility of any aid that the cardinal attempted to impress upon the Rochellese by means of letters which he managed to get into the town, representing to them that Buckingham their protector was dead, and that they were allowing themselves to be unjustly tyrannized over by a small number amongst them, who, being rich, had wheat to eat, whereas, if they were good citizens, they would take their share of the general misery. These manoeuvres did not remain without effect. The besieged resolved to treat, and a deputation was just about to leave the town, when a burgess who had broken through the lines arrived in hot haste, on his return from England. He had seen, he said, the armaments all ready to set out to save them or perish. It must arrive within a week. The public body of La Rochelle had promised not to treat without the King of England's participation. He was not abandoning his allies, and so the deputies returned home, and there was more waiting still. Section 29 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 40. Louis XIII, Richelieu, Catholics and Protestants, Part 4. On the 29th of September the English flag appeared before Saint Martin de Re. It was commanded by the Earl of Lindsay, and was composed of 140 vessels, which carried 6,000 soldiers, besides the crews. The French who were of the religion were in the van, commanded by the Duke of Soubise and the Count of Laval, brother of the Duke of La Tremoille, who had lately renounced his faith in front of La Rochelle, being convinced of his errors by a single lesson from the cardinal. "This armament was England's utmost effort, for the Parliament which was then being holden had granted 6 millions of livres to fit it out to avenge the affronts and ignominy which the English nation had encountered on the island of Re, and afterwards by the shameful retreat of their armament in the month of May." But it was too late coming. The mole was finished, and the opening in it defended by 2 forts, and a floating palisade blocked the passage as well. The English sent some petards against this construction, but they produced no effect; and when next day they attacked the royal fleet, the French crews lost but 28 men. "The fireships were turned aside by men who feared fire as little as water." Lord Lindsay retired with his squadron to the shelter of the island of Aix, sending to the king "Lord Montagu to propose some terms of accommodation." He demanded pardon for the Rochellese, freedom of conscience, and quarter for the English garrison in La Rochelle. The answer was, "that the Rochellese were subjects of the king, who knew quite well what he had to do with them, and that the King of England had no right to interfere. As for the English, they should meet with the same treatment as was received by the French whom they held prisoners." Montagu set out for England to obtain further orders from the king his master. All hope of effectual aid was gone, and the Rochellese felt it. The French who were on board the English fleet had taken, like them, a resolution to treat, and they had already sent to the cardinal, when, on the 29th of October, the deputies from La Rochelle arrived at the camp. "Your fellows who were in the English army have already obtained grace," said the cardinal to them; and when they were disposed not to believe it, the cardinal sent for the pastors Vincent and Gobert, late delegates to King Charles I. "They embraced with tears in their eyes, not daring to speak of business, as they had been forbidden to do so on pain of death." The demands of the Rochellese were more haughty than befitted their extreme case. "Though they were but shadows of living men, and their life rested solely on the king's mercy, they actually dared, nevertheless, to propose to the cardinal a general treaty on behalf of all those of their party, including Madame de Rohan and M. de Soubise, the maintenance of their privileges, of their governor, and of their mayor, together with the right of those bearing arms to march out with beat of drum and lighted match," with the honors of war. The cardinal was amused at their impudence, he writes in his Memoires, and told them that they had no right to expect anything more than pardon, which, moreover, they did not deserve. He was nevertheless anxious to conclude, wishing that Montagu should find peace made, and that the English fleet should see it made without their consent, which would render the rest of the king's business easier, whether as regarded England or Spain, or in the interior of the kingdom." On the 28th the treaty, or rather the grace, was accordingly signed, "the king granting life and property to those of the inhabitants of the town who were then in it, and the exercise of the religion within La Rochelle." These articles bore the signature of a brigadier general, M. de Marillac, the king not having thought proper to put his name at the bottom of a convention made with his subjects. Next day 12 deputies issued from the town, making a request for horses to Marshal de Bassompierre, whose quarters were close by, for they had not strength to walk. They dismounted on approaching the king's quarters, and the cardinal presented them to his Majesty. "Sir," said they, "we do acknowledge our crimes and rebellions, and demand mercy, promising to remain faithful for the future, if your Majesty deigns to remember the services we were able to render to the king your father." The king gazed upon these suppliants kneeling at his feet, deputies from the proud city which had kept him more than a year at her gates. Fleshless, almost fainting, they still bore on their features the traces of the haughty past. They had kept the lilies of France on their walls, refusing to the last to give themselves to England. "Better surrender to a king who could take La Rochelle than to one who couldn't succor her," said the mayor, John Guiton, who was asked if he would not become an English subject. "I know that you have always been malignants," said the king at last, "and that you have done all you could to shake off the yoke of obedience to me. I forgive you, nevertheless, your rebellions, and will be a good prince to you, if your actions conform to your protestations." Thereupon he dismissed them, not without giving them a dinner, and sent victuals into the town, without which all that remained would have been dead of hunger within 2 days. The fighting men marched out, "the officers and gentlemen wearing their swords and the soldiery with bare (white) staff in hand," according to the conventions. As they passed they were regarded with amazement, there not being more than 64 Frenchmen and 90 English; all the rest had been killed in sorties or had died of want. The cardinal at the same time entered this city, which he had subdued by sheer perseverance. Guiton came to meet him with 6 archers. He had not appeared during the negotiations, saying that his duty detained him in the town. "Away with you," said the cardinal, "and at once dismiss your archers, taking care not to style yourself mayor any more, on pain of death." Guiton made no reply, and went his way quietly to his house, a magnificent dwelling till lately, but now lying desolate amidst the general ruin. He was not destined to reside there long. The heroic defender of La Rochelle was obliged to leave the town and retire to Tournay Boutonne. He returned to La Rochelle to die in 1658. The king made his entry into the subjugated town on the 1st of November, 1628. It was full of corpses in the chambers, the houses, the public thoroughfares; for those who still survived were so weak that they had not been able to bury the dead. Madame de Rohan and her daughter, who had not been included in the treaty, were not admitted to the honor of seeing his Majesty. "For having been the brand that had consumed this people," they were sent to prison at Niort, "there kept captive, without exercise of their religion, and so strictly that they had but one domestic to wait upon them, all which, however, did not take from them their courage or wonted zeal for the good of their party. The mother sent word to the Duke of Rohan, her son, that he was to put no faith in her letters, since she might be made to write them by force, and that no consideration of her pitiable condition should make her flinch to the prejudice of her party, whatever harm she might be made to suffer." Memoires du Duc de Rohan, p. 395. Worn out by so much suffering, the old Duchess of Rohan died in 1631 at her castle du Pare. She had been released from captivity by the pacification of the South. With La Rochelle fell the last bulwark of religious liberties. Single handed, Duke Henry of Rohan now resisted at the head of a handful of resolute men. But he was about to be crushed in his turn. The capture of La Rochelle had raised the cardinal's power to its height. It had simultaneously been the death blow to the Huguenot party and to the factions of the grandees. "One of them was bold enough to say, on seeing that La Rochelle was lost, 'Now we may well say that we are all lost.'" Memoires de Richelieu. Upper Languedoc had hitherto refused to take part in the rising, and the Prince of Conde was advancing on Toulouse when the Duke of Rohan attempted a bold enterprise against Montpellier. He believed that he was sure of his communications with the interior of the town; but when the detachment of the advance guard got a footing on the drawbridge, the ropes that held it were cut, and "the soldiers fell into a ditch, where they were shot down with arquebuses, at the same time that musketry played upon them from without." The lieutenant fell back in all haste upon the division of the Duke of Rohan, who retreated "to the best villages between Montpellier and Lunel, without ever a man from Montpellier going out to follow and see whither he went." The war was wasting Languedoc, Vivarais, and Rouergue. The Dukes of Montmorency and Ventadour, under the orders of the Prince of Conde, were pursuing the troops of Rohan in every direction. The burgesses of Montauban had declared for the Reformers, and were ravaging the lands of their Catholic neighbors in return for the frightful ruin everywhere caused by the royal troops. The wretched peasantry laid the blame on the Duke of Rohan, "for one of the greatest misfortunes connected with the position of party chiefs is this necessity they lie under of accounting for all their actions to the people, that is, to a monster composed of numberless heads, amongst which there is scarcely one open to reason." Memoires de Montmorency. "Whoso has to do with a people that considers nothing difficult to undertake, and as for the execution makes no sort of provision, is apt to be much hampered," writes the Duke of Rohan in his Memoires, p. 376. It was this extreme embarrassment that landed him in crime. One of his emissaries, returning from Piedmont, where he had been admitted to an interview with the ambassador of Spain, made overtures to him on behalf of that power, "which had an interest," he said, "in a prolongation of the hostilities in France, so as to be able to peaceably achieve its designs in Italy. The great want of money in which the said duke then found himself, the country being unable to furnish more, and the towns being unwilling to do any thing further, there being nothing to hope from England, and nothing but words without deeds having been obtained from the Duke of Savoy, absolutely constrained him to find some means of raising it in order to subsist." And so, in the following year, the Duke of Rohan treated with the King of Spain, who promised to allow him annually 300,000 ducats for the keep of his troops, and 40,000 for himself. In return, the duke, who looked forward to "the time when he and his might make themselves sufficiently strong to canton themselves and form a separate state," promised in that state freedom and enjoyment of their property to all Catholics; a piece of strange and culpable blindness, for which Rohan was to pay right dearly. It was in the midst of this cruel partisan war that the duke heard of the fall of La Rochelle. He could not find fault "with folk so attenuated by famine that the majority of them could not support themselves without a stick, for having sought safety in capitulation." But to the continual anxiety felt by him for the fate of his mother and sister was added disquietude as to the effect that this news might produce on his troops. "The people, weary of and ruined by the war, and naturally disposed to be very easily cast down by adversity, the tradesmen annoyed at having no more chance of turning a penny, the burgesses seeing their possessions in ruins and uncultivated, all were inclined for peace at any price whatever." The Prince of Conde, whilst cruelly maltreating the countries in revolt, had elsewhere had the prudence to observe some gentle measures towards the peaceable Reformers, in the hope of thus producing submission. He made this quite clear himself when writing to the Duke of Rohan, "Sir, the king's express commands to maintain them of the religion styled Reformed in entire liberty of conscience have caused me to hitherto preserve those who remain in due obedience to his Majesty in all Catholic places, countries as well as towns, in entire liberty. Justice has run its free course, the worship continues everywhere, save in 2 or 3 spots where it served not for the exercise of religion, but to pave the way for rebellion. The officers who came out of rebel cities have kept their commissions. In a word, the treatment of so called Reformers, when obedient, has been the same as that of Catholics faithful to the king." To which Henry of Rohan replied, "I confess to have once taken up arms unadvisedly, in so far as it was not on behalf of the affairs of our religion, but of those of yourself personally, who promised to obtain us reparation for the infractions of our treaties, and you did nothing of the kind, having had thoughts of peace before receiving news from the General Assembly. Since that time, everybody knows that I have had arms in my hands only from sheer necessity, in order to defend our properties, our lives, and the freedom of our consciences. I seek my repose in heaven, and God will give me grace to always find that of my conscience on earth. They say that in this war you have not made a bad thing of it. This gives me some assurance that you will leave our poor Uvennes at peace, seeing that there are more hard knocks than pistoles to be got there." The Prince of Conde avenged himself for this stinging reply by taking possession in Brittany of all the Duke of Rohan's property, which had been confiscated and of which the king had made him a present. There were more pistoles to be picked up on the duke's estates than in Cevennes. The king was in Italy, and the Reformers hoped that his affairs would detain him there a long while, but "God, who had disposed it otherwise, breathed upon all those projects," and the arms of Louis XIII. Were everywhere victorious. Peace was concluded with Piedmont and England, without the latter treaty making any mention of the Huguenots. The king then turned his eyes towards Languedoc, and summoning to him the Dukes of Montmorency and Schomberg, he laid siege to Privas. The cardinal soon joined him there, and it was on the day of his arrival that the treaty with England was proclaimed by heralds beneath the walls. The besieged thus learned that their powerful ally had abandoned them without reserve. At the first assault the inhabitants fled into the country, the garrison retired within the forts, and the king's soldiers, penetrating into the deserted streets, were able, without resistance, to deliver up the town to pillage and flames. When the affrighted inhabitants came back by little and little within their walls, they found the houses confiscated to the benefit of the king, who invited a new population to inhabit Privas. Town after town, "fortified Huguenot wise," surrendered, opening to the royal armies the passage to the Uvennes. The Duke of Rohan, who had at first taken position at Nimes, repaired to Anduze for the defence of the mountains, the real fortress of the Reformation in Languedoc. Alais itself had just opened its gates. Rohan saw that he could no longer impose the duty of resistance upon a people weary of suffering, "easily believing ill of good folks, and readily agreeing with those whiners who blame everything and do nothing." He sent "to the king, begging to be received to mercy, thinking it better to resolve on peace, whilst he could still make some show of being able to help it, than to be forced, after a longer resistance, to surrender to the king with a rope round his neck." The cardinal advised the king to show the duke grace, "well knowing that, together with him individually, the other cities, whether they wished it or not, would be obliged to do the like, there being but little resolution and constancy in people deprived of leaders, especially when they are threatened with immediate harm, and see no door of escape open." The general assembly of the Reformers, which was then in meeting at Nimes, removed to Anduze to deliberate with the Duke of Rohan. A wish was expressed to have the opinion of the province of the Cevennes, and all the deputies repaired to the king's presence. No more surety towns, fortifications everywhere raised, at the expense and by the hands of the Reformers; the Catholic worship re established in all the churches of the Reformed towns; and, at this price, an amnesty granted for all acts of rebellion, and religious liberties confirmed anew. Such were the conditions of the peace signed at Alais on the 28th of June, 1629, and made public the following month at Nimes, under the name of Edict of Grace. Montauban alone refused to submit to them. The Duke of Rohan left France and retired to Venice, where his wife and daughter were awaiting him. He had been appointed by the Venetian Senate generalissimo of the forces of the Republic, when the cardinal, who had no doubt preserved some regard for his military talents, sent him an offer of the command of the king's troops in the Valteline. There he for several years maintained the honor of France, being at one time abandoned and at another supported by the cardinal, who ultimately left him to bear the odium of the last reverse. Meeting with no response from the court, cut off from every resource, he brought back into the district of Gex the French troops driven out by the Grisons themselves, and then retired to Geneva. Being threatened with the king's wrath, he set out for the camp of his friend Duke Bernard of Saxe Weimar, and it was whilst fighting at his side against the Imperialists that he received the wound of which he died in Switzerland, on the 16th of April, 1638. His body was removed to Geneva amidst public mourning. A man of distinguished mind and noble character, often wild in his views and hopes, and so deeply absorbed in the interests of his party and of his church, that he had sometimes the misfortune to forget those of his country. Meanwhile the king had set out for Paris, and the cardinal was marching on Montauban. Being obliged to halt at Pezenas because he had a fever, he there received a deputation from Montauban, asking to have its fortifications preserved. On the minister's formal refusal, supported by a movement in advance on the part of Marshal Bassompierre with the army, the town submitted unreservedly. "Knowing that the cardinal had made up his mind to enter in force, they found this so bitter a pill that they could scarcely swallow it." They nevertheless offered the dais to the minister, as they had been accustomed to do to the governor, but he refused it, and would not suffer the consuls to walk on foot beside his horse. Bassompierre set guards at the door of the meeting house, that things might be done without interruption or scandal. It was ascertained that the Parliament of Toulouse, "habitually intractable in all that concerned religion," had enregistered the edict without difficulty. The gentlemen of the neighborhood came up in crowds, the Reformers to make their submission, and the Catholics to congratulate the cardinal. On the day of his departure the pickaxe was laid to the fortifications of Montauban; those of Castres were already beginning to fall, and the Huguenot party in France was dead. Deprived of the political guarantees which had been granted them by Henry IV., the Reformers had nothing for it but to retire into private life. This was the commencement of their material prosperity. They henceforth transferred to commerce and industry all the intelligence, courage, and spirit of enterprise that they had but lately displayed in the service of their cause, on the battle field or in the cabinets of kings. "From that time," says Cardinal Richelieu, "difference in religion never prevented me from rendering the Huguenots all sorts of good offices, and I made no distinction between Frenchmen but in respect of fidelity." A grand assertion, true at bottom, in spite of the frequent grievances that the Reformers had often to make the best of. The cardinal was more tolerant than his age and his servants. What he had wanted to destroy was the political party. He did not want to drive the Reformers to extremity, nor force them to fly the country. Happy had it been if Louis XIV. Could have listened to and borne in mind the instructions given by Richelieu to Count de Sceaux, commissioned to see after the application in Dauphiny of the edicts of pacification. "I hold that, as there is no need to extend in favor of them of the religion styled Reformed that which is provided by the edicts, so there is no ground for cutting down the favors granted them thereby. Even now, when, by the grace of God, peace is so firmly established in the kingdom, too much precaution can not be used for the prevention of all those discontents amongst the people. I do assure you that the king's veritable intention is to have all his subjects living peaceably in the observation of his edicts, and that those who have authority in the provinces will do him service by conforming thereto." The era of liberty passed away with Henry IV. That of tolerance, for the Reformers, began with Richelieu, pending the advent with Louis XIV. Of the day of persecution. Section 29. Chapter 40. Section 30 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 41. Louis XIII., Cardinal Richelieu, and Foreign Affairs. Part I. France was reduced to submission. 6 years of power had sufficed for Richelieu to obtain the mastery. From that moment he directed his ceaseless energy towards Europe. "He feared the repose of peace," said Ambassador Nani in his letters to Venice, "and thinking himself more safe amidst the bustle of arms, he was the originator of so many wars, and of such long continued and heavy calamities, he caused so much blood and so many tears to flow within and without the kingdom, that there is nothing to be astonished at, if many people have represented him as faithless, atrocious in his hatred, and inflexible in his vengeance. But no one, nevertheless, can deny him the gifts that this world is accustomed to attribute to its greatest men; and his most determined enemies are forced to confess that he had so many and such great ones, that he would have carried with him power and prosperity wherever he might have had the direction of affairs. We may say that, having brought back unity to divided France, having succoured Italy, upset the empire, confounded England, and enfeebled Spain, he was the instrument chosen by divine Providence to direct the great events of Europe." The Venetian's independent and penetrating mind did not mislead him. Everywhere in Europe were marks of Richelieu's handiwork. "There must be no end to negotiations near and far," was his saying. He had found negotiations succeed in France. He extended his views. Numerous treaties had already marked the early years of the cardinal's power, and after 1630 his activity abroad was redoubled. Between 1623 and 1642 74 treaties were concluded by Richelieu, 4 with England, 12 with the United Provinces, 15 with the princes of Germany, 6 with Sweden, 12 with Savoy, 6 with the Republic of Venice, 3 with the Pope, 3 with the Emperor, 2 with Spain, 4 with Lorraine, 1 with the Grey Leagues of Switzerland, 1 with Portugal, 2 with the revolters of Catalonia and Roussillon, 1 with Russia, 2 with the Emperor of Morocco. Such was the immense network of diplomatic negotiations whereof the cardinal held the threads during 19 years. An enumeration of the alliances would serve, without further comment, to prove this. That the foreign policy of Richelieu was a continuation of that of Henry IV. It was to Protestant alliances that he looked for their support in order to maintain the struggle against the House of Austria, whether the German or the Spanish branch. In order to give his views full swing, he waited till he had conquered the Huguenots at home. Nearly all his treaties with Protestant powers are posterior to 1630. So soon as he was secure that no political discussions in France itself would come to thwart his foreign designs, he marched with a firm step towards that enfeeblement of Spain and that upsetting of the empire of which Nani speaks. Henry IV. and Queen Elizabeth, pursuing the same end, had sought and found the same allies. Richelieu had the good fortune, beyond theirs, to meet, for the execution of his designs, with Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden. Richelieu had not yet entered the king's council (in 1624), when the breaking off of the long negotiations between England and Spain on the subject of the marriage of the Prince of Wales with the Infanta was officially declared to Parliament. At the very moment when Prince Charles, with the Duke of Buckingham, was going post haste to Madrid to see the Infanta Marianne of Spain, they were already thinking, at Paris, of marrying him to Henrietta of France, the king's young sister, scarcely 14 years of age. King James I. was at that time obstinately bent upon his plan of alliance with Spain. When it failed, his son and big favorite forced his hand to bring him round to France. His envoys at Paris, the Earl of Carlisle and Lord Holland, found themselves confronted by Cardinal Richelieu, commissioned, together with some of his colleagues, to negotiate the affair. M. Guizot, in his Projet de Mariage Royal, 1863, Paris, Hachette et Compagnie, has said that the marriage of Henry IV.'s daughter with the Prince of Wales was, in Richelieu's eyes, one of the essential acts of a policy necessary to the greatness of the kingship and of France. He obtained the best conditions possible for the various interests involved, but without any stickling and without favor for such and such a one of these interests, skilfully adapting words and appearance, but determined upon attaining his end. The tarryings and miscarriages of Spanish policy had warned Richelieu to make haste. "In less than 9 moons," says James I.'s private secretary, James Howell, "this great matter was proposed, prosecuted, and accomplished; whereas the sun might, for as many years, have run his course from one extremity of the zodiac to the other, before the court of Spain would have arrived at any resolution and conclusion. That gives a good idea of the difference between the two nations; the leaden step of the one, and the quicksilver movements of the other. It also shows that the Frenchman is more noble in his proceedings, less full of scruple, reserve, and distrust, and that he acts more chivalrously." In France, meanwhile, as well as in Spain, the question of religion was the rock of offence. Richelieu confined himself to demanding, in a general way, that in this matter the King of England should grant, in order to obtain the sister of the King of France, all that he had promised in order to obtain the King of Spain's. "So much was required," he said, "by the equality of the two crowns." The English negotiators were much embarrassed. The Protestant feelings of Parliament had shown themselves very strongly on the subject of the Spanish marriage. "As to public freedom for the Catholic religion," says the cardinal, "they would not so much as hear of it, declaring that it was a design, under cover of alliance, to destroy their constitution, even to ask such a thing of them." "You want to conclude the marriage," said Lord Holland to the queen mother, "and yet you enter on the same paths that the Spaniards took to break it off, which causes all sorts of doubts and mistrusts, the effect whereof the premier minister of Spain, Count Olivares, is very careful to aggravate by saying, that, if the Pope granted a dispensation for the marriage with France, the king his master would march to Rome with an army and give it up to sack." "We will soon stop that," answered Mary de' Medici quickly; "we will cut out work for him elsewhere." At last it was agreed that King James and his son should sign a private engagement, not inserted in the contract of marriage, "securing to the English Catholics more liberty and freedom in all that concerns their religion," than they would have obtained by virtue of any articles whatsoever accorded by the marriage treaty with Spain, provided that they made sparing use of them, rendering to the King of England the "obedience owed by good and true subjects; the which king of his benevolence would not bind them by any oath contrary to their religion." The promises were vague, and the securities anything but substantial. Still, the vanity as well as the fears of King James were appeased, and Richelieu had secured, simultaneously with his own ascendency, the policy of France. Nothing remained but to send to Rome for the purpose of obtaining the dispensation. The ordinary ambassador, Count de Bethune, did not suffice for so delicate a negotiation. Richelieu sent Father Berulle. Father Berulle, founder of the Brotherhood of the Oratory, patron of the Carmelites, and the intimate friend of Francis de Sales, though devoid of personal ambition, had been clever enough to keep himself on good terms with Cardinal Richelieu, whose political views he did not share, and with the court of Rome, whose most faithful allies, the Jesuits, he had often thwarted. He was devoted to Queen Mary de' Medici, and willingly promoted her desires in the matter of her daughter's marriage. He found the court of Rome in confusion, and much exercised by Spanish intrigue. "This court," he wrote to the cardinal, "is in conduct and in principles very different from what one would suppose before having tried it for one's self. For my part, I confess to having learned more of it in a few hours since I have been on the spot than I knew by all the talk that I have heard. The dial constantly observed in this country is the balance existing between France, Italy, and Spain." "The king my master," said Count de Bethune, quite openly, "has obtained from England all he could; it is of no use to wait for more ample conditions, or to measure them by the Spanish ell. I have orders against sending off any courier save to give notice of concession of the dispensation; otherwise there would be nothing but asking one thing after another." "If we determine to act like Spain, we, like her, shall lose everything," said Father Berulle. Some weeks later, on the 6th of January, 1625, Berulle wrote to the cardinal, "For a month I have been on the point of starting, but we have been obliged to take so much trouble, and have so many meetings on the subject of transcripts and missives, as well as the kernel of the business. I will merely tell you that the dispensation is pure and simple." King James I. had died on the 6th of April, 1625, and so it was King Charles I., and not the Prince of Wales, whom the Duke of Chevreuse represented at Paris on the 11th of May, 1625, at the espousals of Princess Henrietta Maria. She set out on the 2d of June for England, escorted by the Duke of Buckingham, who had been sent by the king to fetch her, and who had gladly prolonged his stay in France, smitten as he was by the young Queen Anne of Austria. Charles I. went to Dover to meet his wife, showing himself very amiable and attentive to her. Though she little knew how fatal they would be to her, the King of England's palaces looked bare and deserted to the new queen, accustomed as she was to French elegance. She, however, appeared contented. "How can your Majesty reconcile yourself to a Huguenot for a husband?" asked one of her suite, indiscreetly. "Why not?" she replied, with spirit; "was not my father one?" By this speech Henrietta Maria expressed, undoubtedly without realizing all its grandeur, the idea which had suggested her marriage and had been prominent in France during the whole negotiations. It was the policy of Henry IV. that Henry IV.'s daughter was bringing to a triumphant issue. The marriage between Henrietta Maria and Charles I., negotiated and concluded by Cardinal Richelieu, was the open declaration of the fact that the style of Protestant or Catholic was not the supreme law of policy in Christian Europe, and that the interests of the nations should not remain subservient to the religious faith of the reigning or governing personages. Unhappily, the policy of Henry IV., carried on by Cardinal Richelieu, found no Queen Elizabeth any longer on the throne of England to comprehend it and maintain it. Charles I., tossed about between the haughty caprices of his favorite Buckingham and the religious or political passions of his people, did not long remain attached to the great idea which had predominated in the alliance of the two crowns. Proud and timid, imperious and awkward all at the same time, he did not succeed, in the first instance, in gaining the affections of his young wife, and early infractions of the treaty of marriage; the dismissal of all the queen's French servants; hostilities between the merchant navies of the two nations, had for some time been paving the way for open war, when the Duke of Buckingham, in the hope of winning back to him the House of Commons (June, 1626), madly attempted the expedition against the Island of Ré. What was the success of it, as well as of the two attempts that followed it, has already been shown. 3 years later, on the 24th of April, 1629, the King of England concluded peace with France, without making any stipulation in favor of the Reformers, whom hope of aid from him had drawn into rebellion. "I declare," says the Duke of Rohan, "that I would have suffered any sort of extremity rather than be false to the many sacred oaths we had given him not to listen to any treaty without him, who had many times assured us that he would never make peace without including us in it." The English accepted the peace, "as the king had desired, not wanting the King of Great Britain to meddle with his rebellious Huguenot subjects any more than he would want to meddle with his Catholic subjects if they were to rebel against him." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 421. The subjects of Charles I. were soon to rebel against him, and France kept her word and did not interfere. The Hollanders, with more prudence and ability than distinguished Buckingham and Charles I., had done better service to the Protestant cause, without ever becoming entangled in the quarrels that divided France. Natural enemies as they were of Spain and the House of Austria, they readily seconded Richelieu in the struggle he maintained against them. Besides, the United Provinces were as yet poor, and the cardinal always managed to find money for his allies. Nearly all the treaties he concluded with Holland were treaties of alliance and subsidy. Those of 1641 and 1642 secured to them 1,200,000 livres a year out of the coffers of France. Once only the Hollanders were faithless to their engagements. It was during the siege of Rochelle, when the national feeling would not admit of war being made on the French Huguenots. All the forces of Protestantism readily united against Spain. Richelieu had but to direct them. She, in fact, was the great enemy, and her humiliation was always the ultimate aim of the cardinal's foreign policy. The struggle, power to power, between France and Spain explains, during that period, nearly all the political and military complications in Europe. There was no lack of pretexts for bringing it on. The first was the question of the Valteline, a lovely and fertile valley, which, extending from the Lake of Como to the Tyrol, thus serves as a natural communication between Italy and Germany. Possessed but lately, as it was, by the Grey Leagues of the Protestant Swiss, the Valteline, a Catholic district, had revolted at the instigation of Spain in 1620. The Emperor Savoy and Spain had wanted to divide the spoil between them, when France, the old ally of the Grisons, had interfered, and in 1623 the forts of the Valteline had been entrusted on deposit to the Pope, Urban VIII. He still retained them in 1624, when the Grisons lords, seconded by a French reinforcement under the orders of the Marquis of Coeuvres, attacked the feeble garrison of the Valteline. In a few days they were masters of all the places in the canton. The Pope sent his nephew, Cardinal Barberini, to Paris to complain of French aggression, and with a proposal to take the sovereignty of the Valteline from the Grisons; that was, to give it to Spain. "Besides," said Cardinal Richelieu, "the precedent and consequences of it would be perilous for kings in whose dominions it hath pleased God to permit diversity of religion." The legate could obtain nothing. The Assembly of Notables, convoked by Richelieu in 1625, approved of the king's conduct, and war was resolved upon. The siege of La Rochelle retarded it for 2 years. Richelieu wanted to have his hands free. He concluded a specious peace with Spain, and the Valteline remained for the time being in the hands of the Grisons, who were one day themselves to drive the French out of it. Whilst the cardinal was holding La Rochelle besieged, the Duke of Mantua had died in Italy, and his natural heir, Charles de Gonzaga, who was settled in France with the title of Duke of Nevers, had hastened to put himself in possession of his dominions. Meanwhile, the Duke of Savoy claimed the marquisate of Montferrat. The Spaniards supported him; they entered the dominions of the Duke of Mantua, and laid siege to Casale. When La Rochelle succumbed, Casale was still holding out; but the Duke of Savoy had already made himself master of the greater part of Montferrat. The Duke of Mantua claimed the assistance of the King of France, whose subject he was. Here was a fresh battlefield against Spain; and scarcely had he been victorious over the Rochellese when the king was on the march for Italy. The Duke of Savoy refused a passage to the royal army, which found the defile of Suza Pass fortified with 3 barricades. Marshal Bassompierre went to the king, who was 100 paces behind the storming party, ahead of his regiment of guards. "Sir," said he, "the company is ready, the violins have come in, and the masks are at the door. When your Majesty pleases, we will commence the ballet." The king came up to me and said to me angrily, "Do you know, pray, that we have but 500 pounds of lead in the park of artillery?" I said to him, "It is a pretty time to think of that. Must the ballet not dance for lack of one mask that is not ready? Leave it to us, sir, and all will go well." "Do you answer for it?" said he to me. "Sir," replied the cardinal, "by the marshal's looks I prophesy that all will be well. Rest assured of it." Memoires de Bassompierre. The French dashed forward, the marshals with the storming party, and the barricades were soon carried. The Duke of Savoy and his son had hardly time to fly. "Gentlemen," cried the duke to some Frenchmen who happened to be in his service, "gentlemen, allow me to pass; your countrymen are in a temper." With the same dash, on debouching from the mountains, the king's troops entered Suza. The Prince of Piedmont soon arrived to ask for peace; he gave up all pretensions to Montferrat, and promised to negotiate with the Spanish general to get the siege of Casale raised; and the effect was that, on the 18th of March, Casale, delivered "by the mere wind of the renown gained by the king's arms, saw, with tears of joy, the Spaniards retiring desolate, showing no longer that pride which they had been wont to wear on their faces, looking constantly behind them, not so much from regret for what they were leaving as for fear lest the king's vengeful sword should follow after them, and come to strike their death blow." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 370. The Spaniards remained, however, in Milaness, ready to burst again upon the Duke of Mantua. The king was in a hurry to return to France in order to finish the subjugation of the Reformers in the south, commanded by the Duke of Rohan. The cardinal placed little or no reliance upon the Duke of Savoy, whose "mind could get no rest, and, going more swiftly than the rapid movements of the heavens, made every day more than twice the circuit of the world, thinking how to set by the ears all kings, princes, and potentates, one with another, so that he alone might reap advantage from their divisions." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 375. A league, however, was formed between France, the Republic of Venice, the Duke of Mantua, and the Duke of Savoy, for the defence of Italy in case of fresh aggression on the part of the Spaniards; and the king, who had just concluded peace with England, took the road back to France. Scarcely had the cardinal joined him before Privas when an imperialist army advanced into the Grisons, and, supported by the celebrated Spanish general Spinola, laid siege to Mantua. Richelieu did not hesitate; he entered Piedmont in the month of March, 1630, to march before long on Pignerol, an important place commanding the passage of the Alps. It, as well as the citadel, was carried in a few days, the governor having asked for time to "do his Easter," or take the sacrament. Marshal Crequi, who was afraid of seeing aid arrive from the Duke of Savoy, had all the clocks in the town put on, to such purpose that the governor had departed and the place was in the hands of the French when the re enforcements came up. The Duke of Savoy was furious, and had the soldiers who surrendered Pignerol cut in pieces. Section 31 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 41. Louis XIII., Cardinal Richelieu, and Foreign Affairs. Part II. The king had put himself in motion to join his army. "The French noblesse," said Spinola, "are very fortunate in seeing themselves honored by the presence of the king their master amongst their armies. I have nothing to regret in my life but never to have seen the like on the part of mine." This great general had resumed the siege of Casale when Louis XIII. Entered Savoy. The inhabitants of Chambéry opened their gates to him. Annecy and Montmelian succumbed after a few days' siege. Maurienne in its entirety made its submission, and the king fixed his quarters there, whilst the cardinal pushed forward to Casale with the main body of the army. Rejoicings were still going on for a success gained before Veillane over the troops of the Duke of Savoy, when news arrived of the capture of Mantua by the Imperialists. This was the finishing blow to the ambitious and restless spirit of the Duke of Savoy. He saw Mantua in the hands of the Spaniards, "who never give back aught of what falls into their power, whatever justice and the interests of alliance may make binding on them." It was all hope lost of an exchange which might have given him back Savoy. He took to his bed and died on the 26th of July, 1630, telling his son that peace must be made on any terms whatever. "By just punishment of God, he, who during 40 or 50 years of his reign had constantly tried to set his neighbors ablaze, died amidst the flames of his own dominions, which he had lost by his own obstinacy, against the advice of his friends and his allies." The King of France, in ill health, had just set out for Lyons, and thither the cardinal was soon summoned, for Louis XIII. Appeared to be dying. When he reached convalescence, the truce suspending hostilities since the death of the Duke of Savoy was about to expire. Marshal Schomberg was preparing to march on the enemy, when there was brought to him a treaty, signed at Ratisbonne, between the emperor and the ambassador of France, assisted by Francis du Tremblay, now known as Father Joseph, perhaps the only friend and certainly the most intimate confidant of the cardinal, who always employed him on delicate or secret business. But Marshal Schomberg was fighting against Spain; he did not allow himself to be stopped by a treaty concluded with the emperor, and speedily found himself in front of Casale. The two armies were already face to face, when there was seen coming out of the intrenchments an officer in the pope's service, who waved a white handkerchief. He came up to Marshal Schomberg, and was recognized as Captain Giulio Mazarini, often employed on the nuncio's affairs. He brought word that the Spaniards would consent to leave the city, if, at the same time, the French would evacuate the citadel. Spinola was no longer there to make a good stand before the place. He had died a month previously, complaining loudly that his honor had been filched from him. and determined not to yield up his last breath in a town which would have to be abandoned, he had caused himself to be removed out of Casale, to go and die in a neighboring castle. Casale evacuated, the cardinal broke out violently against the negotiators of Ratisbonne, saying that they had exceeded their powers, and declaring that the king regarded the treaty as null and void. There was, accordingly, a recommencement of negotiations with the emperor as well as the Spaniards. It was only in the month of September, 1631, that the states of Savoy and Mantua were finally evacuated by the hostile troops. Pignerol had been given up to the new Duke of Savoy, but a secret agreement had been entered into between that prince and France. French soldiers remained concealed in Pignerol, and they retook possession of the place in the name of the king, who had purchased the town and its territory, to secure himself a passage into Italy. The Spaniards, when they had news of it, made so much the more uproar as they had the less foreseen it, and as it cut the thread of all the enterprises they were meditating against Christendom. The affairs of the emperor and Germany were in too bad a state for him to rekindle war, and France kept Pignerol. The House of Austria, in fact, was threatened mortally. For 2 years Cardinal Richelieu had been laboring to carry war into its very heart. Ferdinand II. had displeased many electors of the empire, who began to be disquieted at the advances made by his power. "It is, no doubt, a great affliction for the Christian commonwealth," said the cardinal to the German princes, "that none but the Protestants should dare to oppose such pernicious designs. They must not be aided in their enterprises against religion, but they must be made use of in order to maintain Germany in the enjoyment of her liberties." The Catholic League in Germany, habitually allied as it was with the House of Austria, did not offer any leader to take the field against her. The King of Denmark, after a long period of hostilities, had just made peace with the emperor, and "in their need all these offended and despoiled princes looked, as sailors look to the north," towards the King of Sweden, Gustavus Adolphus. "The King of Sweden was a new rising sun, who, having been at war with all his neighbors, had wrested from them several provinces. He was young, but of great reputation, and already incensed against the emperor, not so much on account of any real injuries he had received from him, as because he was his neighbor. His Majesty had kept an eye upon him, with a view of attempting to make use of him in order to draw off, in course of time, the main body of the emperor's forces, and give him work to do in his own dominions." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 119. Through Richelieu's good offices, Gustavus Adolphus had just concluded a long truce with the Poles, with whom he had been for some time at war. The cardinal's envoy, M. de Charnace, at once made certain propositions to the King of Sweden, promising the aid of France if he would take up the cause of the German princes; but Gustavus turned a cold ear to these overtures, "not seeing in any quarter any great encouragement to undertake the war, either in England, peace with the Spaniards being there as good as determined upon, or in Holland for the same reason, or in the Hanseatic towns, which were all exhausted of wealth, or in Denmark, which had lost heart and was daily disarming, or in France, whence he got no word on which he could place certain reliance." The emperor, on his side, was seeking to make peace with Sweden, "and the people of that country were not disinclined to listen to him." God, for the accomplishment of his will, sets at naught the designs and intentions of men. Gustavus Adolphus was the instrument chosen by Providence to finish the work of Henry IV. And Richelieu. Negotiations continued to be carried on between the two parties, but before his alliance with France was concluded, the King of Spain, taking a sudden resolution, set out for Germany, on the 30th of May, 1630, with 15,000 men, "having told Charnace that he would not continue the war beyond that year, if he did not agree upon terms of treaty with the king. So much does passion blind us," adds the cardinal, "that he thought it to be in his power to put an end to so great a war as that, just as it had been in his power to commence it." By this time Gustavus Adolphus was in Pomerania, the duke whereof, maltreated by the emperor, admitted him on the 10th of July into Stettin, after a show of resistance. The Imperialists, in their fury, put to a cruel death all the inhabitants of the said city who happened to be in their hands, and gave up all its territory to fire and sword. "The King of Sweden, on the contrary, had his army in such discipline that it seemed as if every one of them were living at home, and not amongst strangers; for in the actions of this king there was nothing to be seen but inexorable severity towards the smallest excesses on the part of his men, extraordinary gentleness towards the populations, and strict justice on every occasion, all which conciliated the affections of all, and so much the more in that the emperor's army, unruly, insolent, disobedient to its leaders, and full of outrage against the people, made their enemies' virtues shine forth the brighter." Memoires de Richelieu, p. 419. Gustavus Adolphus had left Sweden under the impulse of love for those glorious enterprises which make great generals, but still more of a desire to maintain the Protestant cause, which he regarded as that of God. He had assembled the estates of Sweden in the castle of Stockholm, presenting to them his daughter Christina, 4 years old, whom he confided to their faithful care. "I have hopes," he said to them, "of ending by bringing triumph to the cause of the oppressed; but as the pitcher that goes often to the well gets broken, so I fear it may be my fate. I, who have exposed my life amidst so many dangers, who have so often spilt my blood for the country, without, thanks to God, having been wounded to death, must in the end make a sacrifice of myself. For that reason I bid you farewell, hoping to see you again in a better world." He continued advancing into Germany. "This snow king will go on melting as he comes south," said the Emperor Ferdinand, on hearing that Gustavus Adolphus had disembarked. But Mecklenburg was already in his hands, and the Elector of Brandenburg had just declared in his favor. He everywhere made proclamation "that the inhabitants were to come forward and join him to take the part of their princes, whom he was coming to replace in possession." He was investing all parts of Austria, whose hereditary dominions he had not yet attacked. It was in the name of the empire that he fought against the emperor. The Diet was terminating at Ratisbon, and it had just struck a fatal blow at the imperial cause. The electors, Catholic and Protestant, jealous of the power as well as of the glory of the celebrated Wallenstein, creator and commander in chief of the emperor's army, who had made him Duke of Friedland, and endowed him with the duchies of Mecklenburg, had obliged Ferdinand II. To withdraw from him the command of the forces. At this price he had hoped to obtain their votes to designate his son King of the Romans. The first step towards hereditary empire had failed, thanks to the ability of Father Joseph. "This poor Capuchin has disarmed me with his chaplet," said the emperor, "and for all that his cowl is so narrow, he has managed to get 6 electoral hats into it." The treaty he had concluded, disavowed by France, did not for an instant hinder the progress of the King of Sweden; and the cardinal lost no time in letting him know that "the king's intention was in no wise to abandon him, but to assist him more than ever, insomuch as he deemed it absolutely necessary in order to thwart the designs of those who had no end in view but their own augmentation, to the prejudice of all the other princes of Europe." On the 25th of January, 1631, at Bernwald, the treaty of alliance between France and Sweden was finally signed. Baron Charnace had inserted in the draft of the treaty the term protection as between France and Gustavus Adolphus. "Our master asks for no protection but that of Heaven," said the Swedish plenipotentiaries. "After God, his Majesty holds himself indebted only to his sword and his wisdom for any advantages he may gain." Charnace did not insist, and the victories of Gustavus Adolphus were an answer to any difficulties. The King of Spain bound himself to furnish soldiers, 30,000 men at the least. France was to pay, by way of subsidy, 400,000 crowns a year, and to give 100,000 crowns to cover past expenses. Gustavus Adolphus promised to maintain the existing religion in such countries as he might conquer, "though he said, laughingly, that there was no possibility of promising about that, except in the fashion of him who sold the bear's skin." He likewise guaranteed neutrality to the princes of the Catholic League, provided that they observed it towards him. The treaty was made public at once, through the exertions of Gustavus Adolphus, though Cardinal Richelieu had charged Charnace to keep it secret for a time. Torquato Conti, one of the emperor's generals, who had taken Wallenstein's place, wished to break off warfare during the long frosts. "My men do not recognize winter," answered Gustavus Adolphus. "This prince, who did not take to war as a pastime, but made it in order to conquer," marched with great strides across Germany, reducing everything as he went. He had arrived, by the end of April, before Frankfurt on the Oder, which he took, and he was preparing to succor Magdeburg, which had early pronounced for him, and which Tilly, the emperor's general, kept besieged. The Elector of Saxony hesitated to take sides; he refused Gustavus Adolphus a passage over the bridge of Dessau, on the Elbe. On the 20th of May Magdeburg fell, and Tilly gave over the place to the soldiery. 30,000 persons were massacred, and the houses committed to the flames. "Nothing like it has been seen since the taking of Troy and of Jerusalem," said Tilly in his savage joy. The Protestant princes, who had just been reconstituting the Evangelical Union in the diet they had held in February at Leipzig, revolted openly, ordering levies of soldiers to protect their territories. The Catholic League, renouncing neutrality, flew to arms on their side. The question became nothing less than that of restoring to the Protestants all that had been granted them by the Peace of Passau. The soldiery of Tilly were already let loose on electoral Saxony. The elector, constrained by necessity, entrusted his soldiers to Gustavus Adolphus, who had just received reinforcements from Sweden, and the king marched against Tilly, still encamped before Leipzig, which he had forced to capitulate. The Saxons gave way at the first shock of the imperial troops, but the King of Sweden had dashed forward, and nothing could withstand him. Tilly himself, hitherto proof against lead and steel, fell wounded in 3 places. 5,000 dead were left on the field of battle, and Gustavus Adolphus dragged at his heels 7,000 prisoners. "Never did the grace of God pull me out of so bad a scrape," said the conqueror. He halted some time at Mayence, which had just opened its gates to him. Axel Oxenstiern, his most faithful servant and oldest friend, whose intimacy with his royal master reminds one of that between Henry IV. And Sully, came to join him in Germany. He had hitherto been commissioned to hold the government of the conquests won from the Poles. He did not approve of the tactics of Gustavus Adolphus, who was attacking the Catholic League, and meanwhile leaving to the Elector of Saxony the charge of carrying the war into the hereditary dominions of Austria. "Sir," said he, "I should have liked to offer you my felicitations on your victories, not at Mayence, but at Vienna." If, after the battle of Leipzig, the King of Sweden had gone straight to attack the emperor in his hereditary provinces, it had been all over with the house of Austria, says Cardinal Richelieu, but either God did not will the certain destruction of that house, which would perhaps have been too prejudicial to the Catholic religion, and he turned him aside from the counsel which would have been more advantageous for him to take, or the same God, who giveth not all to any, but distributeth his gifts diversely to each, had given to this king, as to Hannibal, the knowledge how to conquer, but not how to use victory." Gustavus Adolphus had resumed his course of success. He came up with Tilly again on the Leek, April 10, 1632, and crushed his army. The general was mortally wounded, entering Augsburg in triumph, proclaimed religious liberty there. He had moved forward in front of Ingolstadt, and was making a reconnaissance in person. "A king is not worthy of his crown who makes any difficulty about carrying it wherever a simple soldier can go," he said. A cannon ball carried off the hind quarters of his horse, and threw him down. He picked himself up all covered with blood and mud. "The fruit is not yet ripe," he cried, with that strange mixture of courage and fatalism which so often characterizes great warriors; and he marched to Munich, on which he imposed a heavy war contribution. The Elector of Bavaria, strongly favored by France, sought to treat in the name of the Catholic League; but Gustavus Adolphus required complete restitution of all territories wrested from the Protestant princes, the withdrawal of the troops occupying the dominions of the Evangelicals, and the absolute neutrality of the Catholic princes. "These conditions smacked rather of your victorious prince, who would lay down and not accept the law." He summoned to him all the inhabitants of the countries he traversed in conqueror's style. "Surgite de mortuis," he said to the Bavarians, "et venite ad judium," or "Rise from the dead and come to judgment." Protestant Swabia had declared for him, and Duke Bernard of Saxe Weimar, one of his ablest lieutenants, carried the Swedish arms to the very banks of the Lake of Constance. The Lutheran countries of Upper Austria had taken up arms, and Switzerland had permitted the King of Sweden to recruit on her territory. "Italy began to tremble," says Cardinal Richelieu. "The Genevese themselves were fortifying their town, and to see them doing so, it seemed as if the King of Sweden were at their gates, but God had disposed it otherwise." The Emperor Ferdinand had recalled the only general capable of making a stand against Gustavus Adolphus. Wallenstein, deeply offended, had for a long while held out, but being assured of the supreme command over the fresh army which Ferdinand was raising in all directions, he took the field at the end of April, 1632. Wallenstein effected a junction with the Elector of Bavaria, forcing Gustavus Adolphus back, little by little, on Nuremberg. "I mean to show the King of Sweden a new way of making war," said the German general. The sufferings of his army in an entrenched camp soon became intolerable to Gustavus Adolphus. In spite of inferiority of forces, he attacked the enemy's redoubts, and was repulsed. The king re-victualled Nuremberg, and fell back upon Bavaria. Wallenstein at first followed him, and then flung himself upon Saxony, and took Leipzig. Gustavus Adolphus advanced to succor his ally, and the two armies met near the little town of Lutzen on the 16th of November, 1632. There was a thick fog. Gustavus Adolphus, rising before daybreak, would not put on his breastplate, his old wounds hurting him under harness. "God is my breastplate," he said. When somebody came and asked him for the watchword, he answered, "God is with us." And it was Luther's hymn, Ein feste Burg ist unser Gott, or Our God is a strong tower, that the Swedes sang as they advanced towards the enemy. The king had given orders to march straight on Lutzen. "He animated his men to the fight," says Richelieu, "with words that he had at command, whilst Wallenstein, by his mere presence and the sternness of his silence, seemed to let his men understand that, as he had been wont to do, he would reward them or chastise them according as they did well or ill on that great day." Section 32 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 41. Louis XIII., Cardinal Richelieu and Foreign Affairs, Part 3. It was 10 A.M., and the fog had just lifted. 6 batteries of cannon and 2 large ditches defended the Imperialists. The artillery from the ramparts of Lutzen played upon the king's army, the balls came whizzing about him. Bernard of Saxe-Weimar was the first to attack, pushing forward on Lutzen, which was soon taken. Gustavus Adolphus marched on to the enemy's entrenchments. For an instant the Swedish infantry seemed to waver. The king seized a pike and flung himself amidst the ranks. "After crossing so many rivers, scaling so many walls, and storming so many places, if you have not courage enough to defend yourselves, at least turn your heads to see me die," he shouted to the soldiers. They rallied. The king remounted his horse, bearing along with him a regiment of Smalandais cavalry. "You will behave like good fellows, all of you," he said to them, as he dashed over the 2 ditches, carrying, as he went, 2 batteries of the enemy's cannon. "He took off his hat and rendered thanks to God for the victory he was giving him." 2 regiments of imperial cuirassiers rode up to meet him. The king charged them at the head of his Swedes. He was in the thickest of the fight. His horse received a ball through the neck. Gustavus had his arm broken. The bone came through the sleeve of his coat. He wanted to have it attended to, and begged the Duke of Saxe-Altenburg to assist him in leaving the battlefield. At that very moment Falkenberg, lieutenant colonel in the imperial army, galloped his horse on to the king, and shot him, point blank, in the back with a pistol. The king fell from his horse, and Falkenberg took to flight, pursued by one of the king's squires, who killed him. Gustavus Adolphus was left alone with a German page, who tried to raise him. The king could no longer speak. 3 Austrian cuirassiers surrounded him, asking the page the name of the wounded man. The youngster would not say, and fell, riddled with wounds, on his master's body. The Austrians sent one more pistol shot into the dying man's temple, and stripped him of his clothes, leaving him only his shirt. The mêlée recommenced, and successive charges of cavalry passed over the hero's corpse. There were counted 9 open wounds and 13 scars on his body when it was recovered towards the evening. One of the king's officers, who had been unable to quit the fight in time to succor him, went and announced his fall to Duke Bernard of Saxe-Weimar. To him a retreat was suggested, but "we mustn't think of that," said he, "but of death or victory." A lieutenant colonel of a cavalry regiment made some difficulty about resuming the attack. The duke passed his sword through his body, and, putting himself at the head of the troops, led them back upon the enemy's entrenchments, which he carried and lost 3 times. At last he succeeded in turning the cannon upon the enemy, and "that gave the turn to the victory, which nevertheless was disputed till night." "It was one of the most terrible ever heard of," says Cardinal Richelieu. 6,000 dead or dying were left on the field of battle, where Duke Bernard encamped till morning." When day came, he led the troops off to Weisenfeld. The army knew nothing yet of the king's death. The Duke of Saxe-Weimar had the body brought to the front. "I will no longer conceal from you," he said, "the misfortune that has befallen us. In the name of the glory that you have won in following this great prince, help me to exact vengeance for it, and to let all the world see that he commanded soldiers who rendered him invincible, and, even after his death, the terror of his enemies." A shout arose from the host, "We will follow you whither you will, even to the end of the earth." "Those who look for spots on the sun, and find something reprehensible even in virtue itself, blame this king," says Cardinal Richelieu, "for having died like a trooper; but they do not reflect that all conqueror princes are obliged to do not only the duty of captain, but of simple soldier, and to be the first in peril, in order to lead thereto the soldier who would not run the risk without them. It was the case with Caesar and with Alexander, and the Swede died so much the more gloriously than either the one or the other, in that it is more becoming the condition of a great captain and a conqueror to die sword in hand, making a tomb for his body of his enemies on the field of battle, than to be hated of his own and poniarded by the hands of his nearest and dearest, or to die of poison or of drowning in a wine butt." Just like Napoleon in Egypt and Italy, Gustavus Adolphus had performed the prelude, by numerous wars against his neighbors, to the grand enterprise which was to render his name illustrious. Vanquished in his struggle with Denmark in 1613, he had carried war into Muscovy, conquered towns and provinces, and as early as 1617 he had effected the removal of the Russians from the shores of the Baltic. The Poles made a pretence of setting their own king, Sigismund, upon the throne of Sweden; and for 18 years Gustavus Adolphus had bravely defended his rights, and protected and extended his kingdom up to the truce of Altenmarket, concluded in 1629 through the intervention of Richelieu, who had need of the young King of Sweden in order to oppose the Emperor Ferdinand and the dangerous power of the House of Austria. Summoned to Germany by the Protestant princes who were being oppressed and despoiled, and assured of assistance and subsidies from the King of France, Gustavus Adolphus had no doubt ideas of a glorious destiny, which have been flippantly taxed with egotistical ambition. Perhaps in the noble joy of victory, when he "was marching on without fighting," seeing provinces submit one after another without his being hardly at the pains to draw his sword, might he have sometimes dreamed of a Protestant empire and the imperial crown upon his head; but assuredly such was not the aim of his enterprise and of his life. "I must in the end make a sacrifice of myself," he had said on bidding farewell to the Estates of Sweden; and it was to the cause of Protestantism in Europe that he made this sacrifice. Sincerely religious in heart, Gustavus Adolphus was not ignorant that his principal political strength was in the hands of the Protestant princes, and he put at their service the incomparable splendor of his military genius. In 2 years the power of the House of Austria, a work of so many efforts and so many years, was shaken to its very foundations. The evangelical union of Protestant princes was reforming in Germany, and treating, as equal, with the emperor. Ferdinand was trembling in Vienna, and the Spaniards, uneasy even in Italy, were collecting their forces to make head against the irresistible conqueror, when the battlefield of Lutzen saw the fall, at 30 years of age, of the "hero of the North, the bulwark of Protestantism," as he was called by his contemporaries, astounded at his greatness. God sometimes thus cuts off his noblest champions, in order to make men see that he is master, and he alone accomplishes his great designs; but to them whom he deigns to thus employ he accords the glory of leaving their imprint upon the times they have gone through and the events to which they have contributed. 2 years of victory in Germany at the head of Protestantism sufficed to make the name of Gustavus Adolphus illustrious forever. Richelieu had continued the work of Henry IV., and Chancellor Oxenstiern did not leave to perish that of his master and friend. Scarcely was Gustavus Adolphus dead when Oxenstiern convoked at Erfurt the deputies from the Protestant towns, and made them swear the maintenance of the Union. He afterwards summoned to Heilbronn all the Protestant princes; the 4 circles of Upper Germany, Franconia, Swabia, the Palatinate, and the Upper Rhine; and the Elector of Brandenburg alone sent their representatives; but Richelieu had delegated M. de Feuquières, who quietly brought his weight to bear on the decision of the Assembly, and got Oxenstiern appointed to direct the Protestant party. The Elector of Saxony, who laid claim to this honor, was already leaning towards the treason which he was to consummate in the following year. France at the same time renewed her treaty with Sweden and Holland. The great general of the armies of the empire, Wallenstein, displeased with his master, was making secret advances to the cardinal and to Oxenstiern. Wherever he did not appear in person, the imperial armies were beaten. The emperor was just having his eyes opened, when Wallenstein, summoning around him at Pilsen his generals and his lieutenants, made them take an oath of confederacy for the defence of his person and of the army, and begging Bernard of Saxe-Weimar and the Saxon generals to join him in Bohemia, he wrote to Feuquières to accept the king's secret offers. Amongst the generals assembled at Pilsen there happened to be Max Piccolomini, in whom Wallenstein had great confidence. He at once revealed to the emperor his generalissimo's guilty intrigues. Wallenstein fell, assassinated by 3 of his officers, on the 15th of February, 1634, and the young King of Hungary, the emperor's eldest son, took the command in chief of the army under the direction of the veteran generals of the empire. On the 6th of September, by one of those reversals which disconcert all human foresight, Bernard of Saxe-Weimar and the Swedish marshal, Horn, coming up to the aid of Nordlingen, which was being besieged by the Austrian army, were completely beaten in front of that place, and their army retired in disorder, leaving Swabia to the conqueror. Protestant Germany was in consternation. All eyes were turned towards France. Cardinal Richelieu was ready. The frequent treasons of Duke Charles of Lorraine had recently furnished him with an opportunity, whilst directing the king's arms against him, of taking possession, partly by negotiation and partly by force, first of the town of Nancy, and then of the duchy of Bar. The duke had abdicated in favor of the cardinal, his brother, who, renouncing his ecclesiastical dignity, espoused his cousin, Princess Claude of Lorraine, and took refuge with her at Florence, whilst Charles led into Germany, to the emperor, all the forces he had remaining. The king's armies were coming to provisionally take possession of all the places in Lothringen, where the Swedes, beaten in front of Nordlingen, being obliged to abandon the left bank of the Upper Rhine, placed in the hands of the French the town of Philipsburg, which they had but lately taken from the Spaniards. The Rhinegrave Otto, who was commanding in Elsass for the Confederates, in the same way effected his retreat, delivering over to Marshal La Force Colmar, Schlestadt, and many small places. The Bishop of Basel and the free city of Mulhausen likewise claimed French protection. On the 1st of November the ambassadors of Sweden and of the Protestant League signed at Paris a treaty of alliance, soon afterwards ratified by the Diet at Worms, and the French army, entering Germany under Marshals La Force and Breze, caused the siege of Heidelberg to be raised on the 23rd of December. Richelieu was in treaty at the same time with the United Provinces for the invasion of the Catholic Low Countries. It was in the name of their ancient liberties that the cardinal, in alliance with the heretics of Holland, summoned the ancient Flanders to revolt against Spain. If they refused to listen to this appeal, the confederates were under mutual promises to divide their conquest between them. France confined herself to stipulating for the maintenance of the Catholic religion in the territory that devolved to Holland. The army destined for this enterprise was already in preparation, and the king was setting out to visit it, when, in April 1635, he was informed of Chancellor Oxenstiern's arrival. Louis XIII. Awaited him at Compiegne. The chancellor was accompanied by a numerous following, worthy of the man who held the command of a sovereign over the princes of the Protestant League. He had at his side the famous Hugo Grotius, but lately exiled from his country on account of religious disputes, and now accredited as ambassador to the King of France from the little queen, Christina of Sweden. It was Grotius who acted as interpreter between the king and the Chancellor of Sweden. A rare and grand spectacle was this interview between, on the one side, the Swede and the Hollander, both of them great political philosophers in theory or practice, and, on the other, the all-powerful minister of the King of France, in presence of that king himself. When Oxenstiern and Richelieu conferred alone together, the two ministers had recourse to Latin, that common tongue of the cultivated minds of their time, and nobody was present at their conversation. Oxenstiern soon departed for Holland, laden with attentions and presents. He carried away with him a new treaty of alliance between Sweden and France, and the assurance that the king was about to declare war against Spain. And it broke out, accordingly, on the 19th of May, 1635. The violation of the electorate of Treves by the Cardinal Infante, and the carrying off of the elector archbishop, served as pretext, and Louis XIII. Declared himself protector of a feeble prince who had placed in his hands the custody of several places. Alençon, herald at arms of France, appeared at Brussels, proclamation of war in hand, and, not being able to obtain an interview with the Cardinal Infante, he hurled it at the feet of the Belgian herald at arms commissioned to receive him, and he affixed a copy of it to a post he set up in the ground in the last Flemish village near the frontier. On the 6th of June, a proclamation of the king's summoned the Spanish Low Countries to revolt. A victory had already been gained in Luxembourg, close to the little town of Avesnes, over Prince Thomas of Savoy, the Duke Regnant's brother, who was embroiled with him, and whom Spain had just taken into her service. The campaign of 1635 appeared to be commencing under happy auspices. These hopes were deceived; the Low Countries did not respond to the summons of the king and of his confederates; there was no rising anywhere against the Spanish yoke; traditional jealousy of the heretics of Holland prevented the Flanders from declaring for France; it was necessary to undertake a conquest instead of fomenting an insurrection. The Prince of Orange was advancing slowly into Germany; the Elector of Saxony had treated with the emperor, and several towns were accepting the peace concluded between them at Prague. Bernard of Saxe Weimar, supported by Cardinal Valette at the head of French troops, had been forced to fall back to Metz in order to protect Lothringen and Elsass. In order to attach this great general to himself forever, the king had just ceded to Duke Bernard the Landgravate of Elsass, hereditary possession as it was of the house of Austria. The Prince of Conde was attacking Franche Comté. The siege of Dole was dragging its slow length along, when the emperor's most celebrated lieutenants, John van Weert and Piccolomini, who had formed a junction in Belgium, all at once rallied the troops of Prince Thomas, and, advancing rapidly towards Picardy, invaded French soil at the commencement of July, 1636. La Capelle and Le Catelet were taken by assault, and the Imperialists laid siege to Corbie, a little town on the Somme 4 leagues from Amiens. Great was the terror at Paris, and, besides the terror, the rage. The cardinal was accused of having brought ruin upon France. For a moment the excitement against him was so violent that his friends were disquieted about it; he alone was unmoved. The king quitted St. Germain and returned to Paris, whilst Richelieu, alone, without escort, and with his horses at a walk, had himself driven to the Hotel de Ville right through the mob in their fury. "Then was seen," says Fontenay Mareuil, "what can be done by a great heart (vertu), and how it is revered even of the basest souls, for the streets were so full of folks that there was hardly room to pass, and all so excited that they spoke of nothing but killing him. As soon as they saw him approaching, they all held their peace or prayed God to give him good speed, that he might be able to remedy the evil which was apprehended." On the 15th of August, Corbie surrendered to the Spaniards, who crossed the Somme, wasting the country behind them; but already alarm had given place to ardent desire for vengeance. The cardinal had thought of everything and provided for everything; the bodies corporate, from the Parliament to the trade syndicates, had offered the king considerable sums; all the gentlemen and soldiers unemployed had been put on the active list of the army; and the burgesses of Paris, mounting in throngs the steps of the Hotel de Ville, went and shook hands with the veteran Marshal La Force, saying, "Marshal, we want to make war with you." They were ordered to form the nucleus of the reserve army which was to protect Paris. The Duke of Orleans took the command of the army assembled at Compiegne, at the head of which the Count of Soissons already was. The two princes advanced slowly; they halted 2 days to recover the little fortress of Rose. The Imperialists fell back; they retired into Artois; they were not followed, and the French army encamped before Corbie. Winter was approaching; nobody dared to attack the town; the cardinal had no confidence in either the Duke of Orleans or the Count of Soissons. He went to Amiens, whilst the king established his headquarters at the castle of Demuin, closer to Corbie. Richelieu determined to attack the town by assault. The trenches were opened on the 5th of November; on the 10th the garrison parleyed; on the 14th the place was surrendered. "I am very pleased to send you word that we have recovered Corbie," wrote Voiture to one of his friends, very hostile to the cardinal. (Oeuvres de Voiture, p. 175.) "The news will astonish you, no doubt, as well as all Europe; nevertheless we are masters of it. Reflect, I beg you, what has been the end of this expedition which has made so much noise. Spain and Germany had made for the purpose their supremest efforts. The emperor had sent his best captains and his best cavalry; the army of Flanders had given its best troops. Out of that is formed an army of 25,000 horse, 15,000 foot, and 40 cannon. This cloud, big with thunder and lightning, comes bursting over Picardy, which it finds unsheltered, our arms being occupied elsewhere. They take, first of all, La Capelle and Le Catelet; they attack, and in 9 days take Corbie; and so they are masters of the river. They cross it, and they lay waste all that lies between the Somme and the Oise. And so long as there is no resistance, they valiantly hold the country, they slay our peasants and burn our villages; but at the first rumor that reaches them to the effect that Monsieur is advancing with an army, and that the king is following close behind him, they intrench themselves behind Corbie, And when they learn that there is no halting, and that the march against them is going on merrily, our conquerors abandon their entrenchments; and these determined gentry, who were to pierce France even to the Pyrenees, who threatened to pillage Paris and recover there, even in Notre Dame, the flags of the battle of Avesnes, permit us to effect the circumvallation of a place which is of so much importance to them, give us leisure to construct forts, and after that let us attack and take it by assault before their very eyes. Such is the end of the bravadoes of Piccolomini, who sent us word by his trumpeters to say, at one time, that he wished we had some powder, and at another, that we had some cavalry coming, and when we had both one and the other, he took very good care to wait for us. In such sort, sir, that, except La Capelle and Le Catelet, which are of no consideration, all the flash made by this grand and victorious army has been the capture of Corbie, only to give it up again and replace it in the king's hands, together with a counterscarp, 3 bastions, and 3 demi-lunes, which it did not possess. If they had taken 10 more of our places with similar success, our frontier would be in all the better condition for it, and they would have fortified it better than those who hitherto have had the charge of it. Was it not said that we should expend before this place many millions of gold and many millions of men, with a chance of taking it, perhaps, in 3 years? Yet, when the resolution was taken to attack it by assault, the month of November being well advanced, there was not a soul but cried out. The best intentioned avowed that it showed blindness, and the rest said that we must be afraid, lest our soldiers should not die soon enough of misery and hunger, and must wish to drown them in their own trenches. As for me, though I knew the inconveniences which necessarily attend sieges undertaken at this season, I suspended my judgment; for, sooth to say, we have often seen the cardinal out in matters that he has had done by others, but we have never yet seen him fail in enterprises that he has been pleased to carry out in person and that he has supported by his presence. I believed then that he would surmount all difficulties, and that he who had taken La Rochelle in spite of Océan would certainly take Corbie too in spite of winter's rains. You will tell me that it is luck which has made him take fortresses without ever having conducted a siege before, which has made him, without any experience, command armies successfully, which has always led him, as it were, by the hand, and preserved him amidst precipices into which he had thrown himself, and which in fact has often made him appear bold, wise, and far-sighted. Let us look at him, then, in misfortune, and see if he had less boldness, wisdom, and far-sightedness. Affairs were not going over well in Italy, and we had met with scarcely more success before Dole. When it was known that the enemy had entered Picardy, that all is aflame to the very banks of the Oise, everybody takes fright, and the chief city of the realm is in consternation. On top of that comes advices from Burgundy that the siege of Dole is raised, and from Saintonge that there are 15,000 peasants revolted, and that there is fear lest Poitou and Guienne may follow this example. Bad news comes thickly, the sky is overcast on all sides, the tempest beats upon us in all directions, and from no quarter whatever does a single ray of good fortune shine upon us. Amidst all this darkness, did the cardinal see less clearly? Did he lose his head during all this tempest? Did he not still hold the helm in one hand and the compass in the other? Did he throw himself into the boat to save his life? Nay, if the great ship he commanded were to be lost, did he not show that he was ready to die before all the rest? Was it luck that drew him out of this labyrinth, or was it his own prudence, steadiness, and magnanimity? Our enemies are 15 leagues from Paris, and his are inside it. Every day come advices that they are intriguing there to ruin him. France and Spain, so to speak, have conspired against him alone. What countenance was kept amidst all this by the man who they said would be dumbfounded at the least ill success, and who had caused Le Havre to be fortified in order to throw himself into it at the first misfortune? He did not make a single step backward all the same. He thought of the perils of the state, and not of his own; and the only change observed in him all through was that, whereas he had not been wont to go out but with an escort of 200 guards, he walked about every day attended by merely 5 or 6 gentlemen. It must be owned that adversity borne with so good a grace and such force of character is worth more than a great deal of prosperity and victory. To me, he did not seem so great and so victorious on the day he entered La Rochelle as then; and the journeys he made from his house to the Arsenal seemed to be more glorious for him than those which he made beyond the mountains, and from which he returned with the triumphs of Pignerol and Suza." End of section 32. Section 33 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 41. Louis XIII., Cardinal Richelieu, and Foreign Affairs, Part 4. This was Cardinal Richelieu's distinction, that all his contemporaries, in the same way as Voiture, identified the mishaps and the successes of their country with his own fortunes, and that upon him alone were fixed the eyes of Europe, whether friendly or hostile, when it supported or when it fought against France. For 4 years the war was carried on with desperation by land and sea in the Low Countries, in Germany, and in Italy, with alternations of success and reverse. The actors disappeared one after another from the scene. The Emperor Ferdinand II. had died on the 15th of February, 1637. The election of his son, Ferdinand III., had not been recognized by France and Sweden. Bernard of Saxe-Weimar succumbed, at 34 years of age, on the 15th of July, 1639, after having beaten in the preceding year the celebrated John van Weert, whom he sent a prisoner to Paris. At his death, the Landgravate of Alsace reverted to France, together with the town of Brisach, which he had won from the Imperialists. The Duke of Savoy had died in 1637. His widow, Christine of France, daughter of Henry IV., was, so far as her brother's cause in Italy was concerned, but a poor support. But Count d'Harcourt having succeeded, as head of the army, Cardinal Valette, who died in 1638, had retaken Turin and Casale from the Imperialists in the campaign of 1640. 2 years later, in the month of June, 1642, the Princes Thomas and Maurice, brothers-in-law of the Duchess Christine, wearied out by the maladresse and haughtiness of the Spaniards, attached themselves definitively to the interests of France, drove out the Spanish garrisons from Nice and Evria in concert with the Duke of Longueville, and retook the fortress of Tortona as well as all Milaness to the south of the Po. Perpignan, besieged for more than 2 years past by the king's armies, capitulated at the same moment. Spain, hard pressed at home by the insurrection of the Catalans and the revolt of Portugal at the same time, both supported by Richelieu, saw Arras fall into the hands of France, on August 9th, 1640, and the plot contrived with the Duke of Bouillon and the Count of Soissons fail at the battle of La Marfée, where this latter prince was killed on the 16th of July, 1641. In Germany, Marshal Guebriant and the Swedish general Torstenson, so paralyzed that he had himself carried in a litter to the head of his army, had just won back from the empire Silesia, Moravia, and nearly all Saxony. The chances of war were everywhere favorable to France, a just recompense for the indomitable perseverance of Cardinal Richelieu through good and evil fortune. "The great tree of the House of Austria was shaken to its very roots, and he had all but felled that trunk which with its 2 branches covers the north and the west, and throws a shadow over the rest of the earth." Lettres de Malherbe. The king, for a moment shaken in his fidelity towards his minister by the intrigues of Cinq Mars, had returned to the cardinal with all the impetus of the indignation caused by the guilty treaty made by his favorite with Spain. All Europe thought as the young captain in the Guards, afterwards Marshal Faber, who, when the king said to him, "I know that my army is divided into 2 factions, royalists and cardinalists: which are you for?" answered, "Cardinalists, sir, for the cardinal's party is yours." The cardinal and France were triumphing together; but the conqueror was dying. Cardinal Richelieu had just been removed from Ruel to Paris. For several months past, the cardinal's health, always precarious, had taken a serious turn. It was from his sick bed that he, a prey to cruel agonies, directed the movements of the army, and at the same time the prosecution of Cinq Mars. All at once his chest was attacked, and the cardinal felt that he was dying. On the 2d of December, 1642, public prayers were ordered in all the churches. The king went from St. Germain to see his minister. The cardinal was quite prepared. "I have this satisfaction," he said, "that I have never deserted the king, and that I leave his kingdom exalted and all his enemies abased." He commended his relatives to his Majesty, "who, on their behalf, will remember my services." Then, naming the 2 secretaries of state, Chavigny and de Noyers, he added, "Your Majesty has Cardinal Mazarin; I believe him to be capable of serving the king." And he handed to Louis XIII. a proclamation which he had just prepared for the purpose of excluding the Duke of Orleans from any right to the regency in case of the king's death. The preamble called to mind that the king had 5 times already pardoned his brother, recently engaged in a new plot against him. The king had left the cardinal, but without returning to St. Germain. He remained at the Louvre. Richelieu had in vain questioned the physicians as to how long he had to live. One only dared to go beyond commonplace hopes. "Monseigneur," he said, "in 24 hours you will be dead or cured." "That is the way to speak," said the cardinal, and he sent for the priest of St. Eustache, his parish. As they were bringing into his chamber the Holy Eucharist, he stretched out his hand and, "There," said he, "is my judge before whom I shall soon appear. I pray him with all my heart to condemn me if I have ever had any other aim than the welfare of religion and of the state." The priest would have omitted certain customary questions, but, "Treat me as the commonest of Christians," said the cardinal; and when he was asked to pardon his enemies, "I never had any but those of the state," answered the dying man. The cardinal's family surrounded his bed, and the attendance was numerous. The Bishop of Lisieux, Cospdan, a man of small wits but of sincere devoutness, listened attentively to the firm speech, the calm declarations of the expiring minister. "So much self confidence appals me," he said below his breath. "Richelieu died as he had lived, without scruples and without delicacies of conscience, absorbed by his great aim, and but little concerned about the means he had employed to arrive at it. I believe absolutely all the truths taught by the church," he had said to his confessor, and this faith sufficed for his repose. The memory of the scaffolds he had caused to be erected did not so much as recur to his mind. "I have loved justice, and not vengeance. I have been severe towards some, in order to be kind towards all," he had said in his will, written in Latin. He thought just the same on his death bed. The king left him, not without emotion and regret. The cardinal begged Madame d'Aiguillon, his niece, to withdraw. "She is the one whom I have loved most," he said. Those around him were convulsed with weeping. A Carmelite whom he had sent for turned to those present, and, "Let those," he said, "who cannot refrain from showing the excess of their weeping and their lamentation, leave the room. Let us pray for this soul." In presence of the majesty of death and eternity, human grandeur disappears irrevocably. The all powerful minister was at that moment only this soul. A last gasp announced his departure. Cardinal Richelieu was dead. He was dead, but his work survived him. On the very evening of the 3d of December, Louis XIII. Called to his council Cardinal Mazarin; and next day he wrote to the Parliaments and governors of provinces, "God having been pleased to take to himself the Cardinal de Richelieu, I have resolved to preserve and keep up all establishments ordained during his ministry; to follow out all projects arranged with him for affairs abroad and at home, in such sort that there shall not be any change. I have continued in my councils the same persons as served me then, and I have called thereto Cardinal Mazarin, of whose capacity and devotion to my service I have had proof, and of whom I feel no less sure than if he had been born amongst my subjects." Scarcely had the most powerful kings yielded up their last breath, when their wishes had been at once forgotten. Cardinal Richelieu still governed in his grave. The king had distributed amongst his ministers' relatives the offices and dignities which he had left vacant. The fortune that came to them was enormous. The legacies left to mere domestics amounted to more than 300,000 livres. During his lifetime, Richelieu had given to the crown "my grand hotel, which I built and called Palais de Cardinal, my chapel (chapel service) of gold, enriched with diamonds, my grand buffet of chased silver, and a large diamond that I bought of Lopez." In his will he adds, "I most humbly beseech his Majesty to think proper to have placed in his hands, out of the coined gold and silver that I have at my decease, the sum of 1,500,000 livres, of which sum I can truly say that I made very good use for the great affairs of his kingdom, in such sort that if I had not had this money at my disposal, certain matters which have turned out well would have, to all appearances, turned out ill; which gives me ground for daring to beseech his Majesty to destine this sum, that I leave to him, to be employed on divers occasions which cannot abide the tardiness of financial forms." The minister and priest who had destroyed the power of the grandees in France had, nevertheless, the true instinct respecting the perpetuation of families. "Inasmuch as it hath pleased God," he says in his will, "to bless my labors and make them considered by the king my kind master, showing recognition of them by his royal munificence, beyond what I could hope for, I have esteemed it a duty to bind my heirs to preserve the estate in my family, in such sort that it may maintain itself for a long while in the dignity and splendor which it hath pleased the king to confer upon it. in order that posterity may know that, as I served him faithfully, he, by virtue of a complete kingliness, knew what love to show me. As I served him faithfully, he, by virtue of a complete kingliness, knew what love to show me, and how to load me with his benefits." The cardinal had taken pleasure in embellishing the estate of Richelieu in Touraine, where he was born, and which the king had raised to a duchy peerage. Mademoiselle de Montpensier, in her Memoires, gives an account of a visit she paid to it in her youth. "I passed," she says, "along a very fine street of the town, all the houses of which are in the best style of building, one like another, and quite newly made, which is not to be wondered at. Messieurs de Richelieu, though gentlemen of good standing, had never built a town; they had been content with their village, and with a mediocre house. At the present time it is the most beautiful and most magnificent castle you could possibly see, and all the ornament that could be given to a house is found there. This will not be difficult to believe if one considers that it is the work of the most ambitious and most ostentatious man in the world, premier minister of state too, who for a long while possessed absolute authority over affairs. It is, nevertheless, inconceivable that the apartments should correspond so ill in size with the beauty of the outside. I hear that this arose from the fact that the cardinal wished to have the chamber preserved in which he was born. To adjust the house of a simple gentleman to the grand ideas of the most powerful favorite there has ever been in France, you will observe that the architect must have been hampered. Accordingly, he did not see his way to planning any but very small quarters, which, by way of recompense, as regards gilding or painting, lack no embellishment inside. Amidst all that modern invention has employed to embellish it, there are to be seen, on the chimney piece in a drawing room, the arms of Cardinal Richelieu, just as they were during the lifetime of his father, which the cardinal desired to leave there, because they comprise a collar of the Holy Ghost, in order to prove to those who are wont to misrepresent the origin of favorites that he was born a gentleman of a good house. In this point he imposed upon nobody." The castle of Richelieu is well nigh destroyed; his family, after falling into poverty, is extinct; the Palais Cardinal has assumed the name of Palais Royal; and pure monarchy, the aim of all his efforts and the work of his whole life, has been swept away by the blast of revolution. Of the cardinal there remains nothing but the great memory of his power and of the services he rendered his country. Evil has been spoken, with good reason, of glory. It lasts, however, more durably than material successes, even when they rest on the best security. Richelieu had no conception of that noblest ambition on which a human soul can feed, that of governing a free country, but he was one of the greatest, the most effective, and the boldest as well as the most prudent servants that France ever had. Cardinal Richelieu gave his age, whether admirers or adversaries, the idea which Malherbe expressed in a letter to one of his friends. "You know that my humor is neither to flatter nor to lie; but I swear to you that there is in this man a something which surpasses humanity, and that if our bark is ever to outride the tempests, it will be whilst this glorious hand holds the rudder. Other pilots diminish my fear, this one makes me unconscious of it. Hitherto, when we had to build anew or repair some ruin, plaster alone was put in requisition. Now we see nothing but marble used, and whilst the counsels are judicious and faithful, the execution is diligent and magnanimous. Wits, judgment, and courage never existed in any man to the degree that they do in him. As for interest, he knows none but that of the public. To that he clings with a passion so unbridled, if I may dare so to speak, that the visible injury it does his constitution is not capable of detaching him from it. Sees he anything useful to the king's service, he goes at it without looking to one side or the other. Obstacles tempt him, resistance piques him, and nothing that is put in his way diverts him. The disregard he shows of self, and of all that touches himself, as if he knew no sort of health or disease but the health or disease of the state, causes all good men to fear that his life will not be long enough for him to see the fruit of what he plants; and, moreover, it is quite evident that what he leaves undone can never be completed by any man that holds his place. Why, man, he does a thing because it has to be done. The space between the Rhine and the Pyrenees seems to him not field enough for the lilies of France. He would have them occupy the two shores of the Mediterranean, and waft their odours thence to the extremest countries of the Orient. Measure by the extent of his designs the extent of his courage." Letters to Racan and to M. de Menton, Oeuvres de Malherbe. The cardinal had been barely 4 months reposing in that chapel of the Sorbonne which he had himself repaired for the purpose, and already King Louis XIII. Was sinking into the tomb. The minister had died at 57, the king was not yet 42, but his always languishing health seemed unable to bear the burden of affairs which had been but lately borne by Richelieu alone. The king had permitted his brother to appear again at court. "Monsieur supped with me," says Mademoiselle de Montpensier, "and we had the 24 violins. He was as gay as if Messieurs Cinq Mars and de Thou had not tarried by the way. I confess that I could not see him without thinking of them, and that in my joy I felt that his gave me a pang." The prisoners and exiles, by degrees, received their pardon. The Duke of Vendome, Bassompierre, and Marshal Vitry had been empowered to return to their castles; the Duchess of Chevreuse and the ex keeper of the seals, Chateauneuf, were alone excepted from this favor. "After the peace," said the declaration touching the regency, which the king got enregistered by the Parliament on the 23d of April. The little dauphin, who had merely been sprinkled, had just received baptism in the chapel of the castle of St. Germain. The king asked him, next day, if he knew what his name was. "My name is Louis XIV.," answered the child. "Not yet, my son, not yet," said the king softly. Louis XIII. Did not cling to life. It had been sad and burdensome to him by the mere fact of his own melancholy and singular character, not that God had denied him prosperity or success. He had the windows opened of his chamber in the new castle of St. Germain looking towards the Abbey of St. Denis, where he had at last just laid the body of the queen, his mother, hitherto resting at Cologne. "Let me see my last resting place," he said to his servants. The crowd of courtiers thronged to the old castle, inhabited by the queen. Visits were made to the new castle to see the king, who still worked with his ministers. When he was alone, "he was seen nearly always with his eyes open towards heaven, as if he talked with God heart to heart." Memoires sur la mort de Louis XIII, by his valet de chambre Dubois, Archives curieuses, p. 428. On the 23d of April it was believed that the last moment had arrived. The king received extreme unction. A dispute arose about the government of Brittany, given to the king by the Duke of La Meilleraye and claimed by the Duke of Vendome. The two claimants summoned their friends; the queen took fright, and, being obliged to repair to the king, committed the imprudence of confiding her children to the Duke of Beaufort, Vendome's eldest son, a young scatterbrain who made a great noise about this favor. The king rallied and appeared to regain strength. He was sometimes irritated at sight of the courtiers who filled his chamber. "Those gentry," he said to his most confidential servants, "come to see how soon I shall die. If I recover, I will make them pay dearly for their desire to have me die." The austere nature of Louis XIII. Was awakened again with the transitory return of his powers. The severities of his reign were his own as much as Cardinal Richelieu's. He was, nevertheless, dying, asking God for deliverance. It was Thursday, May 14. "Friday has always been my lucky day," said Louis XIII. "On that day I have undertaken assaults that I have carried; I have even gained battles. I should have liked to die on a Friday." His doctors told him that they could find no more pulse. He raised his eyes to heaven and said out loud, "My God, receive me to mercy," and, addressing himself to all, he added, "Let us pray." Then, fixing his eyes upon the Bishop of Meaux, he said, "You will, of course, see when the time comes for reading the agony prayers; I have marked them all." Everybody was praying and weeping; the queen and all the court were kneeling in the king's chamber. At 3 o'clock he softly breathed his last, on the same day and almost at the same moment at which his father had died beneath the dagger of Ravaillac, 33 years before. France owed to Louis XIII. 18 years of Cardinal Richelieu's government; and that is a service which she can never forget. "The minister made his sovereign play the second part in the monarchy, and the first in Europe," said Montesquieu: "he abased the king, but he exalted the reign." It is to the honor of Louis XIII. That he understood and accepted the position designed for him by Providence in the government of his kingdom, and that he upheld with dogged fidelity a power which often galled him all the while that it was serving him. Section 33. End of chapter 41. Section 34 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 42. Louis XIV. Richelieu and Literature. Cardinal Richelieu was dead, and "his works followed him," to use the words of Holy Writ. At home and abroad, in France and in Europe, he had to a great extent continued the reign of Henry IV., and had completely cleared the way for that of Louis XIV. "Such was the strength and superiority of his genius that he knew all the depths and all the mysteries of government," said La Bruyere in his admission speech before the French Academy. "He was regardful of foreign countries; he kept in hand crowned heads; he knew what weight to attach to their alliance; with allies he hedged himself against the enemy. And can you believe it, gentlemen, this practical and austere soul, formidable to the enemies of the state, inexorable to the factious, overwhelmed in negotiations, occupied at one time in weakening the part of heresy, at another in breaking up a league, and at another in meditating a conquest, found time for literary culture, and was fond of literature and of those who made it their profession." From inclination and from personal interest therein, this indefatigable and powerful mind had courted literature; he had foreseen its nascent power; he had divined in the literary circle he got about him a means of acting upon the whole nation; he had no idea of neglecting them; he did not attempt to subjugate them openly; he brought them near to him, and protected them. It is one of Richelieu's triumphs to have founded the French Academy. We must turn back for a moment and cast a glance at the intellectual condition which prevailed at the issue of the Renaissance and the Reformation. For 60 years a momentous crisis had been exercising language and literature as well as society in France. They yearned to get out of it. Robust intellectual culture had ceased to be the privilege of the erudite only; it began to gain a footing on the common domain. People no longer wrote in Latin, like Erasmus; the Reformation and the Renaissance spoke French. In order to suffice for this change, the language was taking form. Everybody had lent a hand to the work: Calvin with his Christian Institutes (Institutions Chrétiennes), at the same time as Rabelais with his learned and buffoonish romance, Ramus with his Dialectics, and Bodin with his Republic, Henry Estienne with his Essays in French philology, as well as Ronsard and his friends by their classical crusade. Simultaneously with the language there was being created a public intelligent, inquiring, and eager. Scarcely had the translation of Plutarch by Amyot appeared, when it at once became, as Montaigne says, "the breviary of women and of ignoramuses." "God's life, my love," wrote Henry IV. to Mary de' Medici, "you could not have sent me any more agreeable news than of the pleasure you have taken in reading. Plutarch has a smile for me of never failing freshness. To love him is to love me, for he was during a long while the instructor of my tender age. My good mother, to whom I owe everything, and who set so great store on my good deportment, and did not want me to be, that is what she used to say, an illustrious ignoramus, put that book into my hands, though I was then little more than a child at the breast. It has been like my conscience to me, and has whispered into my ear many good hints and excellent maxims for my behavior and for the government of my affairs." Thanks to Amyot, Plutarch "had become a Frenchman." Montaigne would not have been able to read him easily in Greek. Indifferent to the Reformation, which was too severe and too affirmative for him, Montaigne, "to whom Latin had been presented as his mother tongue," rejoiced in the Renaissance without becoming a slave to it, or intoxicated with it like Rabelais or Ronsard. "The ideas I had naturally formed for myself about man," he says, "I confirmed and fortified by the authority of others and by the sound examples of the ancients, with whom I found my judgment in conformity." Born in 1533 at the castle of Montaigne in Perigord, and carefully brought up by "the good father God had given him," Michael de Montaigne was in his childhood "so heavy, lazy, and sleepy, that he could not be roused from sloth, even for the sake of play." He passed several years in the Parliament of Bordeaux, but he had never taken a liking to jurisprudence, though his father had steeped him in it when quite a child, to his very lips, and he was always asking himself why common language, so easy for every other purpose, becomes obscure and unintelligible in a contract or will, which made him fancy that the men of law had "muddled everything in order to render themselves necessary." He had lost the only man he had ever really loved, Stephen de la Boetie, an amiable and noble philosopher, councillor in the Parliament of Bordeaux. "If I am pressed to declare why I loved him," Montaigne used to say, "I feel that it can only be expressed by answering because he was he, and I was I." Montaigne gave up the Parliament, and travelled in Switzerland and Italy, often stopping at Paris, and gladly returning to his castle of Montaigne, where he wrote down what he had seen, "hungering for self knowledge," inquiring, indolent, without ardor for work, an enemy of all constraint, he was at the same time frank and subtle, gentle, humane, and moderate. As an inquiring spectator, without personal ambition, he had taken for his life's motto, "Who knows?" or "Que sais je?" Amidst the wars of religion he remained without political or religious passion. "I am disgusted by novelty, whatever aspect it may assume, and with good reason," he would say, "for I have seen some very disastrous effects of it." Outside as well as within himself, Montaigne studied mankind without regard to order and without premeditated plan. "I have no drill sergeant to arrange my pieces of writing, save haphazard only," he writes, "just as my ideas present themselves, I heap them together; sometimes they come rushing in a throng, sometimes they straggle single file. I like to be seen at my natural and ordinary pace, all a hobble though it be. I let myself go, just as it happens. The parlance I like is a simple and natural parlance, the same on paper as in the mouth, a succulent and a nervous parlance, short and compact, not so much refined and finished to a hair as impetuous and brusque, difficult rather than wearisome, devoid of affectation, irregular, disconnected, and bold, not pedant like, nor preacher like, nor pleader like." That fixity which Montaigne could not give to his irresolute and doubtful mind he stamped upon the tongue. It came out in his essays supple, free, and bold. He had made the first decisive step towards the formation of the language, pending the advent of Descartes and the great literature of France. The 16th century began everything, attempted everything, it accomplished and finished nothing. Its great men opened the road of the future to France; but they died without having brought their work well through, without foreseeing that it was going to be completed. The Reformation itself did not escape this misappreciation and discouragement of its age; and nowhere do they crop out in a more striking manner than in Montaigne. At the beginning of the 16th century, Rabelais is a satirist and a cynic; he is no sceptic; there is felt circulating through his book a glowing sap of confidence and hope. 50 years later, Montaigne, on the contrary, expresses, in spite of his happy nature, in vivid, picturesque, exuberant language, only the lassitude of an antiquated age. Henry IV. was still disputing his throne with the League and Spain. Several times, amidst his embarrassments and his wars, the king had manifested his desire to see Montaigne; but the latter was ill, and felt "death nipping him continually in the throat or the reins." And he died, in fact, at his own house, on the 13th of September, 1592, without having had the good fortune to see Henry IV. in peaceable possession of the kingdom which was destined to receive from him, together with stability and peace, a return of generous hope. All the writers of mark in the reign of Henry IV. bear the same imprint. They all yearn to get free from the chaos of those ideas and sentiments which the 16th century left still bubbling up. In literature as well as in the state, one and the same need of discipline and unity, one universal thirst for order and peace, was bringing together all the intellects and all the forces which were but lately clashing against and hampering one another. In literature as well as in the state, the impulse, everywhere great and effective, proceeded from the king, without pressure or effort. "Make known to M. de Geneve," said Henry IV. to one of the friends of St. Francis de Sales, "that I desire of him a work to serve as a manual for all persons of the court and the great world, without excepting kings and princes, to fit them for living Christianly, each according to their condition. I want this manual to be accurate, judicious, and such as any one can make use of." St. Francis de Sales published, in 1608, the Introduction to a Devout Life, a delightful and charming manual of devotion, more stern and firm in spirit than in form, a true Christian regimen softened by the tact of a delicate and acute intellect, knowing the world and its ways. "The book has surpassed my hope," said Henry IV.; "the style is as supple, the fancy as rich as Montaigne's; but scepticism has given place to Christianism. St. Francis de Sales does not doubt, he believes. Ingenious and moderate withal, he escapes out of the controversies of the violent, and the incertitudes of the sceptics. The step is firm, the march is onward towards the 17th century, towards the reign of order, rule, and method. The vigorous language and the beautiful arrangement in the style of the magistrates had already prepared the way for its advent. Descartes was the first master of it, and its great exponent. Never was any mind more independent in voluntary submission to an inexorable logic. René Descartes, who was born at La Haye, near Tours, in 1596, and died at Stockholm in 1650, escaped the influence of Richelieu by the isolation to which he condemned himself, as well as by the proud and somewhat uncouth independence of his character. Engaging as a volunteer, at 21, in the Dutch army, he marched over Germany in the service of several princes, returned to France, where he sold his property, travelled through the whole of Italy, and ended, in 1629, by settling himself in Holland, seeking everywhere solitude and room for his thoughts. "In this great city of Amsterdam where I am now," he wrote to Balzac, "and where there is not a soul, except myself, that does not follow some commercial pursuit, everybody is so attentive to his gains, that I might live there all my life without being noticed by anybody. I go walking every day amidst the confusion of a great people with as much freedom and quiet as you could do in your forest alleys, and I pay no more attention to the people who pass before my eyes than I should do to the trees that are in your forests, and to the animals that feed there. Even the noise of traffic does not interrupt my reveries any more than would that of some rivulet." Having devoted himself for a long time past to the study of geometry and astronomy, he composed in Holland his treatise on the world, or Traité du Monde. "I had intended to send you my World for your New Year's gift," he wrote to the learned Minim, Father Mersenne, who was his best friend; "but I must tell you that, having had inquiries made lately at Leyden and at Amsterdam whether Galileo's system of the world was to be obtained there, word was sent me that all the copies of it had been burned at Rome, and the author condemned to some fine, which astounded me so mightily that I almost resolved to burn all my papers, or at least not let them be seen by anybody. I confess that if the notion of the earth's motion is false, all the foundations of my philosophy are too, since it is clearly demonstrated by them. It is so connected with all parts of my treatise that I could not detach it without rendering the remainder wholly defective. But as I would not, for anything in the world, that there should proceed from me a discourse in which there was to be found the least word which might be disapproved of by the church, so would I rather suppress it altogether than let it appear mutilated." Descartes' independence of thought did not tend to revolt, as he had proved. In publishing his Discourse on Method, he halted at the threshold of Christianism, without laying his hand upon the sanctuary. Making a clean sweep of all he had learned, and tearing himself free, by a supreme effort, from the whole tradition of humanity, he resolved "never to accept anything as true until he recognized it to be clearly so, and not to comprise amongst his opinions anything but what presented itself so clearly and distinctly to his mind that he could have no occasion to hold it in doubt." In this absolute isolation of his mind, without past and without future, Descartes, first of all assured of his own personal existence by that famous axiom, "Cognito ergo sum," or I think, therefore I am, drew from it, as a necessary consequence, the fact of the separate existence of soul and of body. Passing oft by a sort of internal revelation which he called innate ideas, he came to the pinnacle of his edifice, concluding for the existence of a God, from the notion of the infinite impressed on the human soul. A laborious reconstruction of a primitive and simple truth which the philosopher could not, for a single moment, have banished it from his mind, all the while that he was laboring painfully to demonstrate it. By a tacit avowal of the weakness of the human mind, the speculations of Descartes stopped short at death. He had hopes, however, of retarding the moment of it. "I felt myself alive," he said, at 40 years of age, "and examining myself with as much care as if I were a rich old man, I fancied I was even farther from death than I had been in my youth." He had yielded to the entreaties of Queen Christina of Sweden, who had promised him an observatory like that of Tycho Brahe. He was delicate, and accustomed to follow a regimen adapted to his studies. "O flesh!" he wrote to Gassendi, whose philosophy contradicted his own. "O idea!" answered Gassendi. The climate of Stockholm was severe. Descartes caught inflammation of the lungs; he insisted upon doctoring himself, and died on the 11th of February, 1650. "He didn't want to resist death," said his friends, not admitting that their master's will could be vanquished by death itself. His influence remained for a long while supreme over his age. Bossuet and Fenelon were Cartesians. "I think, therefore I am," wrote Madame de Sevigne to her daughter. "I think of you tenderly, therefore I love you. I think only of you in that manner, therefore I love you only." Pascal alone, though adopting to a certain extent Descartes' form of reasoning, foresaw the excess to which other minds less upright and less firm would push the system of the great philosopher. "I cannot forgive Descartes," he said; "he would have liked, throughout his philosophy, to be able to do without God, but he could not help making him give just a flick to set the world in motion. After that he didn't know what to do with God." A severe but a true saying. Descartes had required everything of pure reason. He had felt a foreshadowing of the infinite and the unknown, without daring to venture into them. In the name of reason, others have denied the infinite and the unknown. Pascal was wiser and bolder when, with St. Augustine, he found in reason itself a step towards faith. "Reason would never give in if she were not of opinion that there are occasions when she ought to give in." By his philosophical method, powerful and logical, as well as by the clear, strong, and concise style he made use of to expound it, Descartes accomplished the transition from the 16th century to the 17th. He was the first of the great prose writers of that incomparable epoch, which laid forever the foundations of the language. At the same moment the great Corneille was rendering poetry the same service. Section 35 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 42. Louis XIV., Richelieu and Literature, Part II. It had come out of the 16th century more disturbed and less formed than prose. Ronsard and his friends had received it from the hands of Marot, quite young, unsophisticated and undecided. They attempted, at the first effort, to raise it to the level of the great classic models of which their minds were full. The attempt was bold, and the Pleiad did not pretend to consult the taste of the vulgar. "The obscurity of Ronsard," says M. Guizot, in his Corneille et son temps, "is not that of a subtle mind torturing itself to make something out of nothing; it is the obscurity of a full and a powerful mind, which is embarrassed by its own riches, and has not learned to regulate the use of them. Furnished, by his reading of the ancients, with that which was wanting in our poetry, Ronsard thought he could perceive in his lofty and really poetical imagination what was needed to supply it. He cast his eyes in all directions, with the view of enriching the domain of poetry. 'Thou wilt do well to pick dexterously,' he says, in his abridgment of the art of French poetry, 'and adopt to thy work the most expressive words in the dialects of your own France. There is no need to care whether the vocables are Gascon, or Poitevin, or Norman, or Manceys, or Lyonnese, or of other districts, provided that they are good, and properly express what thou wouldst say.' Ronsard was too bold in extending his conquests over the classical languages. It was that exuberance of ideas, that effervescence of a genius not sufficiently master over its conceptions, which brought down upon him, in after times, the contempt of the writers who, in the 17th century, followed, with more wisdom and taste, the road which he had contributed to open. 'He is not,' said Balzac, 'quite a poet. He has the first beginnings and the making of a poet. We see in his works nascent and half animated portions of a body which is in formation, but which does not care to arrive at completion.' This body is that of French poetry. Ronsard traced out its first lineaments, full of elevation, play of fancy, images, and a poetic fire unknown before him. He was the first to comprehend the dignity which befits grand subjects, and which earned him in his day the title of Prince of Poets. He lived in stormy times, not much adapted for poetry, and steeped in the most cruel tragedies. He felt deeply the misfortunes of his country rent by civil war, when he wrote, "A cry of dread, a din, a thundering sound Of men and clashing harness roars around. People 'gainst peoples furiously rage, Cities with cities deadly battle wage. Temples and towns one heap of ashes lie, Justice and equity fade out and die. Unchecked, the soldier's wicked will is done, With human blood the outraged churches run. Bedridden age, disbedded, perisheth, And over all grins the pale face of death." There was something pregnant, noble and brilliant about Ronsard, in spite of his exaggerations of style and faults of taste. His friends and disciples imitated and carried to an extreme his defects, without possessing his talent. The unruliness was such as to call for reform. Peace revived with Henry IV., and the court, henceforth in accord with the nation, resumed that empire over taste, manners, and ideas, which it was destined to exercise so long and so supremely under Louis XIV. Malherbe became the poet of the court, whose business it was to please it, to adopt for it that literature which had but lately been reserved for the feasts of the learned. "He used often to say, and chiefly when he was reproached with not following the meaning of the authors he translated or paraphrased, that he did not dress his meat for cooks, as if he had meant to infer that he cared very little to be praised by the literary folks who understood the books he had translated, provided that he was understood by the court folks." A complete revolution in the opposite direction to that which Ronsard attempted appeared to have taken place, but the human mind never loses all the ground it has once won. In the verses of Malherbe, often bearing the imprint of beauties borrowed from the ancients, the language preserved, in consequence of the character given to it by Ronsard, a dignity, a richness of style, of which the times of Marot showed no conception; and it was falling, moreover, under the chastening influence of an elegant correctness. It was for the court that Malherbe made verses, "striving," as he said, "to degasconize it," seeking there his public and the source of honor as well as profit. As passionate an admirer of Richelieu as of Henry IV., naturally devoted to the service of the order established in the state as well as in poetry, he, under the regency of Mary de' Medici, favored the taste which was beginning to show itself for intellectual things, for refined pleasures, and elegant occupations. It was not around the queen that this honorable and agreeable society gathered; it was at the Hôtel Rambouillet, around Catherine de Vivonne, in Rue St. Thomas du Louvre. Literature was there represented by Malherbe and Racan; afterwards by Balzac and Voiture, Gombault and Chapelain, who constantly met there, in company with the Princess de Condé and her daughter, subsequently Duchess de Longueville, Mademoiselle de Vugien, Madame and Mademoiselle d'Epernon, and the Bishop of Lucon himself, quite young as yet, but already famous. "All the wits were received at the Hôtel Rambouillet, whatever their condition," says M. Cousin; "all that was asked of them was to have good manners. But the aristocratic tone was established there without any effort, the majority of the guests at the house being very great lords, and the mistress being at one and the same time Rambouillet and Vivonne. The wits were courted and honored, but they did not hold the dominion." At that great period which witnessed the growth of Richelieu's power, and of the action he universally exercised upon French society, at the outcome from the moral licentiousness which Henry IV.'s example had encouraged in his court, and after a certain roughness, the fruit of long civil wars, a lesson was taught at Madame de Rambouillet's of modesty, grace, and lofty politeness, together with the art of forming good ideas, and giving them good expression, sometimes with rather too much of far-fetched and affected cleverness, always in good company, and with much sweetness and self-possession on the part of the mistress of the house. In 1627, Cardinal Richelieu, having become minister, sent the Marquis of Rambouillet as ambassador to Spain. He wanted to be repaid for this favor. One of his friends went to call upon Madame de Rambouillet. At the first hint of what was expected from her, "I do not believe that there are any intrigues between Cardinal Valette and the princess," said she, "and even if there were, I should not be the proper person for the office it is intended to put upon me. Besides, everybody is so convinced of the consideration and friendship I have for his Eminence, that nobody would dare to speak ill of him in my presence. I cannot, therefore, ever have an opportunity of rendering him the services you ask of me." The cardinal did not persist, and remained well disposed towards Hôtel Rambouillet. Completely occupied in laying solidly the foundations of his power, in checkmating and punishing conspiracies at court, and in breaking down the party of the Huguenots, he had no leisure just yet to think of literature and the literary. He had nevertheless, in 1626, begun removing the ruins of the Sorbonne, with a view of reconstructing the buildings on a new plan and at his own expense. He wrote, in 1627, to M. Saintot, "I thank him for the care he has taken of the Sorbonne, begging him to continue it, assuring him that, though I have many expenses on my hands, I am as desirous of continuing to build up that house as of contributing, to the best of my little ability, to pull down the fortifications of La Rochelle." The works were not completely finished at the death of the cardinal, who provided therefor by his will. At the same time that he was repairing and enriching the Sorbonne, the cardinal was helping Guy de la Brosse, the king's physician, to create the Botanic Gardens (Le Jardin des Plantes). He was defending the independence of the College of France against the pretensions of the University of Paris, and gave it for its grand almoner his brother, the Archbishop of Lyons. He was preparing the foundation of the king's press (Imprimerie Royale), definitively created in 1640, and he gave the Academy, or King's College (Collège Royal) of his town of Richelieu a regulation code of studies which bears the imprint of his lofty and strong mind. He prescribed a deep study of the French tongue. "It often happens, unfortunately, that the difficulties which must be surmounted, and the long time which is employed in learning the dead languages, before any knowledge of the sciences can be arrived at, have the effect, at the outset, of making young gentlemen disgusted, and hasten to betake themselves to the exercise of arms, without having been sufficiently instructed in good literature, though it is the fairest ornament of their profession. It has, therefore, been thought necessary to establish a Royal Academy at which disciplines suitable to their condition may be taught them in the French tongue, in order that they may exercise themselves therein, and that even foreigners, who are curious about it, may learn to know its riches, and the graces it hath in unfolding the secrets of the highest discipline." Herein is revealed the founder of the French Academy, skilful as he was in divining the wants of his day, and always ready to profit by new means of action, and to make them his own whilst doing them service. Associations of the literature were not unknown in France. Ronsard and his friends, at first under the name of the Brigade, and then under that of the Pleiad, often met to read together their joint productions, and to discuss literary questions; and the same thing was done subsequently in Malherbe's rooms. "Now let us speak at our ease," Balzac would say, when the sitting was over, and without fear of committing solecisms." When Malherbe was dead, and Balzac had retired to his country house on the borders of the Charente, some friends, "men of letters and of merits very much above the average," says Pélisson in his Histoire de l'Académie Française, "finding that nothing was more inconvenient in this great city than to go often and often to call upon one another without finding anybody at home, resolved to meet one day in the week at the house of one of them. They used to assemble at M. Conrart's, who happened to be the most conveniently quartered for receiving them, and in the very heart of the city, Rue Saint Martin. There they conversed familiarly as they would have on an ordinary visit, and upon all sorts of things, business, news, and literature. If any one of the company had a work done, as often happened, he readily communicated its contents to all the others, who freely gave him their opinion of it, and their conferences were followed sometimes by a walk and sometimes by a collation which they took together. Thus they continued for 3 or 4 years, as I have heard many amongst them say. It was an extreme pleasure and an incredible gain, insomuch that, when they speak nowadays of that time and of those early days of the Academy, they speak of it as a golden age during the which, without bustle and without show, and without any other laws but those of friendship, they enjoyed all that is sweetest and most charming in the intercourse of intellects and in rational life." Even after the intervention and regulationizing of Cardinal Richelieu, the French Academy still preserved something of that sweetness and that polished familiarity in their relations which caused the regrets of its earliest founders. They were MM. Godeau, afterwards Bishop of Grasse, Conrart and Gombault, who were Huguenots, Chapelain, Giry, Habert, Abbe de Serizy, his brother, M. de Cerizet, and M. de Maleville. The secret of the little gatherings was not so well kept but that Bois Robert, the cardinal's accredited gossip, ever on the alert for news to divert his patron, heard of them and begged before long to be present at them. "There was no probability of his being refused, for besides that he was on friendly terms with many of these gentlemen, the very favor he enjoyed gave him some sort of authority and added to his consequence. He was full of delight and admiration at what he saw, and did not fail to give the cardinal a favorable account of the little assembly, insomuch that the cardinal, who had a mind naturally inclined towards great things, and who loved the French language, which he himself wrote extremely well, asked if those persons would not be disposed to form a body, and assemble regularly and under public authority." Bois Robert was entrusted with the proposal. Great was the consternation in the little voluntary and friendly Academy. "There was scarcely one of these gentlemen who did not testify displeasure." Messieurs de Cerizet and de Maleville, who were attached to the households of the Duke of La Rochefoucauld and Marshal Bassompierre, one in retirement on his estates, and the other a prisoner in the Bastille, were for refusing and excusing themselves as best they might to the cardinal. Chapelain, who had a pension from his Eminence, represented that, "in good truth, he could have been well pleased to dispense with having their conferences thus bruited abroad; but in the position to which things were reduced, it was not open to them to follow the more agreeable of the two courses. They had to do with a man who willed in no half hearted way whatever he willed, and who was not accustomed to meet resistance or to suffer it with impunity. He would consider as an insult the disregard shown for his protection, and might visit his resentment upon each individual. He could, at any rate, easily prohibit their assemblies, breaking up by that means a society which every one of them desired to be eternal." The arguments were strong; the members yielded. Bois Robert was charged to thank his Eminence very humbly for the honor he did them, assuring him that they were all resolved to follow his wishes. "I wish to be of that assembly the protector and the father," said Richelieu, giving at once divers proofs that he took a great interest in that establishment, a fact which soon brought the Academy solicitations from those who were most intimate with the cardinal, and who, being in some sort of repute for wit, gloried in being admitted to a body which he regarded with favor. In making of this little private gathering a great national institution, Cardinal Richelieu yielded to his natural yearning for government and dominion; he protected literature as a minister and as an admirer; the admirer's inclination was supported by the minister's influence. At the same time, and perhaps without being aware of it, he was giving French literature a centre of discipline and union, whilst securing for the independence and dignity of writers a supporting point which they had hitherto lacked. Whilst recompensing them by favors nearly always conferred in the name of the state, he was preparing for them afar off the means of withdrawing themselves from that private dependence, the yoke of which they nearly always had to bear. Set free at his death from the weight of their obligations to him, they became the servants of the state. Ere long the French Academy had no other protector but the king. Order and rule everywhere accompanied Cardinal Richelieu. The Academy drew up its statutes, chose a director, a chancellor, and a perpetual secretary. Conrart was the first to be called to that honor; the number of academicians was set down at 40 by letters patent from the king. "As soon as God had called us to the conduct of this realm, we had for aim, not only to apply a remedy to the disorders which the civil wars had introduced into it, but also to enrich it with all the ornaments suitable for the most illustrious and the most ancient of the monarchies that are at this day in the world. Although we have labored without ceasing at the execution of this design, it hath been impossible for us hitherto to see the entire fulfilment thereof. The disturbances so often excited in the greater part of our provinces, and the assistance we have been obliged to give to many of our allies, have diverted us from any other thought but that of war, and have hindered us for a long while from enjoying the repose we procured for others. Our very clear and very much beloved cousin, the Cardinal Duke of Richelieu, who hath had the part that everybody knows in all these things, hath represented to us that one of the most glorious signs of the happiness of a kingdom was that the sciences and arts should flourish there, and that letters should be in honor there as well as arms; that after having performed so many memorable exploits, we had nothing further to do but to add agreeable things to the necessary, and ornament to utility; and he was of the opinion that we could not begin better than with the most noble of all the arts, which is eloquence; that the French tongue, which up to the present hath only too keenly felt the neglect of those who might have rendered it the most perfect of the day, is more than ever capable of becoming so, seeing the number of persons who have knowledge of the advantages it possesses. It is to establish fixed rules for it that he hath ordained an assembly whose propositions were satisfactory to him. For these reasons, and in order to secure the said conferences, we will that they continue henceforth, in our good city of Paris, under the name of French Academy, and that letters patent be enregistered to that end by our gentry of the Parliament of Paris." Section 36 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 42. Louis XIV., Richelieu and Literature, Part 3. The Parliament was not disposed to fulfil the formality of enregistration. The cardinal had compressed it, stifled it, but he had never mastered it. The Academy was a new institution; it was regarded as his work. On that ground it inspired great distrust in the public as well as the magistrates. "The people, to whom everything that came from this minister looked suspicious, knew not whether beneath these flowers there were not a serpent concealed, and were apprehensive that this establishment was, at the very least, a new prop to support its domination, that it was but a batch of folks in his pay, hired to maintain all that he did and to observe the actions and sentiments of others. It went about that he cut down scavenging expenses of Paris by 80,000 livres in order to give them a pension of 2,000 livres apiece. The vulgar were so frightened, without attempting to account for their terror, that a tradesman of Paris, who had taken a house that suited him admirably in Rue Cinq Diamants, where the Academy then used to meet at M. Chapelain's, broke off his bargain on no other ground but that he did not want to be in a street where a "Académie of conspirators" (une académie de manipuleurs) met every week. The wits, like St. Evremond in his comedy of the Académiste, turned into ridicule the body which, as it was said, claimed to subject the language of the public to its decisions. "So I, with hoary head, to school, Must, like a child, go day by day, And learn my parts of speech, poor fool, When death is taking speech away," said Menard, who nevertheless was one of the 40. The letters patent for establishment of the French Academy had been sent to the Parliament in 1635. They were not registered until 1637, at the express instance of the cardinal, who wrote to the premier president to assure him that "the foundation of the Academy was useful and necessary to the public, and the purpose of the Academicians was quite different from what it had been possible to make people believe hitherto." The decree of verification, when it at length appeared, bore traces of the jealous prejudices of the Parliament. "They, the said Assembly and Academy," it ran, "shall not be powered to take cognizance of anything but the ornamentation, embellishment, and augmentation of the French language, and of the books that shall be made by them and by other persons who shall desire it and want it." The French Academy was founded. It was already commencing its dictionary in accordance with the suggestion enunciated by Chapelain at the second meeting. The cardinal was here carrying out that great moral idea of literature which he had expressed but lately in a letter to Balzac. "The conceptions in your letters," said he, "are forcible and as far removed from ordinary imaginations as they are in conformity with the common sense of those who have superior judgment. Truth has this advantage, that it forces those who have eyes and minds sufficiently clear to discern what it is to represent it without disguise." Neither Balzac and his friends nor the protection of Cardinal Richelieu sufficed as yet to give lustre to the Academy. Great minds and great writers alone could make the glory of their society. The principle of the association of men of letters was, however, established. Men of the world, friendly to literature, were already preparing to mingle with them. The literary, but late servitors of the great, had henceforth at their disposal a privilege envied and sought after by courtiers; their independence grew by it, and their dignity gained by it. The French Academy became an institution, and took its place amongst the glories of France. It had this piece of good fortune, that Cardinal Richelieu died without being able to carry out the project he had conceived. He had intended to open on the site of the Horse market, near Porte Saint Honoré and behind the Palais Cardinal, "a great place which he would have called Ducal in imitation of the Royal, which is at the other end of the city," says Pelisson. He had placed in the hands of M. de la Mesnardière a memorandum drawn up by himself for the plan of a college, "which he was meditating for all the noble sciences, and in which he designed to employ all that was most telling for the cause of literature in Europe. He had an idea of making the members of the Academy directors and, as it were, arbiters of this great establishment, and aspired, with a feeling worthy of the immortality with which he was so much in love, to set up the French Academy there in the most distinguished position in the world, and to offer an honorable and pleasant repose to all persons of that class who had desired it by their labors." It was a noble and a liberal idea, worthy of the great mind which had conceived it; but it would have stifled the fertile germ of independence and liberty which he had unconsciously buried in the womb of the French Academy. Pensioned and barracked, the Academicians would have remained men of letters, shut off from society and the world. The Academy grew up alone, favored indeed, but never reduced to servitude. It alone has withstood the cruel shocks which have for so long a time agitated France. In a country where nothing lasts, it has lasted, with its traditions, its primitive statutes, its reminiscences, its respect for the past. It has preserved its courteous and modest dignity, its habits of polite neutrality, the suavity and equality of the relations between its members. It was said just now that Richelieu's work no longer existed save in history, and that revolutions have left him nothing but his glory. But that was a mistake. The French Academy is still standing, stronger and freer than at its birth, and it was founded by Richelieu, and has never forgotten him. Amongst the earliest members of the Academy the cardinal had placed his most habitual and most intimate literary servants, Bois Robert, Desmarets, Colletet, all writers for the theatre, employed by Richelieu in his own dramatic attempts. Theatrical representations were the only pleasure the minister enjoyed, in accord with the public of his day. He had everywhere encouraged this taste, supporting with marked favor Hardy and the Théâtre Parisien. With his mind constantly exercised by the wants of the government, he soon sought in the theatre a means of acting upon the masses. He had already foreseen the power of the press. He had laid hands on Dr. Renaudot's Gazette de France. King Louis XIII. Often wrote articles in it. The manuscript exists in the National Library, with some corrections which appear to be Richelieu's. As for the theatre, the cardinal aspired to try his own hand at the work. His literary labors were nearly all political pieces. His tragedy of Mirame, to which he attached so much value, and which he had represented at such great expense for the opening of his theatre in the Palais Cardinal, is nothing but one continual allusion, often bold even to insolence, to Buckingham's feelings towards Anne of Austria. The comedy, in heroic style, of Europe, which appeared in the name of Desmarets after the cardinal's death, is a political allegory touching the condition of the world. Francion and Ibert contend together for the favors of Europe, not without, at the same time, paying court to the Princess Austrasia (Lorraine). All the cardinal's foreign policy, his alliances with Protestants, are there described in verses which do not lack a certain force. Germanique, the emperor, pleads the cause of Ibert with Europe. "No longer can he brook to gaze on such as these, destroyers of the shrines, foes of the deities. By Francion, evoked from out the frozen main, that he might cope with us, and equal war maintain. Europe. Oh, call not by those names the indomitable race, Who midst thy champions hold honorable place. Unlike to us, they own no shrine, no sacrifice; But still, unlike Ibert, they use no artifice. About the gods they speak their mind as seemeth best, Whilst he, with pious air, still keepeth me oppressed. Through them I hold mine own, from harm and insult free; Their errors I deplore, their valor pleases me. What was that noble king, that puissant conqueror, Who through thy regions like a mighty torrent tore? Who marched with giant strides along the path of fame, And in the hour of death left victory with his name? What are those gallant chiefs who from his ashes rose, Whom still, methinks, his shade assists against their foes? What was that Saxon heart, so full of noble rage, He whom thine own decrees drove from his heritage? Who, with his gallant few, full many a deed hath done Within thine own domains, and many a laurel won? Who, wasting not his strength in strife with granite walls, Routs thee in open field, and lo! the fortress falls? Who, taking just revenge for loss of all his own, Compressed thy boundaries, and cut thy frontiers down? How many virtues in that prince's heart reside, Who leads yon free set people's armies in their pride; People who boldly spurned Ibert and all his laws, Bravely shook off his yoke, and bravely left his cause. Francion, without such aid, thou sayest would helpless be; What were Ibert without thy provinces and thee? Germanique. But I am of his blood, own self same deities. Europe. All they are of my blood, gaze on the self same skies, Do all your hosts adore the deities we own? Nay, from your very midst come errors widely sown. Ibert for chief support on erring men relies, Yet what himself may do, to others he denies. What, Francion favour error? This is idle prate. He who from irreligion thoroughly purged the state; Who brought the worship back to altars in decay; Who built the temples up that in their ashes lay; True son of them, who, spite of all thy father's feats, Replaced my reverend priests upon their holy seats. 'Twixt Francion and Ibert this difference remains, One sets them in their seats, and one in iron chains." Already, in Mirame, Richelieu had celebrated the fall of Rochelle and of the Huguenot party, bringing upon the scene the King of Bithynia, who is taking arms. "To tame a rebel slave, perched proudly on his rock washed by the ocean wave." As epigraph to Europe there were these lines: "All friends of France to this my work will friendly be, And all unfriends of her will say the author ill. Yet shall I be content, say, reader, what you will, The joy of some, the rage of others, pleases me." The enemies of France did not wait for the comedy, in heroic style, of Europe in order to frequently say ill of Cardinal Richelieu. Occupied as he was in governing the affairs of France and of Europe otherwise than in verse, the cardinal chose out workfellows. There were 5 of them, to whom he gave his ideas and the plan of his piece. He entrusted to each the duty of writing an act, and "by this means finished a comedy a month," says Pélisson. Thus was composed the comedy of the Tuileries and the Aveugle de Smyrne, which were printed in 1638. Richelieu had likewise taken part in the composition of the Visionnaire of Desmarets, and supported in a rather remarkable scene the rule of the 3 Unities against its detractors. A new comedy, the Grande Pastorale, was in hand. "When he was purposing to publish it," says the History of the Academy, "he desired M. Chapelain to look over it, and make careful observations upon it. These observations were brought to him by M. de Bois Robert, and though they were written with much discretion and respect, they shocked and nettled him to such a degree, either by their number or by the consciousness they caused him of his faults, that, without reading them through, he tore them up. But on the following night, when he was in bed, and all his household asleep, having thought over the anger he had shown, he did a thing incomparably more estimable than the best comedy in the world; that is to say, he listened to reason, for he gave orders to collect and glue together the pieces of that torn paper, and having read it from one end to the other, and given great thought to it, he sent and awakened M. de Bois Robert to tell him that he saw quite well that the gentlemen of the Academy were better informed about such matters than he, and that there must be nothing more said about that paper and print." The cardinal ended by permitting the liberties taken in literary matters by Chapelain and even Colletet. His courtiers were complimenting him about some success or other obtained by the king's arms, saying that nothing could withstand his Eminence. "You are mistaken," he answered, laughing, "and I find even in Paris persons who withstand me. There's Colletet, who, after having fought with me yesterday over a word, does not give in yet. Look at this long letter that he has just written me." He counted, at any rate, in the number of his 5 workfellows, one mind too independent to be subservient for long to the ideas and wishes of another, though it were Cardinal Richelieu and the premier minister. In conjunction with Colletet, Bois Robert, de l'Étoile, and Rotrou, Peter Corneille worked at his Eminence's tragedies and comedies. He handled, according to his fancy, the act entrusted to him, with so much freedom that the cardinal was shocked, and said that he lacked, in his opinion, "the follower spirit," or l'esprit de suite. Corneille did not appeal from this judgment. He quietly took the road to Rouen, leaving henceforth to his 4 workfellows the glory of putting into form the ideas of the all powerful minister. He worked alone, for his own hand, for the glory of France and of the human mind. Peter Corneille, born at Rouen on the 6th of June, 1606, in a family of lawyers, had been destined for the bar from his infancy. He was a briefless barrister. His father had purchased him 2 government posts, but his heart was otherwise set than "on jurisprudence." In 1635, when he quietly renounced the honor of writing for the cardinal, Corneille had already had several comedies played. He himself said of the first, Melite, which he wrote at 23, "It was my first attempt, and it has no pretence of being according to the rules, for I did not know then that there were any. I had for guide nothing but a little common sense, together with the models of the late Hardy, whose vein was rather fertile than polished." The comedies of Corneille had met with success; praised as he was by his competitors in the career of the theatre, he was as yet, in their eyes, but one of the supports of that literary glory which was common to them all. Tranquil in their possession of bad taste, they were far from foreseeing the revolution which was about to overthrow its sway and their own." Corneille et son temps, by M. Guizot. Corneille made his first appearance in tragedy, in 1633, with a Médée. "Here are verses which proclaim Corneille," said Voltaire. "After so many boons, to leave me can he bear? After so many sins, to leave me can he dare?" They proclaimed tragedy. It had appeared at last to Corneille. Its features, roughly sketched, were nevertheless recognizable. He was already studying Spanish with an old friend of his family, and was working at the Cid, when he brought out his Illusion Comique, a mediocre piece, Corneille's last sacrifice to the taste of his day. Towards the end of the year 1636, the Cid was played for the first time at Paris. There was a burst of enthusiasm forthwith. "I wish you were here," wrote the celebrated comedian Mondori to Balzac, on the 18th of January, 1637, "to enjoy amongst other pleasures that of the beautiful comedies that are being played, and especially a Cid, who has charmed all Paris. So beautiful is he, that he has smitten with love all the most virtuous ladies, whose passion has so many times blazed out in the public theatre. Seated in a body on the benches of the boxes have been seen those who are commonly seen only in gilded chamber and on the seat with the fleur de lis. So great has been the throng at our doors, and our place has turned out so small, that the corners of the theatre, which served at other times as niches for the page boys, have been given as a favour to blue ribbons, and the scene has been embellished, ordinarily, with the crosses of knights of the order." "It is difficult," says Pelisson, "to imagine with what approbation this piece was received by court and people." It was impossible to tire of seeing it; nothing else was talked of in company. Everybody knew some portion by heart. It was taught to children, and in many parts of France it had passed into a proverb to say, "Beautiful as the Cid." Criticism itself was silenced for a while. Carried along in the general twirl, bewildered by its success, the rivals of Corneille appeared to join the throng of his admirers; but they soon recovered their breath, and their first sign of life was an effort of resistance to the torrent which threatened to carry them away. With the exception of Rotrou, who was worthy to comprehend and enjoy Corneille, the revolt was unanimous. The malcontents and the envious had found in Richelieu an eager and powerful auxiliary. Section 37 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 42. Louis XIII., Richelieu and Literature, Part IV. Many attempts have been made to fathom the causes of the cardinal's animosity to the Cid. It was a Spanish piece, and represented in a favorable light the traditional enemies of France and of Richelieu. It was all in honor of the duel which the cardinal had prosecuted with such rigorous justice. It depicted a king simple, patriarchal, genial in the exercise of his power, contrary to all the views cherished by the minister touching royal majesty. All these reasons might have contributed to his wrath, but there was something more personal and petty in its bitterness. In tacit disdain for the work that had been entrusted to him, Corneille had abandoned Richelieu's pieces, he had retired to Rouen; far away from the court, he had only his successes to set against the perfidious insinuations of his rivals. The triumph of the Cid seemed to the resentful spirit of a neglected and irritated patron a sort of insult. Therewith was mingled a certain shade of author's jealousy. Richelieu saw in the fame of Corneille the success of a rebel. Egged on by base and malicious influences, he attempted to crush him as he had crushed the House of Austria and the Huguenots. The cabal of bad taste enlisted to a man in this new war. Scudery was standard bearer. Astounded that such fantastic beauties should have seduced knowledge as well as ignorance, and the court as well as the Cid, and conjuring decent folks to suspend judgment for a while, and not condemn without a hearing Sophonisbe, César, Cléopâtre, Hercule, Marianne, Cléomedon, and so many other illustrious heroes who had charmed them on the stage. Corneille might have been satisfied; his adversaries themselves recognized his great popularity and success. A singular mixture of haughtiness and timidity, of vigorous imagination and simplicity of judgment, it was by his triumphs that Corneille had become informed of his talents; but when once aware, he had accepted the conviction thereof as that of those truths which one does not arrive at by one's self absolutely. He had accepted the conviction thereof as that of those truths which one does not arrive at by one's self absolutely, without explanation, without modification. "I know my worth, and well believe men's rede of it. I have no need of leagues to make myself admired. Few voices may be raised for me, but none is hired. To swell the applause my just ambition seeks no clack, Nor out of holes and corners hunts the hireling pack. Upon the boards, quite self supported, mount my plays, And every one is free to censure or to praise. There, though no friends expound their views or preach my cause, it hath been many a time my lot to win applause. There, pleased with the success my modest merit won, with brilliant critics' laws I seek to dazzle none. To court and people both I give the same delight, mine own partisans the verses that I write. To them alone I owe the credit of my pen, to my own self alone the fame I win of men. And if, when rivals meet, I claim equality, methinks I do no wrong to whosoe'er it be." "Let him rise on the wings of composition," said La Bruyere, "and he is not below Augustus, Pompey, Nicodemus, Sertorius. He is a king and a great king; he is a politician; he is a philosopher." Modest and bashful in what concerns himself, when it has nothing to do with his works and his talents, Corneille, who does not disdain to receive a pension from Cardinal Richelieu, or, in writing to Scudery, to call him "your master and mine," becomes quite another creature when he defends his genius. "Leaving full oft the earth, soon as he leaves the goal, with lofty flight he soars into the upper air, looks down on envious men, and smiles at their despair." The contest was becoming fierce and bitter. Much was written for and against the Cid. The public remained faithful to it; the cardinal determined to submit it to the judgment of the Academy, thus exacting from that body an act of complaisance towards himself as well as an act of independence and authority in the teeth of predominant opinion. At his instigation, Scudery wrote to the Academy to make them the judges in the dispute. "The cardinal's desire was plain to see," says Pelisson, "but the most judicious amongst that body testified a great deal of repugnance to this design. They said that the Academy, which was only in its cradle, ought not to incur odium by a judgment which might perhaps displease both parties, and which could not fail to cause umbrage to one at least, that is to say, to a great part of France; that they were scarcely tolerated from the mere fancy which prevailed that they pretended to some authority over the French tongue. What would be the case if they proved to have exercised it in respect of a work which had pleased the majority and won the approbation of the people? M. Corneille did not ask for this judgment, and, by the statutes of the Academy, they could only sit in judgment upon a work with the consent and at the entreaty of the author." Corneille did not facilitate the task of the Academicians. He excused himself modestly, protesting that such occupation was not worthy of such a body, that a mere piece (un libelle) did not deserve their judgment. "At length, under pressure from M. de Bois Robert, who gave him pretty plainly to understand what was his master's desire, this answer slipped from him: 'The gentlemen of the Academy can do as they please. Since you write me word that my lord would like to see their judgment, and it would divert his Eminence, I have nothing further to say.'" These expressions were taken as a formal consent, and as the Academy still excused themselves, "Let those gentlemen know," said the cardinal at last, "that I desire it, and that I shall love them as they love me." There was nothing for it but to obey. Whilst Bois Robert was amusing his master by representing before him a parody of the Cid, played by his lackeys and scullions, the Academy was at work drawing up their sentiments respecting the Cid. Thrice submitted to the cardinal, who thrice sent it back with some strong remarks appended, the judgment of the Academicians did not succeed in satisfying the minister. "What was wanted was the complaisance of submission; what was obtained was only that of gratitude." "I know quite well," says Pelisson, "that his Eminence would have wished to have the Cid more roughly handled, if he had not been adroitly made to understand that a judge must not speak like a party to a suit, and that in proportion as he showed passion he would lose authority." Balzac, still in retirement at his country place, made no mistake as to the state of mind either in the Academy or in the world when he wrote to Scudery, who had sent him his Observations sur le Cid: "Reflect, sir, that all France takes sides with M. Corneille, and that there is not one, perhaps, of the judges with whom it is rumored that you have come to an agreement, who has not praised that which you desire him to condemn; so that, though your arguments were incontrovertible, and your adversary should acquiesce therein, he would still have the wherewith to give himself glorious consolation for the loss of his case, and be able to tell you that it is something more to have delighted a whole kingdom than to have written a piece according to regulation. This being so, I doubt that the gentlemen of the Academy will find themselves much hampered in delivering a judgment on your case, and that, on the one hand, your arguments will stagger them, whilst, on the other, the public approbation will keep them in check. You have the best of it in the closet; he has the advantage on the stage. If the Cid be guilty, It is of a crime which has met with reward. If he be punished, it will be after having triumphed. If Plato must banish him from his Republic, he must crown him with flowers whilst banishing him, and not treat him worse than he formerly treated Homer." The Sentiments de l'Académie at last saw the light in the month of December, 1637, and, as Chapelain had foreseen, they did not completely satisfy either the cardinal or Scudery, in spite of the thanks which the latter considered himself bound to express to that body, or Corneille, who testified bitter displeasure. "The Academy proceeds against me with so much violence, and employs so supreme an authority to close my mouth, that all the satisfaction I have is to think that this famous production, at which so many fine intellects have been working for 6 months, may no doubt be esteemed the opinion of the French Academy, but will probably not be the opinion of the rest of Paris. I wrote the Cid for my diversion and that of decent folks who like comedy. All the favor that the opinion of the Academy can hope for is to make as much way. At any rate, I have had my accounts settled before them, and I am not at all sure that they can wait for theirs." Corneille did not care to carry his resentment higher than the Academy. At the end of December, 1637, when writing to Bois Robert a letter of thanks for getting him his pension, which he calls "the liberalities of my lord," he adds, "As you advise me not to reply to the Sentiments de l'Académie, seeing what personages are concerned therein, there is no need of interpreters to understand that. I am somewhat more of this world than Heliodorus was, who preferred to lose his bishopric rather than his book; and I prefer my master's good graces to all the reputations on earth. I shall be mum then, not from disdain, but from respect." The great Corneille made no further defence; he had become a servitor again. But the public, less docile, persisted in their opinion. "In vain against the Cid a minister makes league. All Paris, gazing on Chimene, thinks with Rodrigue. In vain to censure her the Academy aspires; the stubborn populace revolts and still admires," said Boileau subsequently. The dispute was ended, and, in spite of the judgment of the Academy, the cardinal did not come out of it victorious. His anger, however, had ceased. The Duchess of Aiguillon, his niece, accepted the dedication of the Cid. When Horace appeared in 1639, the dedicatory epistle, addressed to the cardinal, proved that Corneille read his works to him beforehand. The cabal appeared for a while on the point of making head again. "Horace, condemned by the Decemvirs, was acquitted by the people," said Corneille. The same year Cinna came to give the finishing touch to the reputation of the great poet. "To the persecuted Cid the Cinna owed its birth." Corneille had withdrawn to the obscurity which suited the simplicity of his habits. The cardinal, it was said, had helped him to get married; he had no longer to defend his works; their fame was amply sufficient. "Henceforth Corneille walks freely by himself and in the strength of his own powers. The circle of his ideas grows larger, his style grows loftier and stronger, together with his thoughts, and purer, perhaps, without his dreaming of it. A more correct, a more precise expression comes to him, evoked by greater clearness in idea, greater fixity of sentiment. Genius, with the mastery of means, seeks new outlets." Corneille writes Polyeucte. Corneille et son temps, by M. Guizot. It was a second revolution, accomplished for the upsetting of received ideas, at a time when paganism was to such an extent master of the theatre that, in the midst of an allegory of the 17th century, alluding to Gustavus Adolphus and the wars of religion, Richelieu and Desmarets, in the heroic comedy of Europe, dared not mention the name of God save in the plural. Corneille read his piece at the Hotel Rambouillet. "It was applauded to the extent demanded by propriety and the reputation already achieved by the author," says Fontenelle; "but some days afterwards M. de Voiture went to call upon M. Corneille, and took a very delicate way of telling him that Polyeucte had not been so successful as he supposed, that the Christianism had been extremely displeasing. The story is," adds Voltaire, "that all the Hotel Rambouillet, and especially the Bishop of Vence, Godeau, condemned the attempt of Polyeucte to overthrow idols." Corneille, in alarm, would have withdrawn the piece from the hands of the comedians who were learning it, and he only left it on the assurance of one of the comedians, who did not play in it because he was too bad an actor. Posterity has justified the poor comedian against the Hotel Rambouillet; amongst so many of Corneille's masterpieces it has ever given a place apart to Polyeucte. Neither the Saint Genet of Rotrou nor the Zaire of Voltaire, in spite of their various beauties, have dethroned Polyeucte. In fame, as well as in date, it remains the first of the few pieces in which Christianism appeared to gain applause upon the French classic stage. Richelieu was no longer there to lay his commands upon the court and upon the world. He was dead, without having been forgiven by Corneille. "Of our great cardinal let men speak as they will; by me, in prose or verse, they shall not be withstood. He did me too much good for me to say him ill; he did me too much ill for me to say him good." The great literary movement of the 17th century had begun. It had no longer any need of a protector. It was destined to grow up alone during 20 years, amidst troubles at home and wars abroad, to flourish all at once, with incomparable splendor, under the reign and around the throne of Louis XIV. Cardinal Richelieu, however, had the honor of protecting its birth; he had taken personal pleasure in it; he had comprehended its importance and beauty; he had desired to serve it whilst taking the direction of it. Let us end, as we began, with the judgment of La Bruyere: "Compare yourselves, if you dare, with the great Richelieu. You men devoted to fortune, you who say that you know nothing, that you have read nothing, that you will read nothing, learn that Cardinal Richelieu did know, did read. I say not that he had no estrangement from men of letters, but that he loved them, caressed them, favored them, and that he contrived privileges for them, that he appointed pensions for them, that he united them in a celebrated body, and that he made of them the French Academy." The Academy, the Sorbonne, the Botanic Gardens (Jardin des Plantes), the king's press have endured. The theatre has grown and been enriched by many masterpieces, the press has become the most dreaded of powers. All the new forces that Richelieu created or foresaw have become developed without him, frequently in opposition to him and to the work of his whole life. His name has remained connected with the commencement of all these wonders, beneficial or disastrous, which he had grasped and presaged in a future happily concealed from his ken. Section 38 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER XLIII. Louis XIV., the Fronde, and the Government of Cardinal Mazarin, 1643 to 1661. Part I. Louis XIII. had never felt confidence in the queen his wife; and Cardinal Richelieu had fostered that sentiment which promoted his views. When M. de Chavigny came, on Anne of Austria's behalf, to assure the dying king that she had never had any part in the conspiracy of Chalais, or dreamt of espousing Monsieur in case she was left a widow, Louis XIII. Answered, "Considering the state I am in, I am bound to forgive her, but not to believe her." He did not believe her, he never had believed her, and his declaration touching the regency was entirely directed towards counteracting by anticipation the power entrusted to his wife and his brother. The queen's regency and the Duke of Orleans' lieutenant generalship were in some sort subordinated to a council composed of the Prince of Conde, Cardinal Mazarin, Chancellor Seguier, Superintendent Bouthillier, and Secretary of State Chavigny, "with a prohibition against introducing any change therein, for any cause or on any occasion whatsoever." The queen and the Duke of Orleans had signed and sworn the declaration. King Louis XIII. Was not yet in his grave when his last wishes were violated. Before his death the queen had made terms with the ministers. The course to be followed had been decided. On the 18th of May, 1643, the queen, having brought back the little king to Paris, conducted him in great state to the Parliament of Paris, to hold his bed of justice there. The boy sat down, and said with a good grace that he had come to the Parliament to testify his good will to it, and that his chancellor would say the rest. The Duke of Orleans then addressed the queen. "The honor of the regency is the due altogether of your Majesty," said he, "not only in your capacity of mother, but also for your merits and virtues. The regency having been confined to you by the deceased king, and by the consent of all the grandees of the realm, I desire no other part in affairs than that which it may please your Majesty to give me, and I do not claim to take any advantage from the special clauses contained in the declaration." The Prince of Conde said much the same thing, but with less earnestness; and on the evening of the same day, the queen regent, having sole charge of the administration of affairs, and modifying the council at her pleasure, announced to the astounded court that she should retain by her Cardinal Mazarin. Not a word had been said about him at the Parliament. The courtiers believed that he was on the point of leaving France; but the able Italian, attractive as he was subtle, had already found a way to please the queen. She retained as chief of her council the heir to the traditions of Richelieu, and deceived the hopes of the party of Importants, those meddlers of the court at whose head marched the Duke of Beaufort, all puffed up with the confidence lately shown to them by her Majesty. Poitiers, Bishop of Beauvais, the queen's confidant during her troubles, "expected to be all powerful in the state. He sought out the Duke of Orleans and the Prince of Conde, promising them governorships of places, and generally anything they might desire. He thought he could set the affairs of state going as easily as he could his parish priests; but the poor prelate came down from his high hopes when he saw that the cardinal was advancing more and more in the queen's confidence, and that for him too much was already thought to have been done in according him admittance to the council, whilst flattering him with a hope of the purple." Memoires de Brienne, p. 37. Cardinal Mazarin soon sent him off to his diocese. Continuing to humor all parties, and displaying foresight and prudence, the new minister was even now master. Louis XIII., without any personal liking, had been faithful to Richelieu to the death. With different feelings, Anne of Austria was to testify the same constancy towards Mazarin. A stroke of fortune came at the very first to strengthen the regent's position. Since the death of Cardinal Richelieu, the Spaniards, but recently overwhelmed at the close of 1642, had recovered courage and boldness. New councils prevailed at the court of Philip IV., who had dismissed Olivares. The House of Austria vigorously resumed the offensive. At the moment of Louis XIII.'s death, Don Francisco de Mello, governor of the Low Countries, had just invaded French territory by way of the Ardennes, and laid siege to Rocroi on the 12th of May. The French army was commanded by the young Duke of Enghien, the Prince of Conde's son, scarcely 22 years old. Louis XIII. Had given him as his lieutenant and director the veteran Marshal de l'Hopital, and the latter feared to give battle. The Duke of Enghien, who "was dying with impatience to enter the enemy's country, resolved to accomplish by address what he could not carry by authority. He opened his heart to Gassion alone. As he was a man who saw nothing but what was easy even in the most dangerous deeds, he had very soon brought matters to the point that the prince desired. Marshal de l'Hopital found himself imperceptibly so near the Spaniards that it was impossible for him any longer to hinder an engagement." Relation de 31 de la Houssaye. The army was in front of Rocroi, and out of the dangerous defile which led to the place, without any idea on the part of the marshal and the army that Louis XIII. Was dead. The Duke of Enghien, who had received the news, had kept it secret. He had merely said in the tone of a master, "that he meant to fight, and would answer for the issue." His orders given, he passed along the ranks of his army with an air which communicated to it the same impatience that he himself felt to see the night over, in order to begin the battle. He passed the whole of it at the camp fire of the officers of Picardy." In the morning, "it was necessary to rouse from deep slumber this second Alexander. Mark him as he flies to victory or death. As soon as he had kindled from rank to rank the ardor with which he was animated, he was seen, in almost the same moment, driving in the enemy's right, supporting ours that wavered, rallying the half beaten French, putting to flight the victorious Spaniards, striking terror everywhere, and dumbfounding with his flashing looks those who escaped from his blows. There remained that dread infantry of the army of Spain, whose huge battalions, in close order, like so many towers, but towers that could repair their breaches, remained unshaken amidst all the rest of the rout, and delivered their fire on all sides. Thrice the young conqueror tried to break these fearless warriors. Thrice he was driven back by the valiant Count of Fuentes, who was seen carried about in his chair, and, in spite of his infirmities, showing that a warrior's soul is mistress of the body it animates. But yield they must. In vain through the woods, with his cavalry all fresh, does Beck rush down to fall upon our exhausted men, the prince has been beforehand with him. The broken battalions cry for quarter, but the victory is to be more terrible than the fight for the Duke of Enghien. Whilst with easy mien he advances to receive the parole of these brave fellows, they, watchful still, apprehend the surprise of a fresh attack. Their terrible volley drives our men mad. There is nothing to be seen but slaughter. The soldier is drunk with blood, till that great prince, who could not bear to see such lions butchered like so many sheep, calmed excited passions, and to the pleasure of victory joined that of mercy. He would willingly have saved the life of the brave Count of Fuentes, but found him lying amidst thousands of the dead whose loss is still felt by Spain. The prince bends the knee, and on the field of battle renders thanks to the God of armies for the victory he hath given him. Then there were rejoicings over Rocroi delivered, the threats of a dread enemy converted to their shame, the regency strengthened, France at rest, and a reign, which was to be so noble, commenced with such happy augury." Bossuet, Oraison funèbre de Louis de Bourbon, Prince de Condé. Victory or death, below the cross of Burgundy, was borne upon most of the standards taken from the Imperialists, and, "indeed," says the Gazette de France, "the most part were found dead in the ranks where they had been posted," which was nobly brought home by one of the prisoners to our captains when, being asked how many there had been of them, he replied, "Count the dead." Conde was worthy to fight such enemies, and Bossuet to recount their defeat. "The prince was a born captain," said Cardinal Retz. And all France said so with him on hearing of the victory of Rocroi. The delight was all the keener in the queen's circle, because the house of Conde openly supported Cardinal Mazarin, bitterly attacked as he was by the Importants, who accused him of reviving the tyranny of Richelieu. A ditty on the subject was current in the streets of Paris. "He is not dead, he is but changed of age, The cardinal, at whom men gird with rage; But all his household make thereat great cheer, It pleaseth not full many a chevalier; They fain had brought him to the lowest stage; Beneath his wing came all his lineage, By the same art whereof he made usage, And by my faith, 'tis still their day, I fear, He is not dead. Hush! we are mum, because we dread the cage, For he's at court, this eminent personage, There to remain, of years to come a score. Ask those Importants, would you fain know more, And they will say, in dolorous language, He is not dead." And indeed, on pretext offered by a feminine quarrel between the young Duchess of Longueville, daughter of the Prince of Conde, and the Duchess of Montbazon, the Duke of Beaufort and some of his friends resolved to assassinate the cardinal. The attempt was a failure, but the Duke of Beaufort, who was arrested on the 2d of September, was taken to the castle of Vincennes. Madame de Chevreuse, recently returned to court, where she would fain have exacted from the queen the reward for her services and her past sufferings, was sent into exile, as well as the Duke of Vendome. Madame d'Hautefort, but lately summoned by Anne of Austria to be near her, was soon involved in the same disgrace. Proud and compassionate, without any liking for Mazarin, she was daring enough, during a trip to Vincennes, to ask pardon for the Duke of Beaufort. "The queen made no answer, and the collation being served, Madame d'Hautefort, whose heart was full, ate nothing. When she was asked why, she declared that she could not enjoy anything in such close proximity to that poor boy." The queen could not put up with reproaches, and she behaved with extreme coldness to Madame d'Hautefort. One day at bedtime her ill temper showed itself so plainly that the old favorite could no longer be in doubt about the queen's sentiments. As she softly closed the curtains, "I do assure you, madame," she said, "that if I had served God with as much attachment and devotion as I have your Majesty all my life, I should be a great saint." And raising her eyes to the crucifix, she added, "Thou knowest, Lord, what I have done for her." The queen let her go to the convent where Mademoiselle de La Fayette had taken refuge 10 years before. Madame d'Hautefort left it ere long to become the wife of Marshal Schomberg; but the party of the Importants was dead, and the power of Cardinal Mazarin seemed to be firmly established. "It was not the thing just then for any decent man to be on bad terms with the court," says Cardinal de Retz. Negotiations for a general peace, the preliminaries whereof had been signed by King Louis XIII. In 1641, had been going on since 1644 at Munster and at Osnabrück, without having produced any result. The Duke of Enghien, who became Prince of Conde in 1646, was keeping up the war in Flanders and Germany, with the co operation of Viscount Turenne, younger brother of the Duke of Bouillon, and since Rocroi a Marshal of France. The capture of Thionville and of Dunkerque, the victories of Fribourg and Nordlingen, the skilful opening effected in Germany as far as Augsburg by the French and the Swedes, had raised so high the reputation of the two generals that the Prince of Conde, who was haughty and ambitious, began to cause great umbrage to Mazarin. Fear of having him unoccupied deterred the cardinal from peace, and made all the harder the conditions he presumed to impose upon the Spaniards. Meanwhile the United Provinces, weary of a war which fettered their commerce, and skilfully courted by their old masters, had just concluded a private treaty with Spain. The emperor was trying, but to no purpose, to detach the Swedes likewise from the French alliance, when the victory of Lens, gained on the 20th of August, 1648, over Archduke Leopold and General Beck, came to throw into the balance the the weight of a success as splendid as it was unexpected. One more campaign, and Turenne might be threatening Vienna, whilst Condé entered Brussels. The emperor saw there was no help for it, and bent his head. The House of Austria split in two. Spain still refused to treat with France, but the whole of Germany clamoured for peace. The conditions of it were at last drawn up at Munster by Messieurs Servien and de Lionne. M. D'Avaux, the most able diplomatist that France possessed, had been recalled to Paris at the beginning of the year. On the 24th of October, 1648, after 4 years of negotiation, France at last had secured to her Elsass and the 3 bishoprics of Metz, Toul, and Verdun. Sweden gained western Pomerania, including Stettin, the Isle of Rugen, 3 mouths of the Oder, and the bishoprics of Bremen and Verden, thus becoming a German power. As for Germany, she had won liberty of conscience and political liberty. The rights of the Lutheran or Reformed Protestants were equalized with those of Catholics. Henceforth, the consent of a free assembly of all the estates of the empire was necessary to make laws, raise soldiers, impose taxes, and decide peace or war. The Peace of Westphalia put an end at one and the same time to the 30 Years' War and to the supremacy of the House of Austria in Germany. So much glory and so many military or diplomatic successes cost dear. France was crushed by imposts, and the finances were discovered to be in utter disorder. The superintendent, D'Emery, an able and experienced man, was so justly discredited that his measures were, as a foregone conclusion, unpopular. An edict laying octroi or tariff on the entry of provisions into the city of Paris irritated the burgesses, and Parliament refused to enregister it. For some time past the Parliament, which had been kept down by the iron hand of Richelieu, had perceived that it had to do with nothing more than an able man, and not a master. It began to hold up its head again. A union was proposed between the 4 sovereign courts of Paris, to wit, the Parliament, the Grand Council, the Chamber of Exchequer, and the Court of Aids or Indirect Taxes. The queen quashed the deed of union. The magistrates set her at naught. The queen yielded, authorizing the delegates to deliberate in the Chamber of St. Louis at the Palace of Justice. The pretensions of the Parliament were exorbitant, and aimed at nothing short of resuming, in the affairs of the state, the position from which Richelieu had deposed it. The concessions which Cardinal Mazarin with difficulty wrung from the queen augmented the Parliament's demands. Anne of Austria was beginning to lose patience, when the news of the victory of Lens restored courage to the court. "Parliament will be very sorry," said the little king, on hearing of the Prince of Conde's success. The grave assemblage, on the 26th of August, was issuing from Notre Dame, where a Te Deum had just been sung, when Councillor Broussel and President Blancmesnil were arrested in their houses, and taken one to St. Germain and the other to Vincennes. This was a familiar proceeding on the part of royal authority in its disagreements with the Parliament. Anne of Austria herself had practised it 4 years before. It was a mistake on the part of Anne of Austria and Cardinal Mazarin not to have considered the different condition of the public mind. A suppressed excitement had for some months been hatching in Paris and in the provinces. "The Parliament growled over the tariff edict," says Cardinal de Retz, "and no sooner had it muttered than everybody awoke. People went groping, as it were, after the laws. They were no longer to be found. Under the influence of this agitation, the people entered the sanctuary and lifted the veil that ought always to conceal whatever can be said about the rights of peoples and that of kings, which never accord so well as in silence." The arrest of Broussel, an old man in high esteem, very keen in his opposition to the court, was like fire to flax. "There was a blaze at once, a sensation, a rush, an outcry, and a shutting up of shops." Paul de Gondi, known afterwards as Cardinal de Retz, was at that time coadjutor of the Archbishop of Paris. His uncle, witty, debauched, bold, and restless, lately compromised in the plots of the Count of Soissons against Cardinal Richelieu, he owed his office to the queen, and "did not hesitate," he says, "to repair to her, that he might stick to his duty above all things." Section 38. Section 39 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 43. Louis XIV, the Fronde, and the government of Cardinal Mazarin. Part 2. There was already a great tumult in the streets when he arrived at the Palais Royal. The people were shouting, "Broussel, Broussel!" The coadjutor was accompanied by Marshal La Meilleraye, and both of them reported the excitement amongst the people. The queen grew angry. "There is revolt in imagining that there can be revolt," she said. "These are the ridiculous stories of those who desire it. The king's authority will soon restore order." Then, as old M. de Guitaut, who had just come in, supported the coadjutor, and said that he did not understand how anybody could sleep in the state in which things were, the cardinal asked him, with some slight irony, "Well, M. de Guitaut, and what is your advice?" "My advice," said Guitaut, "is to give up that old rascal of a Broussel, dead or alive." "The former," replied the coadjutor, "would not accord with either the queen's piety or her prudence; the latter might stop the tumult." At this word the queen blushed, and exclaimed, "I understand you, Mr. Coadjutor, and you would have me set Broussel at liberty. I would strangle him with these hands first." "And as she finished the last syllable, she put them close to my face," says de Retz, adding, "and those who." The cardinal advanced and whispered in her ear. Advices of a more and more threatening character continued to arrive, and at last it was resolved to promise that Broussel should be set at liberty, provided that the people dispersed and ceased to demand it tumultuously. The coadjutor was charged to proclaim this concession throughout Paris. He asked for a regular order, but was not listened to. "The queen had retired to her little gray room. Monseigneur pushed me very gently with his two hands, saying, 'Restore the peace of the realm.' Marshal Meilleraye drew me along, and so I went out with my rochet and camel, bestowing benedictions right and left. But this occupation did not prevent me from making all the reflections suitable to the difficulty in which I found myself. The impetuosity of Marshal Meilleraye did not give me opportunity to weigh my expressions. He advanced, sword in hand, shouting with all his might, 'Hurrah for the king! Liberation for Broussel!' As he was seen by many more folks than heard him, he provoked with his sword far more people than he appeased with his voice." The tumult increased; there was a rush to arms on all sides; the coadjutor was felled to the ground by a blow from a stone. He had just picked himself up when a burgess put his musket to his head. "Though I did not know him a bit," says Retz, "I thought it would not be well to let him suppose so at such a moment. On the contrary, I said to him, 'Ah, wretch, if thy father saw thee!' He thought I was the best friend of his father, on whom, however, I had never set eyes." The coadjutor was recognized, and the crowd pressed round him, dragging him to the market place. He kept repeating everywhere that "the queen promised to restore Broussel." The flippers laid down their arms, and 30,000 or 40,000 men accompanied him to the Palais Royal. "Said Marshal Meilleraye as he entered, 'Here is he to whom I owe my life, and your Majesty the safety of the Palais Royal.'" The queen began to smile. "The marshal flew into a passion, and said with an oath, 'Madame, no proper man can venture to flatter you in the state in which things are; and if you do not this very day set Broussel at liberty, to morrow there will not be left one stone upon another in Paris.' I wished to speak in support of what the marshal said, but the queen cut me short, saying, with an air of raillery, 'Go and rest yourself, sir, you have worked very hard.'" The coadjutor left the Palais Royal "in what is called a rage," and he was in a greater one in the evening, when his friends came and told him that he was being made fun of at the queen's supper table; that she was convinced that he had done all he could to increase the tumult, that he would be the first to be made a great example of, and that the Parliament was about to be interdicted. Paul de Gondi had not waited for their information to think of revolt. "I did not reflect as to what I could do," says he, "for I was quite certain of that; I reflected only as to what I ought to do, and I was perplexed." The jests and the threats of the court appeared to him to be sufficient justification. "What effectually stopped my scruples was the advantage I imagined I had in distinguishing myself from those of my profession by a state of life in which there was something of all professions. In disorderly times things lead to a confusion of species, and the vices of an archbishop may, in an infinity of conjunctures, be the virtues of a party leader." The coadjutor recalled his friends. "We are not in such bad case as you supposed, gentlemen," he said to them. "There is an intention of crushing the public; it is for me to defend it from oppression. To morrow, before midday, I shall be master of Paris." For some time past the coadjutor had been laboring to make himself popular in Paris. The general excitement was only waiting to break out, and when the chancellor's carriage appeared in the streets in the morning, on the way to the Palace of Justice, the people, secretly worked upon during the night, all at once took up arms again. The chancellor had scarcely time to seek refuge in the Hôtel de Luynes. The mob rushed in after him, pillaging and destroying the furniture, whilst the chancellor, flying for refuge into a small chamber, and believing his last hour had come, was confessing to his brother, the Bishop of Meaux. He was not discovered, and the crowd moved off in another direction. "It was like a sudden and violent conflagration lighted up from the Pont Neuf over the whole city. Everybody without exception took up arms. Children of 5 and 6 years of age were seen dagger in hand, and the mothers themselves carried them. In less than 2 hours there were in Paris more than 200 barricades, bordered with flags and all the arms that the League had left entire. Everybody cried hurrah for the king, but the echo answered, none of your Mazarin." The coadjutor kept himself shut up at home, protesting his powerlessness. The Parliament had met at an early hour. The Palace of Justice was surrounded by an immense crowd, shouting, "Bruxelles, Bruxelles." The Parliament resolved to go in a body and demand of the Queen the release of their members arrested the day before. "We set out in full court," says the Premier President Molé, "without sending, as the custom is, to ask the Queen to appoint a time, the ushers in front with their square caps and a foot. From this spot, as far as the Trahoir Cross, we found the people in arms and barricades thrown up at every 100 paces." Memoire de Mathieu Molé, page 255. "If it were not blasphemy to say that there was any one in our age more intrepid than the great Gustavus and the prince, I should say it was M. Molé, Premier President," writes Cardinal Richelieu. Sincerely devoted to the public weal, and a magistrate to the very bottom of his soul, Molé nevertheless inclined towards the side of power, and understood better than his brethren the danger of factions. He represented to the queen the extreme danger the sedition was causing to Paris and to France. "She, who feared nothing because she knew but little, flew into a passion and answered furiously, 'I am quite aware that there is disturbance in the city, but you shall answer to me for it, gentlemen of the Parliament, you, your wives, and your children.' The queen was pleased," says Molé, in his dignified language, "to signify in terms of wrath that the magisterial body should be answerable for the evils which might ensue, and which the king on reaching his majority would remember." The queen had retired to her room, slamming the door violently. The Parliament turned back to the Palace of Justice. The angry mob thronged about the magistrates. When they arrived at Rue St. Honoré, just as they were about to turn on to the Pont Neuf, a band of armed men fell upon them, "and a cook shop lad, advancing at the head of 200 men, thrust his halberd against the Premier President's stomach, saying, 'Turn, traitor, and if thou wouldst not thyself be slain, give up to us Bruxelles, or Mazarin and the chancellor as hostages.'" Matthew Molé quietly put the weapon aside, and said, "You forget yourself," he said, "and are oblivious of the respect you owe to my office." "Thrice an effort was made to thrust me into a private house," says his account in his Memoires, "but I still kept my place; and attempts having been made with swords and pistols on all sides of me to make an end of me, God would not permit it, some of the members (messieurs) and some true friends having placed themselves in front of me. I told President de Mesmes that there was no other plan but to return to the Palais Royal, and thither take back the body, which was much diminished in numbers, 5 of the presidents having dropped away, and also many of the members on whom the people had inflicted unworthy treatment." Thus, having given himself time to rally as many as he could of the body, and still preserving the dignity of the magistracy both in his words and in his movements, the Premier President returned at a slow pace to the Palais Royal, amidst a running fire of insults, threats, execrations, and blasphemies." Memoires de Retz. The whole court had assembled in the gallery. Molé spoke first. "This man," says Retz, "had a sort of eloquence peculiar to himself. He knew nothing of apostrophes, he was not correct in his language, but he spoke with a force which made up for all that, and he was naturally so bold that he never spoke so well as in the midst of peril. Monsieur made as if he would throw himself on his knees before the queen, who remained inflexible. 4 or 5 princesses, who were trembling with fear, did throw themselves at her feet. The Queen of England, who had come that day from St. Germain, represented that the troubles had never been so serious at their commencement in England, nor the feelings so heated or united." Histoire du temps, 1647 to 1648. Archives curieuses, page 162. At last the cardinal made up his mind. He "had been roughly handled in the queen's presence by the presidents and councillors in their speeches, some of them telling him in mockery that he had only to give himself the trouble of going as far as the Pont Neuf to see for himself the state in which things were," and he joined with all those present in entreating Anne of Austria. Finally, the release of Broussel was extorted from her, "not without a deep sigh, which showed what violence she did her feelings in the struggle." "We returned in full court by the same road," says Matthew Mole, "and the people demanding, with confused clamor of voices, whether M. Broussel were at liberty, we gave them assurances thereof, and entered by the back door of my lodging. Before crossing the threshold, I took leave of Presidents de Mesmes and Lecoigneux, and waited until the members had passed, testifying my sentiments of gratitude for that they had been unwilling to separate until they had seen to the security of my person, which I had not at all deserved, but such was their good pleasure. After this business, which had lasted from 6 in the morning until 7 o'clock, there was need of rest, seeing that the mind had been agitated amidst so many incidents, and not a morsel had been tasted." Memoires de Mathieu Mole, p. 265. Broussel had taken his seat in the Parliament again. The Prince of Conde had just arrived in Paris. He did not like the cardinal, but he was angry with the Parliament, which he considered imprudent and insolent. "They are going ahead," said he; "if I were to go ahead with them, I should perhaps do better for my own interests, but my name is Louis de Bourbon, and I do not wish to shake the throne. These devils of square caps, are they mad about bringing me either to commence a civil war before long, or to put a rope round their own necks, and place over their heads and over mine own an adventurer from Sicily, who will be the ruin of us all in the end? I will let the Parliament plainly see that they are not where they suppose, and that it would not be a hard matter to bring them to reason." The coadjutor, to whom he thus expressed himself, answered that "the cardinal might possibly be mistaken in his measures, and that Paris would be a hard nut to crack." Whereupon the prince rejoined angrily, "It will not be taken, like Dunkerque, by mining and assaults, but if the bread of Gonesse were to fail them for a week." The coadjutor took the rest as said. Some days afterwards, during the night between the 5th and 6th of January, 1649, the queen, with the little king and the whole court, set out at 4 A.M. from Paris for the castle of St. Germain, empty, unfurnished, as was then the custom in the king's absence, where the courtiers had great difficulty in finding a bundle of straw. "The queen had scarcely a bed to lie upon," says Mademoiselle de Montpensier, "but never did I see any creature so gay as she was that day. Had she won a battle, taken Paris, and had all who had displeased her hanged, she could not have been more so, and nevertheless she was very far from all that." Paris was left to the malcontents. Everybody was singing, "A frondly wind got up to day, 'Gainst Mazarin it howls, they say." On the 8th of January, the Parliament of Paris, all the chambers in assembly, issued a decree whereby Cardinal Mazarin was declared an enemy to the king and the state, and a disturber of the public peace, and injunctions were laid upon all subjects of the king to hunt him down. War was declared. Scarcely had it begun when the greatest lords came flocking to the popular side. On the departure of the court for St. Germain, the Duchess of Longueville had remained in Paris. Her husband and her brother, the Prince of Conti, were not slow in coming to look after her; and already the Duke of Elbeuf, of the house of Lorraine, had offered his services to the Parliament. Levies of troops were beginning in the city, and the command of the forces was offered to the Prince of Conti. The Dukes of Bouillon and Beaufort and Marshal de la Motte likewise embraced the party of revolt. The Duchesses of Longueville and Bouillon established themselves, with their children, at the Hotel de Ville, as hostages given by the Fronde of princes to the Fronde of the people. The Parliaments of Aix and Rouen made common cause with that of Paris. A decree ordered the seizure, in all the exchequers of the kingdom, of the royal moneys, in order that they might be employed for the general defence. Every evening Paris wore a festive air. There was dancing at the Hotel de Ville, and the gentlemen who had been skirmishing during the day around the walls came for recreation in the society of the princesses. "This commingling of blue scarfs, of ladies, of cuirasses, of violins in the hall, and of trumpets in the square, offered a spectacle which is oftener seen in romances than elsewhere." Memoires du Cardinal de Retz. Affairs of gallantry were mixed up with the most serious resolves. Madame de Longueville was of the Fronde because she was in love with M. de Marsillac, afterwards Duke of La Rochefoucauld, and he was on bad terms with Cardinal Mazarin. Meanwhile war was rumbling round Paris. The post of Charenton, fortified by the Frondeurs, had been taken by the Prince of Conde at the head of the king's troops. The Parliament was beginning to perceive its mistake, and desired to have peace again, but the great lords engaged in the contest aspired to turn it to account. They had already caused the gates of Paris to be closed against a herald sent by the queen, to recall her subjects to their duty. They were awaiting the army of Germany, commanded by M. de Turenne, whom his brother, the Duke of Bouillon, had drawn into his culpable enterprise. Nay, more, they had begun to negotiate with Spain, and they brought up to the Parliament a pretended envoy from Archduke Leopold, but the court refused to receive him. "What, sir," said President de Mesmes, turning to the Prince of Conti, "is it possible that a prince of the blood of France should propose to give a seat upon the fleur de lis to a deputy from the most cruel enemy of the fleur de lis?" The Parliament sent a deputation to the queen, and conferences were opened at Ruel on the 4th of March. The great lords of the Fronde took no part in it. "They contented themselves with having at St. Germain low voiced (basse note) secret agents," says Madame de Motteville, "commissioned to negotiate in their favor." Paris was beginning to lack bread; it was festival time, and want began to make itself felt. A "complaint of the Carnival" was current amongst the people. "In my extreme affliction yet I can this consolation get, That at his hands my enemy, Old Lent, will fare the same as I; That at the times when people eat, We both shall equal worship meet; Thus joining with the whole of France In war against him outrance, Grim Lent and festive Carnival Will fight against the cardinal." It was against the cardinal, in fact, that all attacks were directed, but the queen remained immovable in her fidelity. "I should be afraid," she said to Madame de Motteville, "that if I were to let him fall, the same thing would happen to me that happened to the King of England" (Charles I. had just been executed), "and that after he had been driven out my turn would come." Grain had found its way into Paris during the truce; and when, on the 13th of March, the premier president, Molé, and the other negotiators returned to Paris, bringing the peace which they had signed at Ruel, they were greeted with furious shouts. "None of your peace, none of your Mazarin; we must go to St. Germain to seek our good king; we must fling into the river all the Mazarins." A rioter had just laid his hand on the premier president's arm. "When you have killed me," said the latter calmly, "I shall only want 6 feet of earth." And when he was advised to get back into his house by way of the record offices, "The court never hides itself," he said; "if I were certain to perish I would not commit this poltroonery, which, moreover, would but serve to give courage to the rioters. They would, of course, come after me to my house if they thought that I shrank from them here." The deputies of the Parliament were sent back to Ruel, taking a statement of the claims of the great lords. "According to their memorials, they demanded the whole of France." Memoires de Madame de Motteville, p. 247. Section 40 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 43. Louis XIV., the Fronde, and the government of Cardinal Mazarin. Part 3. Whilst Paris was in disorder, and the agitation, through its example, was spreading over almost the whole of France, M. de Turenne, obliged to fly from his army, was taking refuge, he and 5 others, with the Landgrave of Hesse. His troops had refused to follow him in revolt; the last hope of the Frondeurs was slipping from them. They found themselves obliged to accept peace, not without obtaining some favors from the court. There was a general amnesty, and the Parliament preserved all its rights. "The king will have the honor of it, and we the profit," said Guy Patin. The great lords reappeared one after another at St. Germain. "It is the way of our nation to return to their duty with the same airiness with which they depart from it, and to pass in a single instant from rebellion to obedience." La Rochefoucauld. The return to rebellion was not to be long delayed. The queen had gone back to Paris, and the Prince of Conde with her. He, proud of having beaten the Parliamentary Fronde, affected the conqueror's airs, and the throng of his courtiers, the petits maîtres, as they were called, spoke very slightingly of the cardinal. Conde, reconciled with the Duchess of Longueville, his sister, and his brother, the Prince of Conti, assumed to have the lion's share in the government, and claimed all the favors for himself or his friends. The Frondeurs made skilful use of the ill humor which this conduct excited in Cardinal Mazarin. The minister responded to their advances. The coadjutor was secretly summoned to the Louvre. The Dowager Princess of Conde felt some apprehensions, but, "What have I to fear?" her son said to her; "the cardinal is my friend." "I doubt it," she answered; "you are wrong; I rely upon him as much as upon you." "Please God, you may not be mistaken," replied the princess, who was setting out for the Palais Royal to see the queen, said to be indisposed that day. Anne of Austria was upon her bed. Word was brought to her that the council was waiting. This was the moment agreed upon. She dismissed the princess, shut herself up in her oratory with the little king, to whom she gave an account of what was going to be done for his service. Then, making him kneel down, she joined him in praying to God for the success of this great enterprise. As the Prince of Conde arrived in the grand gallery, he saw Guizot, captain of the guards, coming towards him. At the same instant, through a door at the bottom, out went the cardinal, taking with him Abbe de la Riviere, who was the usual confidant of the Duke of Orleans, but from whom his master had concealed the great secret. The prince supposed that Guizot was coming to ask him some favor. The captain of the guard said in his ear, "My lord, what I want to say is, that I have orders to arrest you, the Prince of Conti, your brother, and Monsieur de Longueville." "Me, Monsieur Guizot, arrest me?" Then, reflecting for a moment, "In God's name," he said, "go back to the queen and tell her that I entreat her to let me have speech of her." Guizot went to her, whilst the prince, returning to those who were waiting for him, said, "Gentlemen, the queen orders my arrest, and yours too, brother, and yours too, Monsieur de Longueville. I confess that I am astonished, I who have always served the king so well, and believed myself secure of the cardinal's friendship." The chancellor, who was not in the secret, declared that it was Guizot's pleasantry. "Go and seek the queen, then," said the prince, "and tell her of the pleasantry that is going on. As for me, I hold it to be very certain that I am arrested." The chancellor went out and did not return. M. Servien, who had gone to speak to the cardinal, likewise did not appear again. M. de Guizot entered alone. "The queen cannot see you, my lord," he said. "Very well, I am content, let us obey," answered the prince; "but whither are you going to take us? I pray you let it be to a warm place." "We are going to the wood of Vincennes, my lord," said Guizot. The prince turned to the company and took his leave without uneasiness, and with the calmest countenance. As he was embracing M. de Brienne, secretary of state, he said to him, "Sir, as I have often received from you marks of your friendship and generosity, I flatter myself that you will some day tell the king the services I have rendered him." The princes went out, and as they descended the staircase, Conde leaned towards Comminges, who commanded the detachment of guards, saying, "Comminges, you are a man of honor and a gentleman; have I anything to fear?" Comminges assured him he had not, and that the orders were merely to escort him to the wood of Vincennes. The carriage upset on the way. As soon as it was righted, Comminges ordered the driver to urge on his horses. The prince burst out laughing. "Don't be afraid, Comminges," he said, "there is nobody to come to my assistance. I swear to you that I have not taken any precautions against this trip." On arriving at the castle of Vincennes, there were no beds to be found, and the three princes passed the night playing at cards. The Princess of Conde and the dowager princess received orders to retire to their estates. The Duchess of Longueville, fearing with good cause that she would be arrested, had taken with all speed the road to Normandy, whither she went and took refuge at Dieppe, in her husband's government. The state stroke had succeeded. Mazarin's skill and prudence once more checkmated all the intrigues concocted against him. When the news was told to Chavigny, in spite of all his reasons for bearing malice against the cardinal, who had driven him from the council and kept him for some time in prison, he exclaimed, "That is a great misfortune for the prince and his friends; but the truth must be told, the cardinal has done quite right; without it he would have been ruined." The contest was begun between Mazarin and the great Conde, and it was not without the prince that the victory was to remain. Already hostilities were commencing. Mazarin had done everything for the Frondeurs who remained faithful to him, but the house of Conde was rallying all its partisans. The Dukes of Bouillon and La Rochefoucauld had thrown themselves into Bordeaux, which was in revolt against the royal authority, represented by the Duke of Epernon. The Princess of Conde and her young son left Chantilly to join them. Madame de Longueville occupied Stenay, a strong place belonging to the Prince of Conde. She had there found Turenne. On the other hand, the queen had just been through Normandy; all the towns had opened their gates to her. It was just the same in Burgundy. The Princess of Conde's able agent, Lenay, could not obtain a declaration from the Parliament of Dijon in her favor. Bordeaux was the focus of the insurrection. The people, passionately devoted to "the dukes," as the saying was, were forcing the hand of the Parliament. Riots were frequent in the town. The little king, with the queen and the cardinal, marched in person upon Bordeaux. One of the faubourgs was attacked, the dukes negotiated and obtained a general amnesty, but no mention was made of the prince's release. The Parliament of Paris took the matter up. The premier president spoke in so bitter a tone of the unhappy policy of the minister, that the little king, feeling hurt, told his mother that, if he thought it would not displease her, he would have made the premier president hold his tongue, and would have dismissed him. On the 30th of January, Anne of Austria sent word to the Parliament that she would consent to grant the release of the princes, "provided that the armaments of Stenay and of M. de Turenne might be discontinued." But it was too late. The Duke of Orleans had made a treaty with the princes. England served as pretext. Mazarin compared the Parliament to the House of Commons, and the coadjutor to Cromwell. Monsieur took the matter up for his friends, and was angry. He openly declared that he would not set foot again in the Palais Royal as long as he was liable to meet the cardinal there, and joined the Parliament in demanding the removal of Mazarin. The queen replied that nobody had a right to interfere in the choice of ministers. By way of answer, the Parliament laid injunctions upon all the officers of the crown to obey none but the Duke of Orleans, lieutenant general of the kingdom. A meeting of the noblesse, at a tumultuous assembly in the house of the Duke of Nemours, expressed themselves in the same sense. It was the 6th of February, 1651. During the night Cardinal Mazarin set out for Saint Germain. A rumor spread in Paris that the queen was preparing to follow him with the king. A rush was made to the Palais Royal. The king was in his bed. Next day Anne of Austria complained to the Parliament. "The prince is at liberty," said the premier president, "and the king our master, is a prisoner." Monsieur, who felt no fear, says Retz, because he had been more cheered in the streets and the hall of the palace than he had ever been, answered with vivacity, "The king was a prisoner in the hands of Mazarin, but thank God he is not any longer." The premier president was right; the king was a prisoner to the Parisians. Patrols of burgesses were moving incessantly round the Palais Royal. One night the queen was obliged to let the people into her chamber. The king was asleep, and two officers of the town guard watched for some hours at his pillow. The yoke of Richelieu and the omnipotence of Mazarin were less hard for royalty to bear than the capricious and jealous tyranny of the populace. The cardinal saw that he was beaten. He made up his mind, and, anticipating the queen's officers, he hurried to Le Havre to release the prisoners himself. He entered the castle alone, the governor having refused entrance to the guards who attended him. "The prince told me," says Mademoiselle de Montpensier, "that when they were dining together, Cardinal Mazarin was not so much in the humor to laugh as he himself was, and that he was very much embarrassed. Liberty to be gone had more charms for the prince than the cardinal's company. He said that he felt marvellous delight at finding himself outside Le Havre, with his sword at his side; and he might well be pleased to wear it; he is a pretty good hand at using it. As he went out, he turned to the cardinal and said, 'Farewell, Cardinal Mazarin,' who kissed the tip of sleeve to him." The cardinal had slowly taken the road to exile, summoning to him his nieces, Mesdemoiselles Mancini and Martinozzi, whom he had, a short time since, sent for to court. He crossed from Normandy into Picardy, made some stay at Doullens, and, impelled by his enemies' hatred, he finally crossed the frontier on the 12th of March. The Parliament had just issued orders for his arrest in any part of France. On the 6th of April he fixed his quarters at Breuil, a little town belonging to the electorate of Cologne, in the same territory which had but lately sheltered the last days of Mary de' Medici. The Frondeurs, old and new, had gained the day; but even now there was disorder in their camp. Conde had returned to the court "like a raging lion, seeking to devour everybody, and, in revenge for his imprisonment, to set fire to the four corners of the realm." Memoires de Montglat. After a moment's reconciliation with the queen, he began to show himself more and more haughty towards her in his demands every day. He required the dismissal of the ministers Le Tellier, Servien, and Lionne, all three creatures of the cardinal and in correspondence with him at Breuil. As Anne of Austria refused, the prince retired to St. Maur. He was already in negotiation with Spain, being inveigled into treason by the influence of his sister, Madame de Longueville, who would not leave the Duke of La Rochefoucauld or return into Normandy to her husband. Fatal results of a guilty passion which enlisted against his country the arms of the hero of Rocroi. When he returned to Paris, the queen had, in fact, dismissed her ministers, but she had formed a fresh alliance with the coadjutor, and on the 17th of August, in the presence of an assembly convoked for that purpose at the Palais Royal, she openly denounced the intrigues of the prince with Spain, accusing him of being in correspondence with the archduke. Next day Conde brought the matter before the Parliament. The coadjutor quite expected the struggle, and had brought supporters. The queen had sent some soldiers. The prince arrived with a numerous attendants. On entering, he said to the company that he could not sufficiently express his astonishment at the condition in which he found the palace, which seemed to him more like a camp than a temple of justice, and that it was not merely that there could be found in the kingdom people insolent enough to presume to dispute, or superiority, the pavement, or disputer le pavé, with him. "I made him a deep obeisance," says Retz, "and said that I very humbly begged his Highness to pardon me if I told him that I did not believe that there was anybody in the kingdom insolent enough to dispute the wall, or le haut du pavé, with him, but I was persuaded that there were some who could not and ought not, for their dignity's sake, to yield the pavement, or quitter le pavé, to any but the king. The prince replied that he would make me yield it. I said that that would not be easy." The dispute grew warm. The presidents flung themselves between the disputants. Conde yielded to their entreaties, and begged the Duke of La Rochefoucauld to go and tell his friends to withdraw. The coadjutor went out to make the same request to his friends. "When he would have returned into the usher's little court," writes Mademoiselle de Montpensier, "he met at the door the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, who shut it in his face, just keeping it ajar to see who accompanied the coadjutor. He, seeing the door ajar, gave it a good push, but he could not pass quite through, and remained, as it were, jammed between the two folds, unable to get in or out. The Duke of La Rochefoucauld had fastened the door with an iron catch, keeping it so to prevent its opening any wider. The coadjutor was in an ugly position, for he could not help fearing lest a dagger should pop out and take his life from behind. A complaint was made to the Grand Chamber, and Champlatreux, son of the premier president, went out and by his authority had the door opened, in spite of the Duke of La Rochefoucauld." The coadjutor protested, and the Duke of Brissac, his relative, threatened the Duke of La Rochefoucauld; whereupon the latter said that, if he had them outside, he would strangle them both, to which the coadjutor replied, "My dear La Franchise," the duke's nickname, "do not act the bully, you are a poltroon and I am a priest; we shall not do one another much harm." There was no fighting, and the Parliament, supported by the Duke of Orleans, obtained from the queen a declaration of the innocence of the Prince of Conde, and, at the same time, a formal disavowal of Mazarin's policy, and a promise never to recall him. Anne of Austria yielded everything. The king's majority was approaching, and she flattered herself that, under cover of his name, she would be able to withdraw the concessions which she felt obliged to make as regent. Her declaration, nevertheless, deeply wounded Mazarin, who was still taking refuge at Brûle, whence he wrote incessantly to the queen, who did not neglect his counsels. "10 times I have taken up my pen to write you," he said on the 26th of September, 1651. Lettre du Cardinal Mazarin à la Reine, pages 292 and 293. "But could not, and I am so beside myself at the mortal wound I have just received that I am not sure whether anything I could say to you would have rhyme or reason. The king and the queen, by an authentic deed, have declared me a traitor, a public robber, an incapable, and an enemy to the repose of Christendom, after I had served them with so many signs of my devotion to the advancement of peace. It is no longer a question of property, repose, or whatever else there may be of the sort. I demand the honor which has been taken from me, and that I be let alone, renouncing very heartily the cardinalate and the benefices, whereof I send in my resignation joyfully, consenting willingly to have given up to France 23 years of the best of my life, all my pains and my little of wealth, and merely to withdraw with the honor which I had when I began to serve her." The persistent hopes of the adroit Italian appeared once more in the postscript of the letter. "I had forgotten to tell you that it was not the way to set me right in the eyes of the people to impress upon their mind that I am the cause of all the evils they suffer, and of all the disorders of the realm, in such sort that my ministry will be held in horror forever." Section 41 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 43. Louis XIV., the Fronde, and the government of Cardinal Mazarin. Part 4. Conde did not permit himself to be caught by the queen's declarations. Of all the princes, he alone was missing at the ceremony of the bed of justice, whereat the youthful Louis XIV., when entering his 14th year, announced on the 7th of September to his people that, according to the laws of his realm, he "intended himself to assume the government, hoping of God's goodness that it would be with piety and justice." The prince had retired to Chantilly, on the pretext that the new minister, the president of the council, Chateauneuf, and the keeper of the seals, Matthew Mole, were not friends of his. The Duchess of Longueville at last carried the day. Conde was resolved upon civil war. "You would have it," he said to his sister on repelling the envoy, who had followed him to Bourges, "from the queen and the Duke of Orleans. Remember that I draw the sword in spite of myself, but I will be the last to sheathe it." And he kept his word. A great disappointment awaited the rebels. They had counted upon the Duke of Bouillon and M. de Turenne, but neither of them would join the faction. The relations between the two great generals had not been without rubs. Turenne had, moreover, felt some remorse because he, being a general in the king's army, had but lately declared against the court, "doing thereby a deed at which Le Balafrot and Admiral de Coligny would have hesitated," says Cardinal de Retz. The two brothers went, before long, and offered their services to the queen. Meanwhile Conde had arrived at Bordeaux. A part of Guienne, Saintonge, and Perigord had declared in his favor. Count d'Harcourt, at the head of the royal troops, marched against La Rochelle, which he took from the revolters under the very beard of the prince, who had come from Bordeaux to the assistance of the place, whilst the king and the queen, resolutely quitting Paris, advanced from town to town as far as Poitiers, keeping the centre of France to its allegiance by their mere presence. The treaty of the Prince of Conde with Spain was concluded. 8 Spanish vessels, having money and troops on board, entered the Gironde. Conde delivered over to them the castle and harbor of Talmont. The queen had commissioned the cardinal to raise levies in Germany, and he had already entered the country of Liege, embodying troops and forming alliances. On the 17th of November, Anne of Austria finally wrote to Mazarin to return to the king's assistance. In the presence of Conde's rebellion she had no more appearances to keep up with anybody, and it was already in the master's tone that Mazarin wrote to the queen, on the 30th of October, to put her on her guard against the Duke of Orleans. "The power committed to his royal highness and the neutrality permitted to him, being as he is wholly devoted to the prince, surrounded by his partisans, and adhering blindly to their counsels, are matters highly prejudicial to the king's service, and, for my part, I do not see how one can be a servant of the king's, with ever so little judgment and knowledge of affairs, and yet dispute these truths. The queen, then, must bide her time to remedy all this." The cardinal's penetration had not deceived him. The Duke of Orleans was working away in Paris, where the queen had been obliged to leave him, on the Prince of Conde's side. The Parliament had assembled to enregister against the princes the proclamation of high treason despatched from Bourges by the court. Gaston demanded that it should be sent back, threatened as they were, he said, with a still greater danger than the rebellion of the princes in the return of Mazarin, who was even now advancing to the frontier. But the premier president took no notice, and put the proclamation to the vote in these words: "It is a great misfortune when princes of the blood give occasion for such proclamations, but this is a common and ordinary misfortune in the kingdom, and for 5 or 6 centuries past it may be said that they have been the scourges of the people and the enemies of the monarchy." The decree passed by 100 votes to 40. On the 24th of December the cardinal crossed the frontier with a large body of troops, and was received at Sedan by Lieutenant General Faber, faithful to his fortunes even in exile. The Parliament was furious, and voted, almost unanimously, that the cardinal and his adherents were guilty of high treason. Ordering the communes to hound him down, and promising, from the proceeds of his furniture and library, which were about to be sold, a sum of 500,000 livres to whoever should take him, dead or alive. At once began the sale of the magnificent library which the cardinal had liberally opened to the public. The dispersion of the books was happily stopped in time to still leave a nucleus for the Mazarin library. Meanwhile Mazarin had not allowed himself to be frightened by parliamentary decrees or by dread of assassins. Re-entering France with 6,000 men, he forced the passage of Pont sur Yonne, in spite of the 2 councillors of the Parliaments who were commissioned to have him arrested. The Duke of Beaufort, at the head of Monsieur's troops, did not even attempt to impede his march, and on the 28th of January the cardinal entered Poitiers, at once resuming his place beside the king, who had come to meet him a league from the town. The court took leisurely the road to Paris. The coadjutor had received the price of his services in the royal cause. He was a cardinal "sooner," said he, "than Mazarin would have had him," and so the new prince of the church considered himself released from any gratitude to the court, and sought to form a third party, at the head of which was to be placed the Duke of Orleans as nominal head. Monsieur, harried by intrigues in all directions, remained in a state of inaction, and made a pretension of keeping Paris neutral. His daughter, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, who detested Anne of Austria and Mazarin, and would have liked to marry the king, had boldly taken the side of the princes. The court had just arrived at Blois on the 27th of March, 1652. The keeper of the seals, Molé, presented himself in front of Orleans to summon the town to open its gates to the king. At that very moment arrived Mademoiselle, the great Mademoiselle as she was then called, and she claimed possession of Orleans in her father's name. "It was the appanage of Monsieur, but the gates were shut and barricaded. After they had been told that it was I," writes Mademoiselle, "they did not open, and I was there 3 hours. The governor sent me some sweetmeats, and what appeared to me rather funny was that he gave me to understand that he had no influence. At the window of the sentry box was the Marquis d'Alluy, who watched me walking up and down by the fossé. The rampart was fringed with people who shouted incessantly, 'Hurrah for the king! Hurrah for the princes! None of your Mazarin!' I could not help calling out to them, 'Go to the Hôtel de Ville and get the gate opened to me.' The captain made signs that he had not the keys. I said to him, 'It must be burst open, and you owe me more allegiance than to the gentlemen of the town, seeing that I am your master's daughter.' The boatmen offered to break open for me a gate which was close by there. I told them to make haste, and I mounted upon a pretty high mound of earth overlooking that gate. I thought but little about any nice way of getting thither. I climbed like a cat. I held on to briars and thorns, and I leapt all the hedges without hurting myself at all. 2 boats were brought up to serve me for a bridge, and in the second was placed a ladder by which I mounted. The gate was burst at last. 2 planks had been forced out of the middle. Signs were made to me to advance, and as there was a great deal of mud, a footman took me up, carried me along, and put me through this hole, through which I had no sooner passed my head than the drums began beating. I gave my hand to the captain, and said to him, 'You will be very glad that you can boast of having managed to get me in.'" The keeper of the seals was obliged to return to Blois, and Mademoiselle kept Orleans, but not without being able to effect an entrance for the troops of the Dukes of Nemours and Beaufort, who had just tried a surprise against the court. Had it not been for the aid of Turenne, who had defended the bridge of Jargeau, the king might have fallen into the hands of his revolted subjects. The queen rested at Gien whilst the princes went on as far as Montargis, thus cutting off the communications of the court with Paris. Turenne was preparing to fall upon his incapable adversaries, when the situation suddenly changed. The Prince of Conde, weary of the bad state of his affairs in Guienne, where the veteran soldiers of the Count of Harcourt had the advantage everywhere over the new levies, had traversed France in disguise, and forming a junction, on the 1st of April, with the Dukes of Nemours and Beaufort, threw himself upon the quarters of Marshal d'Auquincourt, defeated him, burnt his camp, and drove him back to Blenod. A rapid march on the part of Turenne, coming to the aid of his colleague, forced Conde to fall back upon Chantillon. On the 11th of April he was in Paris. The princes had relied upon the irritation caused by the return of Mazarin to draw Paris into the revolt; but they were only half successful. The Parliament would scarcely give Conde admittance. President de Bailleul, who occupied the chair in the absence of Molé, declared that the body always considered it an honor to see the prince in their midst, but that they would have preferred not to see him there in the state in which he was at the time, with his hands still bloody from the defeat of the king's troops. Amelot, premier president of the Court of Aids, said to the prince's face, "that it was a matter of astonishment, after many battles delivered or sustained against his Majesty's troops, to see him not only returning to Paris without having obtained letters of amnesty, but still appearing amongst the sovereign bodies as if he gloried in the spoils of his Majesty's subjects, and causing the drum to be beaten for levying troops to be paid by money coming from Spain, in the capital of the realm, the most loyal city possessed by the king." The city of Paris resolved not to make "common cause or furnish money to assist the princes against the king under pretext of its being against Mazarin." The populace alone were favorable to the princes' party. Meanwhile Turenne had easy work with the secondary generals remaining at the head of the factious army. By his able manoeuvres he had covered the march of the court, which established itself at St. Germain. Conde assembled his forces encamped around Paris. He intended to fortify himself at the confluence of the Seine and the Marne, hoping to be supported by the little army which had just been brought up by Duke Charles of Lorraine, as capricious and adventurous as ever. Turenne and the main body of his troops barred the passage. Conde threw himself back upon Faubourg St. Antoine, and there entrenched himself at the outlet of the 3 principal streets which abutted upon Porte St. Antoine, now Place de la Bastille. Turenne had meant to wait for re enforcements and artillery, but the whole court had flocked upon the heights of Charonne to see the fight. Pressure was put upon him, and the marshal gave the word to attack. The army of the Fronde fought with fury. "I did not see a Prince of Conde," Turenne used to say; "I saw more than a dozen." The king's soldiers had entered the houses, thus turning the barricades. Marshal Ferte had just arrived with the artillery, and was sweeping Rue St. Antoine. The prince's army was about to be driven back to the foot of the walls of Paris, when the cannon of the Bastille, replying all on a sudden to the volleys of the royal troops, came like a thunderbolt on M. de Turenne. The Porte St. Antoine opened, and the Parisians, under arms, fringing the streets, protected the return of the rebel army. Mademoiselle de Montpensier had taken the command of the city of Paris. For a week past the Duke of Orleans had been ill, or pretended to be. He refused to give any order. When the prince began his movement, on the 2d of July, early, he sent to beg Mademoiselle not to desert him. "I ran to the Luxembourg," she says, "and I found Monsieur at the top of the stairs. 'I thought I should find you in bed,' said I. 'Count Fiesque told me that you didn't feel well.' He answered, 'I am not ill enough for that, but enough not to go out.' I begged him to ride out to the aid of the prince, or, at any rate, to go to bed and assume to be ill, but I could get nothing from him. I went so far as to say, 'Short of having a treaty with the court in your pocket, I cannot understand how you can take these things so easily. But can you really have one to sacrifice the prince to Cardinal Mazarin?' He made no reply. All I said lasted quite an hour, during which every friend we had might have been killed, and the prince as well as another, without anybody's caring. Nay, there were people of Monsieur's in high spirits, hoping that the prince would perish; they were friends of Cardinal de Retz. At last Monsieur gave me a letter for the gentlemen of the hotel, leaving it to me to tell them his intention. I was there in a moment, assuring those present that if ill luck would have it that the enemy should beat the prince, no more quarter would be shown to Paris than to the men who bore arms. Marshal de l'Hopital, governor of Paris for the king, said to me, 'You are aware, mademoiselle, that if your troops had not approached this city, those of the king would not have come thither, and that they only came to drive them away.' Madame de Nemours did not like this, and began to argue the point. I broke off their altercation. 'Consider, sir, that, whilst time is being wasted in discussing useless matters, the prince is in danger in your faubourg.'" She carried with her the aid of the Duke of Orleans' troops, and immediately moved forwards, meeting everywhere on her road her friends wounded or dying. "When I was near the gate, I went into the house of an exchequer master (maître des comptes). As soon as I was there, the prince came thither to see me. He was in a pitiable state; he had 2 fingers' breadth of dust on his face, and his hair all matted; his collar and his shirt were covered with blood, although he was not wounded. His breastplate was riddled all over, and he held his sword bare in his hand, having lost the scabbard. He said to me, 'You see a man in despair. I have lost all my friends. Messieurs de Nemours, de la Rochefoucauld, and Clinchamp are wounded to death.' I consoled him a little by telling him that they were in better case than he supposed. Then I went off to the Bastille, where I made them load the cannon which was trained right upon the city, and I gave orders to fire as soon as I had gone. I went thence to the Porte St. Antoine. The soldiers shouted, 'Let us do something that will astonish them. Our retreat is secure. Here is Mademoiselle at the gate, and she will have it opened for us, if we are hard pressed.' The prince gave orders to march back into the city. He seemed to me quite different from what he had been early in the day, though he had not changed at all. He paid me 1,000 compliments and thanks for the great service he considered that I had rendered him. I said to him, 'I've a favor to ask of you, that is, not to say anything to Monsieur about the lash he has displayed towards you.' At this very moment up came Monsieur, who embraced the prince with as gay an air as if he had not left him at all in the lurch. The prince confessed that he had never been in so dangerous a position." The fight at Porte St. Antoine had not sufficiently compromised the Parisians, who began to demand peace at any price. The mob, devoted to the princes, set themselves to insult in the street all those who did not wear in their hats a tuft of straw, the rallying sign of the faction. On the 4th of July, at the General Assembly of the city, when the city's attorney general proposed to conjure his Majesty to return to Paris without Cardinal Mazarin, the princes, who demanded the union of the Parisians with themselves, rose up and went out, leaving the assembly to the tender mercies of the crowd assembled on the Place de Greve. "Down on the Mazarin!" was the cry. "There are none but Mazarin any longer at the Hotel de Ville." Fire was applied to the doors defended by the archers. All the outlets were guarded by men beside themselves. More than 30 burgesses of note were massacred; many died of their wounds; the Hotel de Ville was pillaged; Marshal de l'Hopital escaped with great difficulty, and the provost of tradesmen yielded up his office to Councillor Broussel. Terror reigned in Paris. It was necessary to drag the magistrates to the Palace of Justice to decree, on the 19th of July, by 74 votes against 69, that the Duke of Orleans should be appointed "lieutenant general of the kingdom, and the Prince of Conde commandant of all the armies." The usurpation of the royal authority was flagrant, the city assembly voted subsidies, and Paris wrote to all the good towns of France to announce to them her resolution. Chancellor Seguier had the poltroonery to accept the presidency of the council, offered him by the Duke of Orleans. He thus avenged himself for the preference the queen had but lately shown for Mole by confiding the seals to him. At the same time the Spaniards were entering France; for all the strong places were dismantled or disgarrisoned. The king, obliged to confront civil war, had abandoned his frontiers. Gravelines had fallen on the 18th of May, and the archduke had undertaken the siege of Dunkerque. At Conde's instance, he detached a body of troops, which he sent, under the orders of Count Fuendalsagna, to join the Duke of Lorraine, who had again approached Paris. Everywhere the fortune of arms appeared to be against the king. "This year we lost Barcelona, Catalonia, and Casale, the key of Italy," says Cardinal de Retz. "We saw Brissac in revolt, on the point of falling once more into the hands of the House of Austria. We saw the flags and standards of Spain fluttering on the Pont Neuf. The yellow scarves of Lorraine appeared in Paris as freely as the Isabels and the Blues." Dissension, ambition, and poltroonery were delivering France over to the foreigner. Section 42 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 43. Louis XIV., the Fronde, and the government of Cardinal Mazarin, Part 5. The evil passions of men, under the control of God, help sometimes to destroy and sometimes to preserve them. The interests of the Spaniards and of the Prince of Conde were not identical. He desired to become the master of France, and to command in the king's name. The enemy were laboring to humiliate France and to prolong the war indefinitely. The archduke recalled Count Fuendalsagna to Dunkerque, and Turenne, withstanding the terrors of the court, which would fain have fled first into Normandy and then to Lyons, prevailed upon the queen to establish herself at Pontoise, whilst the army occupied Compiegne. At every point cutting off the passage of the Duke of Lorraine, who had been reinforced by a body of Spaniards, Turenne held the enemy in check for 3 weeks, and prevented them from marching on Paris. All parties began to tire of hostilities. Cardinal Mazarin took his line, and proudly demanded of the king permission to withdraw, in order by his departure to restore peace to the kingdom. The queen refused. "There is no consideration shown," she said, "for my son's honor and my own; we will not suffer him to go away." But the cardinal insisted. Prudent and far sighted as he was, he knew that to depart was the only way of remaining. He departed on the 19th of August, but without leaving the frontier. He took up his quarters at Bouillon. The queen had summoned the Parliament to her at Pontoise. A small number of magistrates responded to her summons, enough, however, to give the queen the right to proclaim rebellious the Parliament remaining at Paris. Chancellor Seguier made his escape, in order to go and rejoin the court. Nobody really believed in the cardinal's withdrawal. Men are fond of yielding to appearances in order to excuse in their own eyes a change in their own purposes. Disorder went on increasing in Paris. The great lords, in their discontent, were quarrelling one with another. The Prince of Conde struck M. de Rieux, who returned the blow. The Duke of Nemours was killed in a duel by M. de Beaufort. The burgesses were growing weary of so much anarchy. A public display of feeling in favor of peace took place on the 24th of September in the garden of the Palais Royal. Those present stuck in their hats pieces of white paper in opposition to the Frondeurs' tufts of straw. People fought in the streets on behalf of these tokens. For some weeks past Cardinal de Retz had remained inactive, and his friends pressed him to move. "You see quite well," they said, "that Mazarin is but a sort of jack in the box, out of sight to day, and popping up to morrow; but you also see that, whether he be in or out, the spring that sends him up or down is that of the royal authority, the which will not, apparently, be so very soon broken by the means taken to break it. The obligation you are under towards Monsieur, and even towards the public, as regards Mazarin, does not allow you to work for his restoration. He is no longer here, and though his absence may be nothing but a mockery and a delusion, it nevertheless gives you an opportunity for taking certain steps which naturally lead to that which is for your good." Retz lost no time in going to Compiegne, where the king had installed himself after Mazarin's departure. He took with him a deputation of the clergy, and received in due form the cardinal's hat. He was the bearer of proposals for an accommodation from the Duke of Orleans, but the queen cut him short. The court perceived its strength, and the instructions of Cardinal Mazarin were precise. The ruin of de Retz was from that moment resolved upon. The Prince of Conde was ill. He had left the command of his troops to M. de Tavannes. During the night between the 5th and 6th of October, Turenne struck his camp at Villeneuve St. Georges, crossed the Seine at Corbeil, the Marne at Meaux, without its being in the enemy's power to stop him, and established himself in the neighborhood of Dammartin. Conde was furious. "Tavannes and Vallon ought to wear bridles," he said; "they are asses." He left his house, and placed himself once more at the head of his army, at first following after Turenne, and soon to sever himself completely from that Paris which was slipping away from him. "He would find himself more at home at the head of 4 squadrons in the Ardennes than commanding a dozen millions of such fellows as we have here, without excepting President Charton," said the Duke of Orleans. "The prince was wasting away with sheer disgust; he was so weary of hearing all the talk about Parliament, Court of Aids, chambers in assembly, and Hotel de Ville, that he would often declare that his grandfather had never been more fatigued by the parsons of La Rochelle." The great Conde was athirst for the thrilling emotions of war, and the crime he committed was to indulge at any price that boundless passion. Ever victorious at the head of French armies, he was about to make experience of defeat in the service of the foreigner. The king had proclaimed a general amnesty on the 18th of October, and on the 21st he set out in state for Paris. The Duke of Orleans still wavered. "You wanted peace," said Madame, "when it depended but on you to make war; you now want war when you can make neither war nor peace. It is of no use to think any longer of anything but going with a good grace to meet the king." At these words he exclaimed aloud, as if it had been proposed to him to go and throw himself in the river, "And where the devil should I go?" he answered. He remained at the Luxembourg. On drawing near Paris, the king sent word to his uncle that he would have to leave the city. Gaston replied in the following letter: "Monseigneur, having understood from my cousin the Duke of Dunville and from Sieur d'Aligre the respect that your Majesty would have me pay you, I most humbly beseech your Majesty to allow me to assure you by these lines that I do not propose to remain in Paris longer than till to morrow, and that I will go my way to my house at Limours, having no more passionate desire than to testify by my perfect obedience that I am, with submission, Monseigneur, your most humble and most obedient servant and subject, Gaston." The Duke of Orleans retired before long to his castle at Blois, where he died in 1660, deserted, towards the end of his life, by all the friends he had successively abandoned and betrayed. "He had, with the exception of courage, all that was necessary to make an honorable man," says Cardinal de Retz; "but weakness was predominant in his heart through fear, and in his mind through irresolution; it disfigured the whole course of his life. He engaged in everything because he had not strength to resist those who drew him on, and he always came out disgracefully, because he had not the courage to support them." He was a prey to fear of his friends as well as of his enemies. The Fronde was all over, that of the gentry of the long robe as well as that of the gentry of the sword. The Parliament of Paris was falling once more in the state to the rank which had been assigned to it by Richelieu, and from which it had wanted to emerge by a supreme effort. The attempt had been the same in France as in England, however different had been the success. It was the same yearnings of patriotism and freedom, the same desire on the part of the country to take an active part in its government, which had inspired the opposition of the Parliament of England to the despotism of Charles I., and the opposition of the French Parliaments to Richelieu as well as to Mazarin. It was England's good fortune to have but one Parliament of politicians, instead of 10 Parliaments of magistrates, the latter more fit for the theory than the practice of public affairs; and the Reformation had, beforehand, accustomed its people to discussion as well as to liberty. Its great lords and its gentlemen placed themselves from the first at the head of the national movement, demanding nothing and expecting nothing for themselves from the advantages they claimed for their country. The remnant of the feudal system had succumbed with the Duke of Montmorency under Richelieu. France knew not the way to profit by the elements of courage, disinterestedness, and patriotism offered her by her magistracy. She had the misfortune to be delivered over to noisy factions of princes and great lords, ambitious or envious, greedy of honors and riches, as ready to fight the court as to be on terms with it, and thinking far more of their own personal interests than of the public service. Without any unity of action or aim, and by turns excited and dismayed by the examples that came to them from England, the Frondeurs had to guide them no Hampden or Cromwell; they had at their backs neither people nor army. The English had been able to accomplish a revolution; the Fronde failed before the dexterous prudence of Mazarin and the queen's fidelity to her minister. In vain did the coadjutor aspire to take his place. Anne of Austria had not forgotten the Earl of Strafford. Cardinal de Retz learned before long the hollowness of his hopes. On the 19th of December, 1652, as he was repairing to the Louvre, he was arrested by M. de Villequier, captain of the guards on duty, and taken the same evening to the Bois de Vincennes. There was a great display of force in the street and around the carriage, but nobody moved. "Whether it were," says Retz, "that the dejection of the people was too great, or that those who were well inclined towards me lost courage on seeing nobody at their head." People were tired of raising barricades and hounding down the king's soldiers. "I was taken into a large room, where there were neither hangings nor bed. That which was brought in about 11 o'clock at night was of Chinese taffeta, not at all the thing for winter furniture. I slept very well, which must not be attributed to stout heartedness, because misfortune has naturally that effect upon me. I have on more than one occasion discovered that it wakes me in the morning and sends me to sleep at night. I was obliged to get up the next day without a fire, because there was no wood to make one, and the 3 exons who had been posted near me had the kindness to assure me that I should not be without it the next day. He who remained alone on guard over me took it for himself, and I was a whole fortnight at Christmas in a room as big as a church without warming myself. I do not believe that there could be found under heaven another man like this exon. He stole my linen, my clothes, my boots, and I was sometimes obliged to stay in bed 8 or 10 days for lack of anything to put on. I could not believe that I was subjected to such treatment without orders from some superior, and without some mad notion of making me die of vexation. I fortified myself against that notion, and I resolved at any rate not to die that kind of death. At last I got him into the habit of not tormenting me any more, by dint of letting him see that I did not torment myself at all. In point of fact, I had risen pretty nearly superior to all these ruses, for which I had a supreme contempt; but I could not assume the same loftiness of spirit in respect of the prison's entity, or substance, if one may use the term, and the sight of myself every morning when I awoke in the hands of my enemies made me perceive that I was anything rather than a stoic." The Archbishop of Paris had just died, and the dignity passed to his coadjutor. As the price of his release, Mazarin demanded his resignation. The clergy of Paris were highly indignant. Cardinal de Retz was removed to the castle of Nantes, whence he managed to make his escape in August, 1653. For 9 years he lived abroad, in Spain, Italy, and Germany, everywhere mingling in the affairs of Europe, engaged in intrigue, and not without influence. When at last he returned to France, in 1662, he resigned the archbishopric of Paris, and established himself in the principality of Commercy, which belonged to him, occupied up to the day of his death in paying his debts, doing good to his friends and servants, writing his memoirs, and making his peace with God. This was in those days a solicitude which never left the most worldly. The Prince of Conti had died very devout, and Madame de Longueville had just expired at the Carmelites, after 25 years' penance, when Cardinal de Retz died on the 24th of August, 1679. At the time of his arrest, it was a common saying of the people in the street that, together with "Cardinal de Retz, it would have been a very good thing to imprison Cardinal Mazarin as well, in order to teach them of the clergy not to meddle for the future in the things of this world." Language which was unjust to the grand government of Cardinal Richelieu, unjust even to Cardinal Mazarin. The latter was returning with greater power than ever at the moment when Cardinal de Retz, losing forever the hope of supplanting him in power, was beginning that life of imprisonment and exile which was ultimately to give him time to put retirement and repentance between himself and death. Cardinal Mazarin had once more entered France, but he had not returned to Paris. The Prince of Conde, soured by the ill success of the Fronde, and demented by illimitable pride, had not been ashamed to accept the title of generalissimo of the Spanish armies. Turenne had succeeded in hurling him back into Luxembourg. and it was in front of Bar, besieged, that Mazarin, with a body of 4,000 men, joined the French army. Bar was taken, and the campaign of 1652, disastrous at nearly every point, had just finished with this success, when the cardinal re entered Paris at the end of January, 1653. 6 months later, at the end of July, the insurrection in Guienne was becoming extinguished by a series of private conventions. The king's armies were entering Bordeaux. The revolted princes received their pardon, waiting for the Prince of Conti to marry, as he did next year, Mademoiselle Martinozzi, one of Mazarin's nieces. Madame de Longueville retired to Moulins in the convent where her aunt, Madame de Montmorency, had for the last 20 years been mourning for her husband. Conde was the only rebel left, more dangerous for France than all the hostile armies he commanded. Cardinal Mazarin was henceforth all powerful. Whatever may have been the nature of the ties which united him to the queen, he had proved their fidelity and strength too fully to always avoid the temptation of adopting the tone of a master. The young king's confidence in his minister, who had brought him up, equalled that of his mother. The merits as well as the faults of Mazarin were accordingly free to crop out. He was neither vindictive nor cruel towards even his most inveterate enemies, whom he could not manage, as Richelieu did, to confound with those of the state. The excesses of the factions had sufficed to destroy them. "Time is an able fellow," the cardinal would frequently say. If people often complained of being badly compensated for their services, Mazarin could excuse himself on the ground of the deplorable condition of the finances. He nevertheless feathered his own nest inordinately, taking care, however, not to rob the people, it was said. He confined himself to selling everything at a profit to himself, even the offices of the royal household, without making, as Richelieu had made, any "advance out of his own money to the state, when there was none in the treasury." The power had been honestly won, if the fortune were of a doubtful kind. M. Mignet has said with his manly precision of language, "Amidst those unreasonable disturbances which upset for a while the judgment of the great Turenne, which, in the case of the great Conde, turned the sword of Rocroi against France, and which led Cardinal Retz to make so poor a use of his talent, there was but one firm will, and that was Anne of Austria's; but one man of good sense, and that was Mazarin." Introduction aux négociations pour la succession d'Espagne. From 1653 to 1657, Turenne, seconded by Marshal La Ferte, and sometimes by Cardinal Mazarin in person, constantly kept the Spaniards and the Prince of Conde in check, recovering the places but lately taken from France and relieving the besieged towns. Without ever engaging in pitched battles, he almost always had the advantage. Mazarin resolved to strike a decisive blow. It was now 3 years since, after long negotiations, the cardinal had concluded with Cromwell, Protector of the Commonwealth of England, a treaty of peace and commerce, the prelude and first fruits of a closer alliance which the able minister of Anne of Austria had not ceased to wish for and pave the way for. On the 23d of March, 1657, the parleys ended at last in a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive. It was concluded at Paris between France and England. Cromwell promised that a body of 6,000 English, supported by a fleet prepared to victual and aid them along the coasts, should go and join the French army, 20,000 strong, to make war on the Spanish Low Countries, and especially to besiege the 3 forts of Gravelines, Mardyk, and Dunkerque, the last of which was to be placed in the hands of the English and remain in their possession. 6 weeks after the conclusion of the treaty, the English troops disembarked at Boulogne. They were regiments formed and trained in the long struggles of the civil war, drilled to the most perfect discipline, of austere manners, and of resolute and stern courage. The king came in person to receive them on their arrival. Mardyk was soon taken and placed as a pledge in the hands of the English. Cromwell sent 2 fresh regiments for the siege of Dunkerque. In the spring of 1658, Turenne invested the place. Louis XIV. And Mazarin went to Calais to be present at this great enterprise. Section 42. Section 43 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 43. Louis XIV., the Fronde, and the government of Cardinal Mazarin. Part 6. "At Brussels," says M. Guizot in his Histoire de la République d'Angleterre et de Cromwell, "neither Don Juan nor the Marquis of Caracena would believe that Dunkerque was in danger. Being at the same time indolent and proud, they disdained the council, at one time of vigilant activity, and at another of prudent reserve, which was constantly given them by Conde. They would not have anybody come and rouse them during their siesta if any unforeseen incident occurred, nor allow any doubt of their success when once they were up and on horseback. They hurried away to the defence of Dunkirk, leaving behind them their artillery and a portion of their cavalry. Conde conjured them to entrench themselves whilst awaiting them. Don Juan, on the contrary, was for advancing onto the dunes and marching to meet the French army. "You don't reflect," said Conde, "that ground is fit only for infantry, and that of the French is more numerous and has seen more service." "I am persuaded," replied Don Juan, "that they will not ever dare to look His Most Catholic Majesty's army in the face." "Ah, you don't know Monsieur de Turenne. No mistake is made with impunity in the presence of such a man as that." Don Juan persisted, and in fact made his way on to the dunes. Next day, the 13th of June, Conde, more and more convinced of the danger, made fresh efforts to make him retire. "Retire!" cried Don Juan. "If the French dare fight, this will be the finest day that ever shone on the arms of His Most Catholic Majesty." "Very fine, certainly," answered Conde, "if you give orders to retire." Turenne put an end to this disagreement in the enemy's camp. Having made up his mind to give battle on the 14th, at daybreak, he sent word to the English general, Lockhart, by one of his officers, who wanted at the same time to explain the commander in chief's plan and his grounds for it. "All right," answered Lockhart, "I leave it to M. de Turenne. He shall tell me his reasons after the battle, if he likes." A striking contrast between the manly discipline of English good sense and the silly blindness of Spanish pride. Conde was not mistaken. The issue of a battle begun under such auspices could not be doubtful. "My lord," said he to the young Duke of Gloucester, who was serving in the Spanish army by the side of his brother, the Duke of York, "did you ever see a battle?" "No, prince." "Well, then, you are going to see one lost." The battle of the Dunes was, in fact, totally lost by the Spaniards, after 4 hours' very hard fighting, during which the English regiments carried bravely and with heavy losses the most difficult and the best defended position. All the officers of Lockhart's regiment, except 2, were killed or wounded before the end of the day. The Spanish army retired in disorder, leaving 4,000 prisoners in the hands of the conqueror. "The enemy came to meet us," wrote Turenne in the evening to his wife. "They were beaten, God be praised! I have worked rather hard all day. I wish you good night, and am going to bed." 10 days afterwards, on the 23d of June, 1658, the garrison of Dunkerque was exhausted. The aged governor, the Marquis of Leyden, had been mortally wounded in a sortie. The place surrendered, and the next day but one Louis XIV. Entered it, but merely to hand it over at once to the English. "Though the court and the army are in despair at the notion of letting go what he calls a rather nice morsel," wrote Lockhart the day before to Secretary Thurlow, "nevertheless the cardinal is staunch to his promises, and seems as well satisfied at giving up this place to his Highness as I am to take it. The king also is extremely polite and obliging, and he has in his soul more honesty than I had supposed." The surrender of Dunkerque was soon followed by that of Gravelines and several other towns. The great blow against the Spanish arms had been struck. Negotiations were beginning. Tranquillity reigned everywhere in France. The Parliament had caused no talk since the 20th of March, 1655, when, they having refused to enregister certain financial edicts for want of liberty of suffrage, the king, setting out from the castle of Vincennes, "had arrived early at the Palace of Justice, in scarlet jacket and gray hat, attended by all his court in the same costume, as if he were going to hunt the stag, which was unwonted up to that day. When he was in his bed of justice, he prohibited the Parliament from assembling, and, after having said a word or two, he rose and went out, without listening to any address." Memoires de Montglat. The sovereign courts had learned to improve upon the old maxim of Matthew Mole, "I am going to court, I shall tell the truth, after which the king must be obeyed." Not a tongue wagged, and obedience at length was rendered to Cardinal Mazarin as it had but lately been to Cardinal Richelieu. The court was taking its diversion. "There were plenty of fine comedies and ballets going on. The king, who danced very well, liked them extremely," says Mdlle. de Montpensier, at that time exiled from Paris. "All this did not affect me at all. I thought that I should see enough of it on my return. But my ladies were different, and nothing could equal their vexation at not being in all these gaieties." It was still worse when announcement was made of the arrival of Queen Christina of Sweden, that celebrated princess who had reigned from the time she was 6 years old, and had lately abdicated, in 1654, in favor of her cousin, Charles Gustavus, in order to regain her liberty, she said, but perhaps also because she found herself confronted by the ever increasing opposition of the grandees of her kingdom, hostile to the foreign fashions favored by the queen, as well as to the design that was attributed to her of becoming converted to Catholicism. When Christina arrived at Paris in 1656, she had already accomplished her abjuration at Brussels, without assigning her motives for it to anybody. "Those who talk of them know nothing about them," she would say, "and she who knows something about them has never talked of them." There was great curiosity at Paris to see this queen. The king sent the Duke of Guise to meet her, and he wrote to one of his friends as follows: "She is not tall, she has a good arm, a hand white and well made, but rather a man's than a woman's, a high shoulder; a defect which she so well conceals by the singularity of her dress, her walk, and her gestures, that you might make a bet about it. Her face is large without being defective, all her features are the same and strongly marked, a pretty tolerable turn of countenance, set off by a very singular head dress; that is, a man's wig, very big, and very much raised in front. The top of the head is a tissue of hair, and the back has something of a woman's style of head dress. Sometimes she also wears a hat. Her bodice, laced behind, crosswise, is made something like our doublets, her chemise bulging out all round her petticoat, which she wears rather badly fastened and not over straight. She is always very much powdered, with a good deal of pomade, and almost never puts on gloves. She has, at the very least, as much swagger and haughtiness as the great Gustavus her father can have had. She is mighty civil and coaxing, speaks 8 languages, and principally French, as if she had been born in Paris. She knows as much about it as all our Academy and the Sorbonne put together, has an admirable knowledge of painting as well as of everything else, and knows all the intrigues of our court better than I. In fact, she is quite an extraordinary person." "The king, though very timid at that time," says Madame de Motteville, "and not at all well informed, got on so well with this bold, well informed, and haughty princess, that from the first moment they associated together with much freedom and pleasure on both sides. It was difficult, when you had once had a good opportunity of seeing her, and above all of listening to her, not to forgive all her irregularities, though some of them were highly blamable." All the court and all Paris made a great fuss about this queen, who insisted upon going everywhere, even to the French Academy, where no woman had ever been admitted. Patru thus relates to one of his friends the story of her visit. "No notice was given until about 8 or 9 in the morning of this princess's purpose, so that some of our body could not receive information in time. M. de Gombault came without having been advertised; but as soon as he knew of the queen's purpose, he went away again, for thou must know that he is wroth with her because, he having written some verses in which he praised the great Gustavus, she did not write to him, she who, as thou knowest, has written to 100 impertinent apes. I might complain with far more reason; but so long as kings, queens, princes, and princesses do me only that sort of harm, I shall never complain. The chancellor Siguier, at whose house the Academy met, had forgotten to have the portrait of this princess, which she had given to the society, placed in the room, which, in my opinion, ought not to have been forgotten. Word was brought that the carriage was entering the court yard. The chancellor, followed by the whole body, went to receive the princess. As soon as she entered the room, she went off hand, according to her habit, and sat down in her chair, and at the same moment, without any order given us, we also sat down. The princess, seeing that we were at some little distance from the table, told us that we could draw up close to it. There was some little drawing up, but not as if it were a dinner party. Several pieces were read, and then the director, who was M. de la Chambre, told the queen that the ordinary exercise of the society was to work at the dictionary, and that if it were agreeable to her Majesty, a sheet should be read. "By all means," said she. M. de Mezeray, accordingly, read the word jeu, under which, amongst other proverbial expressions, there was jeux de prince, qui ne plaisent qu'à ceux qui les font, or princes' jokes, which amuse only those who make them. She burst out laughing. The word, which was in fair copy, was finished. It would have been better to read a word which had to be weeded, because then we should all have spoken; but people were taken by surprise, the French always are. After about an hour the princess rose, made a courtesy to the company, and went away as she had come. Here is really what passed at this famous interview, which, no doubt, does great honor to the Academy. The Duke of Anjou talks of coming to it, and the zealous are quite transported with this bit of glory." Œuvres diverses de Patru, p. 512. Queen Christina returned the next year and passed some time at Fontainebleau. It was there, in a gallery that King Louis Philippe caused to be turned into apartments, which M. Guizot at one time occupied, that she had her first equerry, Monaldeschi, whom she accused of having betrayed her, assassinated almost before her own eyes; and she considered it astonishing, and very bad taste, that the court of France should be shocked at such an execution. "This barbarous princess," says Madame de Motteville, "after so cruel an action as that, remained in her room laughing and chatting as easily if she had done something of no consequence or very praiseworthy. The queen mother, a perfect Christian, who had met with so many enemies whom she might have punished, but who had received from her nothing but marks of kindness, was scandalized by it. The king and Monsieur blamed her, and the minister, who was not a cruel man, was astounded." The queen mother had other reasons for being less satisfied than she had been at the first trip of Queen Christina of Sweden. The young king testified much inclination for Mary de Mancini, Cardinal Mazarin's niece, a bold and impassioned creature, whose sister Olympia had already found favor in his eyes before her marriage with the Count of Soissons. The eldest of all had married the Duke of Mercoeur, son of the Duke of Vendome; the other two were destined to be united, at a later period, to the Dukes of Bouillon and La Meilleraye. The hopes of Mary went still higher; relying on the love of young Louis XIV., she dared to dream of the throne; and the Queen of Sweden encouraged her. "The right thing is to marry one's love," she told the king. No time was lost in letting Christina understand that she could not remain long in France. The cardinal, "with a moderation for which he cannot be sufficiently commended," says Madame de Motteville, "himself put obstacles in the way of his niece's ambitious designs; he sent her to the convent of Brouage, threatening, if that exile were not sufficient, to leave France and take his niece with him." "No power," he said to the king, "can wrest from me the free authority of disposal which God and the laws give me over my family." "You are king, you weep, and yet I am going away," said the young girl to her royal lover, who let her go. Mary de Mancini was mistaken; he was not yet king. Cardinal Mazarin and the queen had other views regarding the marriage of Louis XIV. For a long time past the object of their labors had been to terminate the war by an alliance with Spain. The Infanta Maria Theresa was no longer heiress to the crown, for King Philip at last had a son. Spain was exhausted by long continued efforts, and dismayed by the checks received in the campaign of 1658. The alliance of the Rhine, recently concluded at Frankfort between the two leagues, Catholic and Protestant, confirmed immutably the advantages which the treaty of Westphalia had secured to France. The electors had just raised to the head of the empire young Leopold I., on the death of his father, Ferdinand III., and they proposed their mediation between France and Spain. Whilst King Philip IV. was still hesitating, Mazarin took a step in another direction. The king set out for Lyons, accompanied by his mother and his minister, to go and see Princess Margaret of Savoy, who had been proposed to him a long time ago as his wife. He was pleased with her, and negotiations were already pretty far advanced, to the great displeasure of the queen mother, when the cardinal, on the 29th of November, 1659, in the evening, entered Anne of Austria's room. "He found her pensive and melancholy, but he was all smiles. 'Good news, madame,' said he. 'Ah!' cried the queen, 'is it to be peace?' 'More than that, madame; I bring your Majesty both peace and the Infanta.'" The Spaniards had become uneasy, and Don Antonio de Pimentel had arrived at Lyons at the same time with the court of Savoy, bearing a letter from Philip IV. for the queen his sister. The Duchess of Savoy had to depart and take her daughter with her, disappointed of her hopes. All the consolation she obtained was a written promise that the king would marry Princess Margaret, if the marriage with the Infanta were not accomplished within a year. The year had not yet rolled away, and the Duchess of Savoy had already lost every atom of illusion. Since the 13th of August, Cardinal Mazarin had been officially negotiating with Don Louis de Haro, representing Philip IV. The ministers had held a meeting in the middle of the Bidassoa, on the Island of Pheasants, where a pavilion had been erected on the boundary line between the two states. On the 7th of November the peace of the Pyrenees was signed at last. It put an end to a war which had continued for 23 years, often internecine, always burdensome, and which had ruined the finances of the two countries. France was the gainer of Artois and Roussillon, and of several places in Flanders, Hainault, and Luxembourg; and the peace of Westphalia was recognized by Spain, to whom France restored all that she held in Catalonia and in Franche Comte. Philip IV. Had refused to include Portugal in the treaty. The Infanta received as dowry 500,000 gold crowns, and renounced all her right to the throne of Spain. The Prince of Conde was taken back to favor by the king, and declared that he would fain redeem with his blood all the hostilities he had committed in and out of France. The king restored him to all his honors and dignities, gave him the government of Burgundy, and bestowed on his son, the Duke of Enghien, the office of Grand Master of France. The honor of the King of Spain was saved, he did not abandon his allies, and he made a great match for his daughter. But the eyes of Europe were not blinded; it was France that triumphed. The policy of Cardinal Richelieu and of Cardinal Mazarin were everywhere successful. The work of Henry IV. Was completed; the house of Austria was humiliated and vanquished in both its branches. The man who had concluded the peace of Westphalia and the peace of the Pyrenees had a right to say, "I am more French in heart than in speech." The Prince of Conde returned to court, "as if he had never gone away," says Mademoiselle de Montpensier. Memoires, p. 451. "The king talked familiarly with him of all that he had done both in France and in Flanders, and that with as much gusto as if all those things had taken place for his service. The prince discovered him to be so great in every point that, from the first moment at which he could approach him, he comprehended, as it appeared, that the time had come to humble himself. That genius for sovereignty and command which God had implanted in the king, and which was beginning to show itself, persuaded the Prince of Conde that all which remained of the previous reign was about to be annihilated." Memoires de Madame de Motteville, p. 39. From that day King Louis XIV. Had no more submissive subject than the great Conde. The court was in the south, travelling from town to town, pending the arrival of the dispensations from Rome. On the 3d of June, 1660, Don Luis de Haro, in the name of the King of France, espoused the Infanta in the church of Fonfrabia. Mademoiselle de Montpensier made up her mind to be present, unknown to anybody, at the ceremony. When it was over, the new queen, knowing that the king's cousin was there, went up to her, saying, "I should like to embrace this fair unknown," and led her away to her room, chatting about everything, but pretending not to know her. The queen mother and King Philip IV. Met next day on the Island of Pheasants, after 45 years' separation. The king had come privately to have a view of the Infanta, and he watched her, through a door ajar, towering a whole head above the courtiers. "May I ask my niece what she thinks of this unknown?" said Anne of Austria to her brother. "It will be time when she has passed that door," replied the king. Young Monsieur, the king's brother, leaned forward towards his sister in law, and, "What does your Majesty think of this door?" he whispered. "I think it very nice and handsome," answered the young queen. The king had thought her handsome, "despite the ugliness of her headdress and of her clothes, which had at first taken him by surprise." King Philip IV. Kept looking at M. de Turenne, who had accompanied the king. "That man has given me dreadful times," he repeated twice or thrice. "You can judge whether M. de Turenne felt himself offended," says Mademoiselle de Montpensier. The definitive marriage took place at St. Jean de Luz on the 9th of June, and the court took the road leisurely back to Vincennes. Scarcely had the arrival taken place when all the sovereign bodies sent a solemn deputation to pay their respects to Cardinal Mazarin, and thank him for the peace he had just concluded. It was an unprecedented honor, paid to a minister upon whose head the Parliament had but lately set a price. The cardinal's triumph was as complete at home as abroad. All foes had been reduced to submission or silence, Paris and France rejoicing over the peace and the king's marriage; but, like Cardinal Richelieu, Mazarin succumbed at the very pinnacle of his glory and power; the gout, to which he was subject, flew to his stomach, and he suffered excruciating agonies. One day, when the king came to get his advice upon a certain matter, "Sir," said the cardinal, "you are asking counsel of a man who no longer has his reason and who raves." He saw the approach of death calmly, but not unregretfully. Concealed one day, behind a curtain in the new apartments of the Mazarin Palace, now the National Library, young Brienne heard the cardinal coming. "He dragged his slippers along like a man very languid, and just recovering from some serious illness. He paused at every step, for he was very feeble. He fixed his gaze first on one side and then on the other, and, letting his eyes wander over the magnificent objects of art he had been all his life collecting, he said, 'All that must be left behind;' and, turning round, he added, 'And that too! What trouble I have had to obtain all these things! I shall never see them more where I am going.'" He had himself removed to Vincennes, of which he was governor. There he continued to regulate all the affairs of state, striving to initiate the young king in the government. "Nobody," Turenne used to say, "works so much as the cardinal, or discovers so many expedients with great clearness of mind for the terminating of much business of different sorts." The dying minister recommended to the king MM. Le Tellier and de Lionne, and he added, "Sir, to you I owe everything, but I consider that I to some extent acquit myself of my obligation to your Majesty by giving you M. Colbert." The cardinal, uneasy about the large possessions he left, had found a way of securing them to his heirs by making, during his lifetime, a gift of the whole of them to the king. Louis XIV. At once returned it. The minister had lately placed his two nieces, the Princess of Conti and the Countess of Soissons, at the head of the household of two queens. He had married his niece, Hortensia Mancini, to the Duke of La Meilleraye, who took the title of Duke of Mazarin. The father of this duke was the relative and protege of Cardinal Richelieu, for whom Mazarin had always preserved a feeling of great gratitude. It was to him and his wife that he left the remainder of his vast possessions, after having distributed amongst all his relatives liberal bequests to an enormous amount. The pictures and jewels went to the king, to Monsieur, and to the queens. A considerable sum was employed for the foundation and endowment of the Collège des Quatre Nations, now the Palais de l'Institut, intended for the education of 60 children of the 4 provinces reunited to France by the treaties of Westphalia and the Pyrenees, Alsace, Roussillon, Artois, and Pignerol. The cardinal's fortune was estimated at 50 millions. Mazarin had scarcely finished making his final dispositions when his malady increased to a violent pitch. "On the 5th of March, 40 hours' public prayers were ordered in all the churches of Paris, which is not generally done except in the case of kings," says Madame de Motteville. The cardinal had sent for M. Joly, parish priest of St. Nicholas des Champs, a man of great reputation for piety, and begged him not to leave him. "I have misgivings about not being sufficiently afraid of death," he said to his confessor. He felt his own pulse himself, muttering quite low, "I shall have a great deal more to suffer." The king had left him on the 7th of March in the evening. He did not see him again, and sent to summon the ministers. Already the living was taking the place of the dying, with a commencement of pomp and circumstance which excited wonder at the changes of the world. "On the 9th, between 2 and 3 in the morning, Mazarin raised himself slightly in his bed, praying to God and suffering greatly; then he said aloud, 'Ah, Holy Virgin, have pity upon me, receive my soul;' and so he expired, showing a fair front to death up to the last moment." The queen mother had left her room for the last 2 days, because it was too near that of the dying man. "She wept less than the king," says Madame de Motteville, "being more disgusted with the creatures of his making by reason of the knowledge she had of their imperfections, insomuch that it was soon easy to see that the defects of the dead man would before long appear to her greater than they had yet been in her eyes, for he did not content himself with exercising sovereign power over the whole realm, but he exercised it over the sovereigns themselves who had given it him, not leaving them liberty to dispose of anything of any consequence." Memoires de Madame de Motteville, p. 103. Louis XIV. Was about to reign with a splendor and puissance without precedent. His subjects were submissive, and Europe at peace. He was reaping the fruits of the labors of his grandfather Henry IV., of Cardinal Richelieu, and of Cardinal Mazarin. Whilst continuing the work of Henry IV., Richelieu had rendered possible the government of Mazarin. He had set the kingly authority on foundations so strong that the princes of the blood themselves could not shake it. Mazarin had destroyed party and secured to France a glorious peace. Great minister had succeeded great king, and able man great minister. Italian prudence, dexterity, and finesse had replaced the indomitable will, the incomparable judgment, and the grandeur of view of the French priest and nobleman. Richelieu and Mazarin had accomplished their patriotic work. The king's turn had come. End of Section 43. End of Chapter 43. Section 44 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 44. Louis XIV., his wars and his conquests, 1661 to 1697, Part I. Cardinal Mazarin, on his deathbed, had given the young king this advice: "Manage your affairs yourself, sir, and raise no more premier ministers to where your bounties have placed me. I have discovered, by what I might have done against your service, how dangerous it is for a king to put his servants in such a position." Mazarin knew thoroughly the king whose birth he had seen. "He has in him the making of 4 kings and 1 honest man," he used to say. Scarcely was the minister dead when Louis XIV. Sent to summon his council. Chancellor Seguier, Superintendent Fouquet, and Secretaries of State Le Tellier, de Lionne, Brienne, Duplessis Guenguot, and La Vrilliere. Then, addressing the chancellor, "Sir," said he, "I have had you assembled together with my ministers and my secretaries of state to tell you that until now I have been well pleased to leave my affairs to be governed by the late cardinal. It is time that I should govern them myself. You will aid me with your counsels when I ask for them. Beyond the general business of the seal, in which I do not intend to make any alteration, I beg and command you, Mr. Chancellor, to put the seal of authority to nothing without my orders, and without having spoken to me thereof, unless a secretary of state shall bring them to you on my behalf. And for you, gentlemen," addressing the secretaries of state, "I warn you not to sign anything, even a safety warrant or passport, without my command, to report every day to me personally, and to favor nobody in your monthly rolls. Mr. Superintendent, I have explained to you my intentions. I beg that you will employ the services of M. Colbert, whom the late cardinal recommended to me." The king's councillors were men of experience, and they all recognized the master's tone. From timidity or respect, Louis XIV. Had tolerated the yoke of Mazarin, not, however, without impatience, and in expectation of his own turn. Portrait de la Cour, Archives curieuses, p. 371. "The cardinal," said he one day, "does just as he pleases, and I put up with it because of the good service he has rendered me, but I shall be master in my turn." And he added, "The king my grandfather did great things, and left some to do. If God gives me grace to live 20 years longer, perhaps I may do as much or more." God was to grant Louis XIV. More time and power than he asked for, but it was Henry IV.'s good fortune to maintain his greatness at the sword's point, without ever having leisure to become intoxicated with it. Absolute power is in its nature so unwholesome and dangerous that the strongest mind cannot always withstand it. It was Louis XIV.'s misfortune to be king for 72 years, and to reign 56 as sovereign master. "Many people made up their minds," says the king in his Memoires, p. 392, "that my assiduity in work was but a heat which would soon cool; but time showed them what to think of it, for they saw me constantly going on in the same way, wishing to be informed of all that took place, listening to the prayers and complaints of my meanest subjects, knowing the number of my troops and the condition of my fortresses, treating directly with foreign ministers, receiving despatches, making in person part of the replies, and giving my secretaries the substance of the others, regulating the receipts and expenditures of my kingdom, having reports made to myself in person by those who were in important offices, keeping my affairs secret, distributing graces according to my own choice, reserving to myself alone all my authority, and confining those who served me to a modest position very far from the elevation of premier ministers." The young king, from the first, regulated his life and his time. "I laid it down as a law to myself," he says in his Instructions au Dauphin, "to work regularly twice a day. I cannot tell you what fruit I reaped immediately after this resolution. I felt myself rising, as it were, both in mind and courage. I found myself quite another being. I discovered in myself what I had no idea of, and I joyfully reproached myself for having been so long ignorant of it. Then it dawned upon me that I was king, and was born to be." A taste for order and regularity was natural to Louis XIV., and he soon made it apparent in his councils. "Under Cardinal Mazarin there was literally nothing but disorder and confusion. He had the council held whilst he was being shaved and dressed, without ever giving anybody a seat, not even the chancellor or Marshal Villeroy, and he was often chattering with his linnet and his monkey all the time he was being talked to about business. After Mazarin's death the king's council assumed a more decent form. The king alone was seated, all the others remained standing, the chancellor leaned against the bed rail, and M. de Lionne upon the edge of the chimney piece. He who was making a report placed himself opposite the king, and if he had to write, sat down on a stool which was at the end of the table, where there was a writing desk and paper." Histoire de France, by Le Pays Daniel, p. 89. "I will settle this matter with your Majesty's ministers," said the Portuguese ambassador one day to the young king. "I have no ministers, Mr. Ambassador," replied Louis XIV.; "you mean to say my men of business." Long habituation to the office of king was not destined to wear out, to exhaust, the youthful ardor of King Louis XIV. He had been for a long while governing when he wrote, "You must not imagine, my son, that affairs of state are like those obscure and thorny passages in the sciences which you will perhaps have found fatiguing, at which the mind strives to raise itself, by an effort, beyond itself, and which repel us quite as much by their, at any rate apparent, uselessness as by their difficulty. The function of kings consists principally in leaving good sense to act, which always acts naturally, without any trouble. All that is most necessary in this kind of work is at the same time agreeable; for it is, in a word, my son, to keep an open eye over all the world, to be continually learning news from all the provinces and all nations, the secrets of all courts, the temper and the foible of all foreign princes and ministers, to be informed about an infinite number of things of which we are supposed to be ignorant, to see in our own circle that which is most carefully hidden from us, to discover the most distant views of our own courtiers and their most darkly cherished interests which come to us through contrary interests, and, in fact, I know not what other pleasure we would not give up for this, even if it were curiosity alone that caused us to feel it." Memoires de Louis XIV, p. 428. At 22 years of age, no more than during the rest of his life, was Louis XIV. Disposed to sacrifice business to pleasure; but he did not sacrifice pleasure to business. It was on a taste so natural to a young prince, for the first time free to do as he pleased, that Superintendent Fouquet counted to increase his influence and probably his power with the king. "The attorney general," for Fouquet was attorney general in the Parliament of Paris, "though a great thief, will remain master of the others," the queen mother had said to Madame de Motteville at the time of Mazarin's death. Fouquet's hopes led him to think of nothing less than to take the minister's place. Fouquet, who was born in 1615, and had been superintendent of finance in conjunction with Servien since 1655, had been in sole possession of that office since the death of his colleague in 1659. He had faithfully served Cardinal Mazarin through the troubles of the Fronde. The latter had kept him in power in spite of numerous accusations of malversation and extravagance. Fouquet, however, was not certain of the cardinal's good faith. He bought Belle Ile to secure for himself a retreat, and prepared, for his personal defence, a mad project which was destined subsequently to be his ruin. From the commencement of his reign, the counsels of Mazarin on his death bed, the suggestions of Colbert, the first observations made by the king himself, irrevocably ruined Fouquet in the mind of the young monarch. Whilst the superintendent was dreaming of the ministry and his friends calling him the future, when he was preparing, in his castle of Vaux-le-Vicomte, an entertainment in the king's honor at a cost of 40,000 crowns, Louis XIV., in concert with Colbert, had resolved upon his ruin. The form of trial was decided upon. The king did not want to have any trouble with the Parliament, and Colbert suggested to Fouquet the idea of ridding himself of his office of attorney general. Achille de Harlay bought it for 1,400,000 livres. 1,000,000 in ready money was remitted to the king for his Majesty's urgent necessities. The superintendent was buying up everybody, even the king. On the 17th of August, 1661, the whole court thronged the gardens of Vaux, designed by Le Netre. The king, whilst admiring the pictures of Lebrun, the Facheux of Moliere represented that day for the first time, and the gold and silver plate which encumbered the tables, felt his inward wrath redoubled. "Ah, madame," he said to the queen his mother, "shall not we make all these fellows disgorge?" He would have had the superintendent arrested in the very midst of those festivities, the very splendor of which was an accusation against him. Anne of Austria, inclined in her heart to be indulgent towards Fouquet, restrained him. "Such a deed would scarcely be to your honor, my son," she said. "Everybody can see that this poor man is ruining himself to give you good cheer, and you would have him arrested in his own house." "I put off the execution of my design," says Louis XIV. In his Memoires, "which caused me incredible pain, for I saw that during that time he was practising new devices to rob me. You can imagine that at the age I then was it required my reason to make a great effort against my feelings in order to act with so much self control. All France commended especially the secrecy with which I had for 3 or 4 months kept a resolution of that sort, particularly as it concerned a man who had such special access to me, who had dealings with all that approached me, who received information from within and from without the kingdom, and who, of himself, must have been led by the voice of his own conscience to apprehend everything." Fouquet apprehended and became reassured by turns. The king, he said, had forgiven him all the disorder which the troubles of the times and the absolute will of Mazarin had possibly caused in the finances. However, he was anxious when he followed Louis XIV. To Nantes, the king being about to hold an assembly of the states of Brittany. "Nantes, Belle-Ile," he kept repeating. On arriving, Fouquet was ill and trembled as if he had the ague. He did not present himself to the king. On the 5th of September, in the evening, the king himself wrote to the queen mother, "My dear mother, I wrote you word this morning about the execution of the orders I had given to have the superintendent arrested. You know that I have had this matter for a long while on my mind; but it was impossible to act sooner, because I wanted him, first of all, to have 30,000 crowns paid in for the marine, and because, moreover, it was necessary to see to various matters which could not be done in a day; and you cannot imagine the difficulty I had in merely finding means of speaking in private to D'Artagnan. I felt the greatest impatience in the world to get it over, there being nothing else to detain me in this district. At last, this morning, the superintendent having come to work with me as usual, I talked to him first of one matter and then of another, and made a show of searching for papers, until, out of the window of my closet, I saw D'Artagnan in the castle yard, and then I dismissed the superintendent, who, after chatting a little while at the bottom of the staircase with La Feuillade, disappeared during the time he was paying his respects to M. le Tellier, so that poor D'Artagnan thought he had missed him, and sent me word by Maupertuis that he suspected that somebody had given him warning to look to his safety; but he caught him again in the place where the great church stands, and arrested him for me about midday. They put the superintendent into one of my carriages, followed by my musketeers, to escort him to the castle of Angers, whilst his wife, by my orders, is off to Limoges. I have told those gentlemen who are here with me that I would have no more superintendents, but myself take the work of finance in conjunction with faithful persons who will do nothing without me, knowing that this is the true way to place myself in affluence and relieve my people. During the little attention I have as yet given thereto, I observed some important matters which I did not at all understand. You will have no difficulty in believing that there have been many people placed in a great fix, but I am very glad for them to see that I am not such a dupe as they supposed, and that the best plan is to hold to me." 3 years were to roll by before the end of Fouquet's trial. In vain had one of the superintendent's valets, getting the start of all the king's couriers, shown sense enough to give timely warning to his distracted friends. Fouquet's papers were seized, and very compromising they were for him as well as for a great number of court personages of both sexes. Colbert prosecuted the matter with a rigorous justice that looked very like hate. The king's self-esteem was personally involved in procuring the condemnation of a minister guilty of great extravagances and much irregularity rather than of intentional want of integrity. Public feeling was at first so greatly against the superintendent that the peasants shouted to the musketeers told off to escort him from Angers to the Bastille, "No fear of his escaping, we would hang him with our own hands." But the length and the harshness of the proceedings, the efforts of Fouquet's family and friends, the wrath of the Parliament, out of whose hands the case had been taken in favor of carefully chosen commissioners, brought about a great change. Of the 2 prosecuting counsel (conseillers rapporteurs), one, M. de Sainte Helene, was inclined towards severity; the other, Olivier d'Ormesson, a man of integrity and courage, thought of nothing but justice, and treated with contempt the hints that reached him from the court. Colbert took the trouble one day to go and call upon old M. d'Ormesson, the counsel's father, to complain of the delays that the son, as he said, was causing in the trial. "It is very extraordinary," said the minister, "that a great king, feared throughout Europe, cannot finish a case against one of his own subjects." "I am sorry," answered the old gentleman, "that the king is not satisfied with my son's conduct. I know that he practises what I have always taught him, to fear God, serve the king, and render justice without respect of persons. The delay in the matter does not depend upon him; he works at it night and day, without wasting a moment." Olivier d'Ormesson lost the stewardship of Soissonness, to which he had the titular right, but he did not allow himself to be diverted from his scrupulous integrity. Nay, he grew wroth at the continual attacks of Chancellor Seguier, more of a courtier than ever in his old age, and anxious to finish the matter to the satisfaction of the court. I told many of the Chamber," he writes, "that I did not like to have the whip applied to me every morning, and that the chancellor was a sort of chastiser I would not put up with." Journal d'Olivier d'Ormesson, p. 88. Fouquet, who claimed the jurisdiction of the Parliament, had at first refused to answer the interrogatory. It was determined to conduct his case "as if he were dumb," but his friends had him advised not to persist in his silence. The courage and presence of mind of the accused more than once embarrassed his judges. The ridiculous scheme which had been discovered behind a looking glass in Fouquet's country house was read. The instructions given to his friends in case of his arrest seemed to foreshadow a rebellion. Fouquet listened, with his eyes bent upon the crucifix. "You cannot be ignorant that this is a state crime," said the chancellor. "I confess that it is outrageous, sir," replied the accused, "but it is not a state crime. I entreat these gentlemen," turning to the judges, "to kindly allow me to explain what a state crime is. It is when you hold a chief office, when you are in the secrets of your prince, and when all at once you range yourself on the side of his enemies, enlist all your family in the same interest, cause the passes to be given up by your son in law, and the gates to be opened to a foreign army, so as to introduce it into the heart of the kingdom. That, gentlemen, is what is called a state crime." The chancellor could not protest; nobody had forgotten his conduct during the Fronde. M. d'Ormesson summed up for banishment, and confiscation of all the property of the accused. It was all that the friends of Fouquet could hope for. M. de Sainte Helene summed up for the beheadal. "The only proper punishment for him would be rope and gallows," exclaimed M. Poussard, the most violent of the whole court against the accused. "But in consideration of the offices he has held, and the distinguished relatives he has, I relent so far as to accept the opinion of M. de Sainte Helene." "What say you to this moderation?" writes Madame de Sevigne to M. de Pomponne, like herself a faithful friend of Fouquet's. "It is because he is Colbert's uncle, and was objected to, that he was inclined for such handsome treatment. As for me, I'm beside myself when I think of such infamy. You must know that M. Colbert is in such a rage that there is apprehension of some atrocity and injustice which will drive us all to despair. If it were not for that, my poor dear sir, in the position in which we now are, we might hope to see our friend, although very unfortunate, at any rate with his life safe, which is a great matter." "Pray much to your God and entreat your judges," was the message sent to Mesdames Fouquet by the queen mother; "for, so far as the king is concerned, there is nothing to be expected." "If he is sentenced, I shall leave him to die," proclaimed Louis XIV. Fouquet was not sentenced; the court declared for the view of Olivier d'Ormesson. "Praise God, sir, and thank him," on the 20th of December, 1664. "Our poor friend is saved. It was 13 for M. d'Ormesson's summing up, and 9 for Sainte Helene's. It will be a long while before I recover from my joy. It is really too overwhelming; I can hardly restrain it. The king changes exile into imprisonment, and refuses him permission to see his wife, which is against all usage. But take care not to abate one jot of your joy; mine is increased thereby, and makes me see more clearly the greatness of our victory." Fouquet was taken to Pignerol, and all his family were removed from Paris. He died piously in his prison in 1680, a year before his venerable mother, Marie Maupeou, who was so deeply concerned about her son's soul at the very pinnacle of greatness, that she threw herself upon her knees on hearing of his arrest, and exclaimed, "I thank thee, O God; I have always prayed for his salvation, and here is the way to it." Fouquet was guilty; the bitterness of his enemies and the severities of the king have failed to procure his acquittal from history any more than from his judges. Section 45 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 44. Louis XIV., his Wars, and his Conquests. Part II. Even those who, like Louis XIV. And Colbert, saw the canker in the state, deceived themselves as to the resources at their disposal for the cure of it. The punishment of the superintendent, and the ruin of the farmers of taxes (traitants), might put a stop for a while to extravagances; the powerful hand of Colbert might re establish order in the finances, found new manufactures, restore the marine, and protect commerce; But the order was but momentary, and the prosperity superficial, as long as the sovereign's will was the sole law of the state. Master as he was over the maintenance of peace in Europe, after so many and such long periods of hostility, young Louis XIV. Was only waiting for an opportunity of recommencing war. "The resolutions I had in my mind seemed to me very worthy of execution," he says. "My natural activity, the ardor of my age, and the violent desire I felt to augment my reputation, made me very impatient to be up and doing; but I found at this moment that love of glory has the same niceties, and, if I may say so, the same timidities, as the most tender passions; for the more ardent I was to distinguish myself, the more apprehensive I was of failing, and regarding as a great misfortune the shame which follows the slightest errors, I intended, in my conduct, to take the most extreme precautions." The day of reverses was farther off from Louis XIV. Than that of errors. God had vouchsafed him incomparable instruments for the accomplishment of his designs. Whilst Colbert was replenishing the exchequer, all the while diminishing the imposts, a younger man than the king himself, the Marquis of Louvois, son of Michael Le Tellier, admitted to the council at 20 years of age, was eagerly preparing the way for those wars which were nearly always successful so long as he lived; however insufficient were the reasons for them, however unjust was their aim. Foreign affairs were in no worse hands than the administration of finance and of war. M. de Lionne was an able diplomatist, broken in for a long time past to important affairs, shrewd and sensible, more celebrated amongst his contemporaries than in history, always falling into the second rank behind Mazarin or Louis XIV., "who have appropriated his fame," says M. Mignet. The negotiations conducted by M. de Lionne were of a delicate nature. Louis XIV. Had never renounced the rights of the queen to the succession in Spain. King Philip IV. Had not paid his daughter's dowry, he said; the French ambassador at Madrid, the Archbishop of Embrun, was secretly negotiating to obtain a revocation of Maria Theresa's renunciation, or, at the very least, a recognition of the right of devolution over the Catholic Low Countries. This strange custom of Hainault secured to the children of the first marriage succession to the paternal property, to the exclusion of the offspring of the second marriage. Louis XIV. Claimed the application of it to the advantage of the queen his wife, daughter of Elizabeth of France. "It is absolutely necessary that justice should sooner or later be done the queen, as regards the rights that may belong to her, or that I should try to exact it myself," wrote Louis XIV. To the Archbishop of Embrun. This justice and these rights were, sooth to say, the pivot of all the negotiations and all the wars of King Louis XIV. "I cannot, all in a moment, change from black to white all the ancient maxims of this crown," said the king. He obtained no encouragement from Spain, and he began to make preparations, in anticipation, for war. In this view, and with these prospects, he needed the alliance of the Hollanders. Shattered as it had been by the behavior of the United Provinces at the Congress of Munster and by their separate peace with Spain, the friendship between the States General and France had been resoldered by the far-sighted policy of John van Witt, grand pensionary of Holland, and preponderant, with good right, in the policy of his country. Bold and prudent, courageous and wise, he had known better than anybody how to estimate the true interests of Holland, and how to maintain them everywhere, against Cromwell as well as Mazarin, with high-spirited moderation. His great and cool judgment had inclined him towards France, the most useful ally Holland could have. In spite of the difficulties put in the way of their friendly relations by Colbert's commercial measures, a new treaty was concluded between Louis XIV. And the United Provinces. "I am informed from a good quarter," says a letter to John van Witt from his ambassador at Paris, Borriel, June 8, 1662, "that his Majesty makes quite a special case of the new alliance between him and their High Mightinesses, which he regards as his own particular work. He expects great advantages from it as regards the security of his kingdom and that of the United Provinces, which, he says, he knows to have been very affectionately looked upon by Henry the Great, and he desires that, if their High Mightinesses looked upon his ancestor as a father, they should love him from this moment as a son, taking him for their best friend and principal ally." A secret negotiation was at the same time going on between John van Witt and Count d'Estrades, French ambassador in Holland, for the formation and protection of a Catholic republic in the Low Countries, according to Richelieu's old plan, or for partition between France and the United Provinces. John van Witt was anxious to act. But Louis XIV. Seemed to be keeping himself hedged, in view of the King of Spain's death, feeling it impossible, he said, with propriety and honor, to go contrary to the faith of the treaties which united him to his father in law. "That which can be kept secret for some time cannot be forever, nor be concealed from posterity," he said to Count d'Estrades in a private letter. "Anyhow, there are certain things which are good to do and bad to commit to writing." An understanding was to come without any writing. Louis XIV. Well understood the noble heart and great mind with which he had to deal, when he wrote to Count d'Estrades, April 20, 1663, "It is clear that God caused M. de Witt to be born (in 1632) for great things, seeing that at his age he has already for many years deservedly been the most considerable person in his state; and I believe, too, that my having obtained so good a friend in him was not a simple result of chance, but of divine Providence, who is thus early arranging the instruments of which He is pleased to make use for the glory of this crown, and for the advantage of the United Provinces. The only complaint I make of him is, that, having so much esteem and affection as I have for his person, he will not be kind enough to let me have the means of giving him some substantial tokens of it, which I would do with very great joy." Louis XIV. Was not accustomed to meet, at foreign courts, with the high spirited disinterestedness of the burgess patrician, who, since the age of 25, had been governing the United Provinces. Thus, then, it was a case of strict partnership between France and Holland, and Louis XIV. Had remained faithful to the policy of Henry IV. and Richelieu when Philip IV. died, on the 17th of September, 1665. Almost at the same time, the dissension between England and Holland, after a period of tacit hostility, broke out into action. The United Provinces claimed the aid of France. Close ties at that time united France and England. Monsieur, the king's only brother, had married Henrietta of England, sister of Charles II. The King of England, poor and debauched, had scarcely been restored to the throne when he sold Dunkerque to France for 5 millions of livres, to the great scandal of Cromwell's old friends, who had but lately helped Turenne to wrest it from the Spaniards. "I knew without doubt that the aggression was on the part of England," writes Louis XIV. In his Memoires, "and I resolved to act with good faith towards the Hollanders, according to the terms of my treaty; but as I purposed to terminate the war on the first opportunity, I resolved to act towards the English as handsomely as could be, and I begged the Queen of England, who happened to be at that time in Paris, to signify to her son that, with the singular regard I had for him, I could not without sorrow form the resolution which I considered myself bound by the obligation of my promise to take; for at the origin of this war I was persuaded that he had been carried away by the wishes of his subjects farther than he would have been by his own, insomuch that, between ourselves, I thought I had less reason to complain of him than for him. It is certain that this subordination which places the sovereign under the necessity of receiving the law from his people is the worst calamity that can happen to a man of our rank. I have pointed out to you elsewhere, my son, the miserable condition of princes who commit their people and their own dignity to the management of a premier minister; but it is little beside the misery of those who are left to the indiscretion of a popular assembly. The more you grant, the more they claim; the more you caress, the more they despise; and that which is once in their possession is held by so many arms that it cannot be wrenched away without an extreme amount of violence." In his compassion for the misery of the king of a free country, Louis XIV. Contented himself with looking on at the desperate engagements between the English and the Dutch fleets. Twice the English destroyed the Dutch fleet under the orders of Admiral Van Tromp. John van Witt placed himself at the head of the squadron. "Tromp has courage enough to fight," he said, "but not sufficient prudence to conduct a great action. The heat of battle is liable to carry officers away, confuse them, and not leave them enough independence of judgment to bring matters to a successful issue. That is why I consider myself, bound by all the duties of manhood and conscience, to be myself on the watch, in order to set bounds to the impetuosity of valor when it would fain go too far." The resolution of the grand pensionary and the skill of Admiral Ruyter, who was on his return from an expedition in Africa, restored the fortunes of the Hollanders. Their vessels went and offered the English battle at the very mouth of the Thames. The French squadron did not leave the Channel. It was only against the Bishop of Munster, who had just invaded the Dutch territory, that Louis XIV. Gave his allies effectual aid. M. de Turenne marched against the troops of the bishop, who was forced to retire, in the month of April, 1666. Peace was concluded at Breda between England and Holland, in the month of July, 1667. Louis XIV. Had not waited for that moment to enter Flanders. Everything, in fact, was ready for this great enterprise. The regent of Spain, Mary Anne of Austria, a feeble creature, under the thumb of one Father Nithard, a Jesuit, had allowed herself to be sent to sleep by the skilful manoeuvres of the Archbishop of Embrun. She had refused to make a treaty of alliance with England, and to recognize Portugal, to which Louis XIV. Had just given a French queen, by marrying Mademoiselle de Nemours to King Alfonso VI. The League of the Rhine secured to him the neutrality, at the least, of Germany. The emperor was not prepared for war. Europe, divided between fear and favor, saw with astonishment Louis XIV. Take the field in the month of May, 1667. "It is not," said the manifesto sent by the king to the court of Spain, "either the ambition of possessing new states, or the desire of winning glory by arms, which inspires the most Christian king with the design of maintaining the rights of the queen his wife. But would it not be shame for a king to allow all the privileges of blood and of law to be violated in the persons of himself, his wife, and his son? As king, he feels himself obliged to prevent this injustice; as master, to oppose this usurpation; and, as father, to secure the patrimony to his son. He has no desire to employ force to open the gates, but he wishes to enter, as a beneficent son, by the rays of his love, and to scatter everywhere, in country, towns, and private houses, the gentle influences of abundance and peace, which follow in his train." To secure the gentle influences of peace, Louis XIV. Had collected an army of 50,000 men, carefully armed and equipped under the supervision of Turenne, to whom Louvois as yet rendered docile obedience. There was none too much of this fine army for recovering the queen's rights over the duchy of Brabant, the marquisate of Antwerp, Limburg, Hainault, the countship of Namur, and other territories. "Heaven not having ordained any tribunal on earth at which the kings of France can demand justice, the Most Christian King has only his own arms to look to for it," said the manifesto. Louis XIV. Set out with M. de Turenne. Marshal Crequi had orders to observe Germany. The Spaniards were taken unprepared. Armentières, Charleroi, Douai, and Tournai had but insufficient garrisons, and they fell almost without striking a blow. Whilst the army was busy with the siege of Courtrai, Louis XIV. Returned to Compiegne to fetch the queen. The whole court followed him to the camp. "All that you have read about, the magnificence of Solomon and the grandeur of the King of Persia, is not to be compared with the pomp that attends the king in his expedition," says a letter to Bussy Rabutin from the Count of Coligny. "You see passing along the streets nothing but plumes, gold laced uniforms, chariots, mules superbly harnessed, parade horses, housings with embroidery of fine gold." "I took the queen to Flanders," says Louis XIV., "to show her to the peoples of that country, who received her, in point of fact, with all the delight imaginable, testifying their sorrow at not having had more time to make preparations for receiving her more befittingly." The queen's quarters were at Courtrai. Marshal Turenne had moved on to Dendermonde, but the Flemings had opened their sluices; the country was inundated; it was necessary to fall back on Audenarde; the town was taken in 2 days; and the king, still attended by the court, laid siege to Lille. Vauban, already celebrated as an engineer, traced out the lines of circumvallation. The army of M. de Crequi formed a junction with that of Turenne. There was expectation of an attempt on the part of the governor of the Low Countries to relieve the place. The Spanish force sent for that purpose arrived too late, and was beaten on its retreat. The burgesses of Lille had forced the garrison to capitulate, and Louis XIV. Entered it on the 27th of August, after 10 days' open trenches. On the 2d of September the king took the road back to St. Germain; but Turenne still found time to carry the town of Allo before taking up his winter quarters. Louis XIV.'s first campaign had been nothing but playing at war, almost entirely without danger or bloodshed. It had, nevertheless, been sufficient to alarm Europe. Scarcely had peace been concluded at Breda, when another negotiation was secretly entered upon between England, Holland, and Spain. It was in vain that King Charles II. Leaned personally towards an alliance with France. His people had their eyes "opened to the dangers" incurred by Europe from the arms of Louis XIV. "Certain persons of the greatest influence in Parliament come sometimes to see me, without any lights and muffled in a cloak in order not to be recognized," says a letter of September 26, 1669, From the Marquis of Ruvigny to M. de Lionne. They give me to understand that common sense and the public security forbid them to see, without raising a finger, the whole of the Low Countries taken, and that they are bound in good policy to oppose the purposes of this conquest, if His Majesty intend to take all for himself." On the 23d of January, 1668, the celebrated treaty of the Triple Alliance was signed at the Hague. The three powers demanded of the King of France that he should grant the Low Countries a truce up to the month of May, in order to give time for treating with Spain, and obtaining from her, as France demanded, the definitive cession of the conquered places or Franche Comté in exchange. At bottom, the Triple Alliance was resolved to protect helpless Spain against France. A secret article bound the three allies to take up arms to restrain Louis XIV. And to bring him back, if possible, to the peace of the Pyrenees. At the same time, Portugal was making peace with Spain, who recognized her independence. The king refused the long armistice demanded of him. "I will grant it up to the 31st of March," he had said, "being unwilling to miss the first opportunity of taking the field." The Marquis of Castel Rodrigo made merry over this proposal. "I am content," said he, "with the suspension of arms that winter imposes upon the King of France." The governor of the Low Countries made a mistake. Louis XIV. Was about to prove that his soldiers, like those of Gustavus Adolphus, did not recognize winter. He had entrusted the command of his new army to the Prince of Conde, amnestied for the last 9 years, but up to that time a stranger to the royal favor. Conde expressed his gratitude with more fervor than loftiness when he wrote to the king on the 20th of December, 1667, "My birth binds me more than any other to your Majesty's service, but the kindnesses and the confidence you deign to show me, after I have so little deserved them, bind me still more than my birth. Do me the honor to believe it, sir, that I hold neither property nor life, but to cheerfully sacrifice them for your glory, and for the preservation of your person, which is 1,000 times dearer to me than all the things of the world." On pretence of being in Burgundy at the States, writes Olivier d'Ormesson, the prosecutor of Fouquet, the prince had obtained perfect knowledge that Franche Comté was without troops and without apprehension, because they had no doubt that the king would accord them neutrality as in the last war, the inhabitants having sent to him to ask it of him. He kept them amused. Meanwhile the king had set his army in motion without disclosing his plan; and the inhabitants of Franche Comté found themselves attacked without having known that they were to be. Besancon and Salins surrendered at sight of the troops. The king, on arriving, went to Dole, and superintended an affair of counterscarps and some demi-lunes, whereat there were killed some 400 or 500 men. The inhabitants, astounded, and finding themselves without troops or hope of succor, surrendered on Shrove Tuesday, February 14. The king, at the same time, marched to Gray. The governor made some show of defending himself, but the Marquis of Yenne, governor general under Castel Rodrigo, who belongs to the district and has all his property there, came and surrendered to the king, and then, having gone to Gray, persuaded the governor to surrender. Accordingly, the king entered it on Sunday, February 19, and had a Te Deum sung there, having at his right the governor general, and at his left the special governor of the town; and the same day he set out on his return. And so, within 22 days of the month of February, he had set out from St. Germain, been in Franche Comté, taken it entirely, and returned to St. Germain. This is a great and wonderful conquest from every point of view. Having paid a visit to the prince to make my compliments, I said that the glory he had won had cost him dear, as he had lost his shoes. He replied, laughing, that it had been said so, but the truth was that, happening to be at the Guards' attack, somebody came and told him that the king had pushed forward to M. de Gadaignes' attack, that he had ridden up full gallop to bring back the king, who had put himself in too great peril, and that, having dismounted at a very moist spot, his shoe had come off, and he had been obliged to re-shoe himself in the king's presence." Journal d'Olivier d'Ormesson, p. 542. Section 45.